Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How's everybody doing? This video, we, we're going to stay on topic. We're going to try to stay on topic. What's going on, Brandy? If you would like to come up, I'm going to put the link in because I'm going to need a few sisters. We're going to break down a couple of videos, right? First, I'm going to go through the quick video, which Atari is great with putting that together for us. And then I guess we'll go over to look at the entire video to make sure that what we're hearing. But I did go through both videos. And I think Atari did a great job. I think the perspective that she put in her video was on point. But just so no one will claim that the narrative has been changed due to clippings, right? This is gonna be a good show. It's not about roasting anyone. I'm a cut down on, calling anyone out their name. And let's have a real conversation, right? I am saying that the Manosphere men are dangerous. They are very dangerous. Just like the Manosphere men are dangerous to young men by lying to them, the Manosphere women are just as dangerous to women. Okay, if not more. In fact, the women are more dangerous. And the reason I feel the women are more dangerous because men listen to them. So the Manosphere men get the information from the man. He may doubt that a little bit. But when a woman comes and put a stamp of approval on it, that solidifies it for men, for a lot of these men, right? These younger men, especially, who don't know what to do. These women, they don't, I think this is a money grab for them because their life doesn't meet up with that in which they speak about. Like the mama gave me the game, the mama gave me the game, the mama gave me the game. Right? And like their life just doesn't meet up with what they're talking about. So it's okay that it's a money grab, I guess, until you realize that they're fucking up the community. No regard for the community at all. None. Zero. Okay, I'm gonna put what's going on, Raw Nut Cut, Aries Queen, Sweet Life of Atari. How you doing? Okay, because I'm listening to your Atari. I'm glad that you even put it like that. Now, I've been telling people that the women are dangerous, but I like the example you gave in one of your videos where you went up on the panel, right, thinking that it was cool, and you realize that's a setup. Some of these women are will straight set you up. They'll invite you up because they sound nice and sweet. They sound nice and sweet and inviting. And they'll let you know that you could come up. Well, we know we can't do that in the Manosphere space, right? They don't allow women. And if you usually go up in the Manosphere space, you're going to be met with some, punches to the gut. But the women, they do it a little different. They're like, oh, welcome. Thank you for being here. Support the channel. Give me your money. And then they sit and invite you up. And then they may come at you easily by asking you some questions. And then they allow the men to come up and demolish you. Not even with no facts. And then they support the man who's demolishing you. I peeped this game a while back. I don't go at individual people for nothing, just because I disagree with their points. But I am not going to put my so-called, how should I say it? I don't want to say reputation, but my beliefs to the side simply because I think someone is, I don't even know, like I use the word cool, likable. Let's put it like this. People know how to come and manipulate. And I don't even think they're doing it intentionally. I'm not saying that they come with the idea of, I'm coming to manipulate you. I'm coming to manipulate you. But it's like being fake and false, like just putting on the, hey, child, the nice conversations that you women know what I'm talking about, right? You got some women you don't agree with nothing they say, but you think they're nice. We have to really start thinking, ladies, right? Because see, when that happens, that means we're dealing with people without emotions, and they're able to really manipulate us when that happens. Some of you will even explain it to me when we see it obviously happen, like with Black Manosphere, for example, when she'll come up and love bomb you. That's what some of y'all called it, right? Love bomb you. She give you compliments, and she sit there and say you're right and agree with you. And even when she disagree with you, she does it in such a way that she'd be like, but Bomb, I disagree with that, but I understand what you're saying. And then she'll go into tearing you apart, but nicely, right? We really gotta start, we're adults, right? We really have to start thinking about self. And don't let people tell you, well, it's my opinion, you have your opinion. Yes, we all do have opinions, but why would you support the opinion of somebody who's on the opposite side of you? That's what I want y'all to think about. Why would you support somebody who's in competition with your point of view? Right? Why would you do that? We don't do that any other time. If I was in war with Russia, would I walk over to Russia and give them some money and say, hey, I like your opinion, I disagree with it, but here goes some money and let's keep this up? No, you wouldn't. Right? And I think that's what I'm watching some people do. I'm watching it. Some of these women are going to harm us because these men are listening to them and agreeing with them. And these men are angry already. They're already angry. And it has nothing to do with women for the most part. These men are seem to be beat down, yo. I had a conversation last night. I was like so disappointed. It was actually this morning. I was so disappointed. Not in the individual or anything like that. I started really listening. And it seems like the men are beat down. Our Black men are beat down. And now they've given up. And they're angry and they come for us. Some of them come for us. They said even since COVID, domestic violence has gone up. Why would that be the case? If they get to stay home from work, be with the one they love, right? Why would domestic violence go up? Because tension goes up. They start becoming more, Lord, this is just a lot, y'all. Last night on this morning conversation took me aback, baby. I'm not even joking. Like I was over here like speechless. I was speechless almost, ladies, I'm gonna start changing up how I do things, especially because I think we need to really take serious about protecting ourselves. Right? Because it seems like nobody gonna protect us. Nobody. Okay, because there's a fear. There's an actual fear. And you know, when I was thinking yesterday, or should I say this morning when I was talking about it, you know, about our men going into the community and teaching everyone, right? The woman and other men, our boys, how to, you know, use our rights, the right to bear arms. And I remember Mr. Camp had said how New Yorkers and California people had given up their right to bear arms, right? I remember him mentioning that. But see, I was talking about those of us who do have the right. So when I mentioned, well, going into communities to teach, you know, about our rights so we can know the laws, so we can feel safe, protect, you know, so we can protect ourselves from even ourselves if we have to, right? And I remember him mentioning how people have given up their right. So I was like, well, what about, well, those, if you mentioned 2 states, and I don't even think that's in 2 states, I think there's certain areas within those states that have given up just some of their rights. I don't think nobody in this whole country have given up their rights to bear arms. So that was not true, right? I do know though in certain areas, they put laws, maybe in New York City, you know, they have laws against guns. And even then, the laws, right? Because the federal law, the Constitution overrides any law in any place, right? So that's why you got to even look at what the actual law states. And I think he had mentioned something about you can't have the gun here and there. No, I can ride through New York with a gun. I just have to have one part of the gun in one place and another part of the gun in another place, right? Everywhere I go, I got a gun, baby, everywhere. So in certain states, if I drive through many states, then I need to check out which states I'm gonna go through, actually drive through, and I figure out what their laws. So the safest thing going through all of them is that I might have the gun in the trunk and the clip in the glove compartment or even in my pocket, right? But what I noticed is when I was talking about us going into communities to protect ourselves, you know, teach, he kept saying that people gave up their rights. And I was like, well, what about the 50 states, you know, that didn't? And then he said, well, I forgot exactly what he said because it threw me off, right? It kind of threw me off. It was like every time I was trying to say, hey, let's protect each other, it was like, well, we can't do that. I was like, wait, what? We got rights. The Constitution is for us also. We just got to do it. We got to do it. We need to do it. And we got to stop being scared to do it. Okay? Hey, Robbie, how you doing? Black Gal, Don. Listen, you men can, you see, I see that it seemed like you're scared. They've scared you so much where you don't even want to vote. You know, every time they put a law in place and I hear Black people say, well, there ain't nothing we can do with politicians. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with politicians. I've been hearing that shit since I was a kid, but it didn't come from my grandparents. See, my grandmother and Black people back then was scared. They admitted to being scared. My grandmother used to just outright say she's not going around no white people. She never said that voting didn't help. What she said was she might get lynched. You see? So at least when I heard her and people like her speak, I knew that they were afraid, and they had a right to be afraid because they watched people get lynched. They heard of people getting lynched. But that isn't the case anymore. Now I hear black people saying shit like, voting don't get us nowhere. Voting don't help. Think about how they was able to convince us of that. And now we just share it with our children. Right? That now we just share with our children who feel like voting ain't gonna do shit. Voting ain't gonna do shit. All you hear the most fake one ever is that we gotta buy a politician. We gotta get money. We gotta get money to buy a politician. But that's a lie too. When you vote for somebody, you give them a job. And if they don't get in, then they don't get that money, their job. Then once they get in, they have access to other monies. You ain't got to buy no politician. You letting them know that they're not going to get that job because you're going to vote against their ass. That is what gets you that politician. Okay? You don't have to pay for nobody. When you hear, oh, I got a politician in my pocket, that's some wealthy mofo who, the politician is already on the job and they give them kickbacks to vote their way. Okay, we understand that. But when the voters, if we find out they done some shit like that, guess what? Next voting term, you vote their ass out. You let them know you ain't playing with them. But we so scared. We think the politicians are in charge. We, the people, are in charge. And until we get that shit in our minds, black people, they just gonna keep making laws that's against us. And that's right. You can't complain if you don't vote. And if you aren't able to, why you think they want to take your vote from you? It must be powerful if they want to take it from you. They go in and they target our children before they can even vote. Think about that shit. How many black young men become of age, right, when it's about time to vote, and they want to snatch your ass up and try to take your vote from you. If they could take your vote from you, the sooner they could take it from you, the less they got to worry about you making changes in your community. But for the ones that they wasn't able to take your vote from you, they scared you from even going to vote. You want to know why our streets in our communities are all fucked up? You want to complain about why they'll come and put chemical plants and all kinds of shit in around your community? Well, I mean, that's your fault. Because that's your community. Somebody voting. And if it ain't you, somebody voting against your ass. That's what I'm going to say about that. We need to do better. Okay? And we need to start looking for the people who are going to give you the right information. I don't have all the information. Okay? I don't. But we gotta start doing better. Because I'm looking at, if our men, even you men in the manosphere, right? We see you angry, we see you look like you upset, and the women, they don't want to play with you and all that good old shit. But we still can't handle you just being pussy, yo. The women are willing to and have stood up to try to protect for as long as they can. But wow, this is sad. This is sad. This is very sad, yo. Rob B, she's basically is anti-black male one day, and the next, now she's saying rebuilding the black man and attacking white women, white men. She's being, what the hell is you talking about? Anti alpha. What the hell is you talking about, dumbass? Oh, y'all talk about black, y'all talk about Black Women's Spirit. I'm confused at what the hell going on, y'all. What's going on? I'm not for everybody. Haven't black women been telling you that? Because I telling me what? I ain't saying nothing I haven't been saying. Y'all got to stop acting like y'all teaching me some shit. Just because I'm disappointed, okay? Disappointed don't mean I haven't been seeing this shit. Please stop acting like y'all telling me. Y'all always do, somebody always, Bomb, we've been telling you. You've been telling me what? Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I do not listen to, I don't give a fuck if you are a woman or a man. I do not give a fuck, either one. You're not gonna convince me to give up on a black man or a black woman. If you talk that, I give up on them, I don't give a fuck about them. You can feel that way, and I don't have no problem with it. But you're not going to convince me to feel that way. Even in this moment, I do not feel that way. Because if I did, I wouldn't be talking about it. I'm here to point it out, and so we can figure out how to correct it. Some of you don't give a fuck. Like you've been saying it forever. Well, I don't give a fuck about these men. Well, they're lost cause. Well, to me, they're not a lost cause. They may feel like they're a lost cause and beat down, but to me, they're not a lost cause. And let me just say this, though. If our men really become that motherfucking weak, and I'm talking about across the board, black woman, where you think you gonna be? What you think you gonna do? I think the only people who might not know what's really going on is some of you. Because I would love to know where you think you gonna be when these black men, I'm not talking about them leaving. They ain't going no motherfucker where, right? Some of them gonna do what they do. They always come back. Some stupid ass to take them back. Fuck all that. Because once they leave, I'm not taking them back, right? But this is my thing. Where do you think we gonna be without each other? I'm talking about factually. When when even the men who, because we do have a lot of men who are very protective of black women, they just might not be available. And why would they be available? Some woman to snatch their asses up. Okay? When a woman see a man who is very masculine and very protective, right? She gonna snatch his ass up. He gets snatched up. Okay? So I don't know about what's available and not available out here, but what I do know is this. If any of you women think that you're gonna be able to have a society without a black man, if you think a white man gonna protect you, see, once them white men who might even be into black women, I'm not saying that they're not, but they on code. They'll come over and sleep with your ass. They may even put some babies in you. A few of them, a very slim few, will marry you. But we already know white people will kill their own mothers and fathers for money. What you think they're gonna protect you? I'm gonna put the link out. I want to know, and this is only for the women who think that they don't need black men, right? I need you to come up here and give me the scenario that you have in mind where our Black men disappear. Where you think that leaves you? Because it's easy for us as women to brag and boast how we're doing much more than the man, right? But if these men disappear, that means we're going to be at the very bottom, which we already are, right? Who you think coming and living their lives with us to protect us? Who doing that? Let me look. I'm looking. I'm waiting. Let me see. No comment. No comments. I want to know what the women gonna do, because it's easy to be online talking this strong shit. See, a lot of us, right? If you notice, those of us who could go at these men, I want y'all to. I need y'all to pay attention. Myself and quite a few other women, right, who have these strong ass voices against these men. When you listen to us, we like men. We love men. And you'll find that we are absolutely wanting a man to lead us. Right? And so that's where we get the strength from. That's why I'm about to break this video down right now, right? And I'm about to show you exactly what I'm talking about right now. I'm about to show you that the women in the manosphere are liars, and because they're claiming that the mother is the one who taught these women to be strong or to be players and giving them the game. Like we about to hear two women fucking straight up lie and say that the mother gave the game. But I've been saying this all the while. It's our fathers who've been giving us the game, our uncles and our goddamn cousins, the men around us, the neighbors, all these men who loved and really wanted to protect us. They're the ones who gave us the game. They're the ones who told us how boys will be, how men will be, how they would dump you and treat you, mistreat you. It was not the fucking women. Okay? Those are the ones who've been teaching us the motherfucking game. My dad was making sure certain men didn't come around me. And then he would get in my ear and tell me that boy is no good for you. My mom ain't never talked to me that way. My mom kept me doing what women do, girls do, right? She put me in a dress. She showed me how to, sit right and cook and clean and shit like that. But see them things out in the world, see when it came to them different boys, because even my mom didn't know about all that shit. So that's what I'm saying. The men said they're mad at the mothers because the mothers didn't give them any game. You've heard, so the mothers are supposed to give them game. The mothers don't know the game. Let's go back. My parents' generation, right? Remember, I'm the beginning of X. I'm the beginning of X, right? Baby boomers, I think, stopped at like, if you were born in 65, I think that might be the last baby boomer. 65. I was born in 69. So, but I'm not the first X, but I'm in the beginning, right? So let's go to baby boomers, right? Baby boomers, that's my parents. During that time, remember, families were still intact. The mother and the father was in the household. The men, the ones who were doing, like yesterday, I was shocked when Rude was up here talking about back then, there was a lot of cheating. You hear about the men who had multiple families. But the woman was attached to her father up until he gave her away to a man. It wasn't It wasn't like the color purple so much, but it was that your father gave you away. And he had to meet the man. There was no, you wasn't messing with no man who wasn't coming to that house and introducing himself. And the dad, why would you introduce yourself to the dad? He put him through a whole series of questions, a whole shitload of questions. And if he told the daughter you can't deal with him, then the daughter couldn't deal with him. Now, of course, we as teenagers, we could sneak around. But there was no sneaking around back then like that. People keep mixing up their thought process today with back then. Okay? We know where our children were because we had the neighborhood, we had the whole community. You couldn't sneak around like that because even though your parents didn't have eyes on you, somebody saw your ass. Shit, I remember them coming, Mr. Man, I saw your daughter. Yeah, I saw your daughter. Be like, God damn, I don't even know this man. But he knew my dad. He knew me. I made sure I didn't take nothing from nowhere because no telling who knew my dad. Everybody knew everybody back then in our community. Remember, it was so anyway. So a woman is leaving her father's house, her mother and father's house, and now she's being introduced to this man who she marries. She don't know nothing about the outside world. She don't know nothing about no gay men out putting out there. That her dad did everything he had to do. He asked all the questions and made sure that this dude was gonna do right by his daughter. And he made sure if he had to show a shotgun to let him know if look, hurt my daughter, then you're gonna be handled by me and every man in my family. Okay? So here we are with a young woman, 18, 19, maybe even a little younger, who's been given to this man. It's not that she didn't want him. She chose him too. It wasn't like she was made to. So I'm not saying that, right? But she liked him. He had to come by and meet the dad. The dad put him through a series of questions. And if he okayed it, they could get married, right? They could date and get married. Cool. Got it. Now I'm the next generation. I'm the children of those two. And my mom has only slept with my dad ever in her life. Okay? What does she know about anything about some game in the street? She don't. What do women know about game in the motherfucking street? The truth is, most of us don't. Because we find out through heartbreak. We find out when we get mistreated. We find out like that. We thinking, oh, this man who I like, right? My first boyfriend, he loved me and I love him. That fantasy bullshit, right? And then what we didn't know that he could be telling us anything to get into our pennies. And he was loving on me, calling me all the time. We was having good conversation. And then I decided to give him some. And right after that, he changed. He done went to a whole nother woman, girl, he's talking to all the time. I'm over here heartbroken. Because I thought we was something real. Now think about that. So here I am, heartbroken, devastated. And ain't nothing I can do about it. I can't make him come back. I can't convince him I'm the right one. I can't do nothing. I just got to deal with it until I get into another relationship. And the same shit may happen all over again because maybe I think something I did is the reason why the first one left me, or maybe I think he just ain't shit. But I didn't know is that most boys Y'all are admitting it now. Y'all want quantity over quality. Ladies, that's important for us to know and important for our daughters to know. These men are out here just wanting to have lots and lots of sex with lots and lots of women. Y'all get mad at Rude and men like him who tell y'all this because we don't like it. No, we don't like it. But at least he's telling us the truth. The other niggas who talking that other shit, they're the ones lying to us. We like them. We want a man to come and say, no, I'm invested. No, I would never, I would never do anything like that to a woman. And then we like his ass, right? We like his ass, but that nigga lying. That nigga straight lying. We like him, but he lying. If you go through his past, he's done the same shit. And he might be still on that shit, which is the reason he's lying. But the ones we like to call fuck niggas who telling us the game, we don't like that shit. Y'all be like, oh. And then y'all act like he's telling you that's what he's doing when he's up here just saying, no, don't believe these men. These men are doing this. These men are doing that. And the ladies be fired up in the chat. I be watching in the chat. I be like, damn, they fired up. They fired up right now. They'll come up and y'all start questioning him, but you're not really listening to him because you think that he said, this is what I do. He's just giving us the game. Okay? I'm with a man who lied. Wish I had picked the honest man. I know that's right. I think we all have been with a man who lied by a certain age, including me. The fuck? Including me. These niggas lie. And the ones who telling us the truth, we get mad at them. We like to push it off on them. It's not these men's fault when they're telling us the truth. So think about it. When these women I'm about to play, when they over here talk about the mama gave the game, the mom gave her the game. How do the mom know the game? There's a couple of type of women who know the game for real. Y'all gonna hate me when I say the women who know the game for real end up being out there on them goddamn streets. Those are the women who know the game. Right? I'm talking about, I'm not saying this in a negative way, but this is what they are. The women out there who are prostitutes. I'm talking about actual streetwalkers. Right? They know the game because they out there with these men. And they're not invested in these men. They only want that money. So they watching how these men are moving. They looking at these good men who are married with children come to her for services rendered. They watching the world around them from a different perspective. She making her money. She don't give a shit about whether they lie to her. They don't have to lie to her. They just give them their money and they can get another one on their belt, another notch on their belt. Why do men go to prostitutes? Think about it, because it's easy. They don't have to do no conquests. They don't have to conquer anything. They ain't got to lie. They ain't got to do nothing called what they would call cheating, right? They just go, give him money, get what he want, and he could put that on his goddamn list of different vaginas. Nasty ass nigga, but hey, when their penises start to talk, I guess they just follow it. And we can't be mad at it because that's biology. The truth is, I think they did a study on this shit. They did a study on it. Okay. And who else? What the other woman is? Well, yeah. The madam, the whore, and maybe the women who are on drugs, who still out there prostituting. Those women. If your mama wasn't neither one of those, then your mama couldn't give you no goddamn game. We got women out here with 3 baby daddies, 3 children, right? 3 children, 3 baby daddies. Where you think that stemmed from? You think she was just out there fucking any and everything? That stemmed from niggas lying. Niggas lying. Ooh, I love you, baby. Ooh, you sexy. We're going to be together. They have sex. She gets pregnant. He don't want to have nothing to do with it. And he's off and running to the next one. Then she ends up with another one who she likes. They're in a relationship, everything good. She gets pregnant, that nigga's off to the races. Right? That's how that happened. It doesn't mean that she's a whore. It doesn't mean that she just don't care. She's just hopeful that, hey, some guy really cares. But at a certain age, when these boys are boys, then that's not what's happening. Most of the women with multiple baby daddies like that, they ended up pregnant very young. If her mom had given her the game, she probably wouldn't have been getting pregnant like that. Her mom don't know the game just like she don't know the game. Today, though, even now, we won't admit we know the game, some of us, because it make us look like whores. If I start telling y'all, hey, these men are doing this and doing that, stop doing this, you'll notice the men don't like when I do that. They don't like when I say, hey, we got to be careful. You remember when I told y'all not to, I was like, look, have fun in your youth. It's okay, these men claiming they don't want to get married young. I said it's best that you don't get married young anyway. And I'm talking about real young, right? Because you don't know yourself. So I told the women, hey, have fun, protect yourself, and get to know who you are. And the Manosphere went ballistic. And then they came over. For those of you who was here, you remember they would come over and get on my panels. What the women, what you mean by get to know themselves, Bob? What you mean by get to know themselves? I said, yeah, they should be learning about what type of men they like, what they want to do in life. Does that include sex? Yeah, if they want to have sex. Oh no, we against that. Oh no, we against that. I'm telling you, these men came on my panel. They said they don't want to get married young. Right? They said it. They're like, we're not getting married. We don't believe in marriage. But they was upset when I said to the ladies, well, don't worry about it, ladies. It's best for you to get married later anyway. They didn't, but the men, they don't want to marry you. Listen to me, ladies. They don't want to marry you, but they don't want you having sex with nobody but them. Now, who is them? These men absolutely think that you should hold up and wait for them to come through. They don't even know you yet. But they want you to wait for them so they could come, knock you off, and walk away and go find the next one. They didn't like the fact that I was telling you get to know yourself. You telling these women, I never even mentioned sex. They were the only ones who would have sex come out their mouth. But I was telling women, get to know who you are, figure it out. Then when the right man come around you, you will know it. You won't have to go through all these frogs to find your prince, because you would know who you are. You would know what you won't put up with, what you will put up with. But all the men kept coming over here. All they kept worrying about was I telling women to have sex? And yes, you goddamn right. If that's what a woman want to do, because I'm not going to tell a woman to have sex with multiple men. I would never put that in my vocabulary. I'm not saying that but yeah, ladies, I'm not telling you not to, neither. Whatever it takes for you to have fun, enjoy yourself, protect your motherfucking self, ladies. Protect yourself. Don't let these niggas get the opportunity. He don't even deserve the right to feel you without a condom. See, I hear some of these men, but Bob, it feel better. It feel better without a condom. Ladies, goddamn. If he ain't put no ring on it, he don't deserve to feel you without a condom. That's my word. Do not, they might marry your ass quicker because they want to feel it without a condom. Do not let these men in you without protection. That's the most dangerous. That's almost like commitment. That's commitment right there. Them niggas don't deserve that if they're not giving you commitment. It's enough we're human, so we desire sex. We desire that. Just like they do, we do also. You might want to feel him without that condom, but that's your leverage, ladies. Don't give that nigga no opportunity to send nothing to your cervix, to your ovaries. Fuck all that. This nigga don't deserve no babies from you that he probably not gonna take care of because he don't really feel you like that. And this nigga definitely don't get to feel your warmth and wetness. That nigga want to feel it, tell him to use his motherfucking finger or his motherfucking mouth. Fuck that. Now this is some motherfucking game right here. The nigga can taste your wetness, but do not let that nigga put his penis. No, don't let him do it. That's called commitment. The nigga want that because you know he do. That's the best feeling in the world. He want to be able to slide in that warmth, wetness. Fuck that nigga. He better keep that condom on. He want that, you tell him commitment. If you don't want commitment for him, then he shouldn't be feeling your insides like that. Okay? Don't let that nigga feel you like that. They say they don't want marriage, ladies, then I bet you they'll change it up. We got to get on code, ladies. Now, for you men, back to the conversation at hand, right? Women do not know the game like that. There's no mothers out here putting no game. No woman is telling her daughters to go out there and be what y'all would call a whore. But we are telling our women that you no longer have to bow down to a man simply because he has this, that, or the third. Because ladies, we can go out and earn it ourselves. We about to play a clip, and I'm gonna tell you when these two women start saying that their mama gave them the game, they're gonna say that the daddy himself was married several times, and right after that they say, but the mama is the one who gave her the game. You mean to tell me the daddy is out there like that, switching up wives at a drop of a dime? But you're gonna blame the mother for giving her the game? She acting like her daddy, but you blaming the mother. That's what I'm talking about. These lying ass black woman spear, not black woman spear, I'm sorry, Manosphere goddamn women. These Manosphere ass women are dangerous and they're fucking liars. Okay? These women are extremely dangerous and single. Men don't want sick women like that. We don't know what you don't know what men want. You know what you want. That's the thing about you men. Some of you like to talk for other men. I'm not talking for other women. You don't notice that? I'm not like women don't like doing this and women don't like doing that. I don't do that, right? What I will say is, nah, I'm not seeing that. No, that's not happening. Even when I'm talking to the women, I'm not telling them what to do or what not to do, except for don't let them get in your guts, because we know where that leads. These young women aren't doing that anyway. The child rate has dropped. I'm not happy about the rate of children being born is dropped, but I am glad that we're no longer doing it too young. This generation, these late millennials, that means the older millennials and the zennials are not playing no goddamn games. They're watching, they're looking, they're seeing what's happening. They are out here, listening, have their ears to the ground, and them motherfuckers are the smartest ones when it comes to certain things. And they're not having babies at a young age like that. And that's a good thing. Okay. Anyway, y'all, you gotta be the best one in the world. Hey, Carmel, baby, how you doing? Cynthia X says those women are they're irritating. The pick me, and they are always farthest from who gets picked. I don't even know. See, I don't think they know why people call them the pick me. Well, in case they're listening, the reason you're being called the pick me is because you are talking as if you want these men to pick you, not necessarily to pick you to wife you, but to pick you, like to be on your side, to come over there and support you and pick you. See, they'll start talking about, well, I'm already picked, child. But no, your talking points, like, why, if you pick, why you got to continue to lie? Okay, let me see. Somebody said something, y'all. They all saying a lot. God damn, let me see. No, I caught you messing with him. Oh, they talking about in the chat. Let's see. I learned a dude can ruin your whole life and make it filled with regrets. Bad advice from these spaces can ruin your life. That is true, Alpha. If you end up listening to the wrong people, it could end your life. Ruin your life, should I say. Ruin your life. Okay? And that's what I'm usually here to say. Look, don't listen particularly to that person when they say this. Hey, ladies, you ain't got to be all in the corner with you ain't got to dress a certain way for a man to like you. In fact, we know that what that person said isn't true because men are looking. The ones that the men are mad about are the women who aren't being so conservative in dress. Those men are over there looking at Instagram models and she's on there. She could be in her fucking bathing suit, half naked, showing off her body, right? I'm not saying that's a negative thing. Please don't confuse what I'm saying. I'm just saying that's what the men like. And I know it to be a fact. Okay? And then some of these men will say, no, men don't really like that, but they'll come and look. I can show you goddamn PMs when men are asking me to take me out. They want to know if I'm married. They want to date for real. Right? And then the men will say, well, he probably lied to you. And I'm like, well, you don't know who I'm talking about. Now you're calling the man a liar? Why can't you men just think for yourself? What you don't like, okay, if you don't like it, cool. Say you don't like it. But stop telling women what men like. We know what men like. You know how we know? Because they follow us. They come chasing after us. And if we're not what you claim men don't like, then why are these men chasing us? That's what makes it the Manosphere so dangerous, because they over there telling other men what not to like. Men, you have a right to like what the fuck you want. Do you even know what you like and don't like? Are other men making you embarrassed to admit what you like and don't like? And if that is happening, then the issue is not them, but you. And I would say to you what I say to my sons, same thing I say to women. Figure out who you are. And don't let nobody mold you. The only people who should mold you was when you was younger, and that should have been your mother and your father, your family dynamics. Should have been there to help mold you. But if you're getting online and some man is telling you that you shouldn't like this, or telling you that men don't like that, and then you start hiding what you like, you might be missing out on something that might be right there waiting for you. But you scared to grab it up. You know why? Because the Manosphere men told you, you shouldn't like that type of woman. You young people got to start thinking for yourselves. You shouldn't be listening to nobody after age 25. You should already have all the recipes to everything. You should know who you are, what you like. By 25, with women, we already know what type of career we want to go into. Now, I'll give you men till 30 by the time you figure out at least the career and what type of woman you like. Okay? Ladies, it's unfortunate, and y'all not, the men not gonna like hear me say this, but I'm gonna tell you that it's a fact. When the men turn 40 is when they start really thinking about life and death. And I'm not sure if it's because when they, from a man's perspective, remember, I'm not a man, because that's why I'm saying I'm not sure. But what I've learned through men, listening to them, I think, especially black men, right? I think black men don't, when they're living, they don't see themselves past certain ages. Like they think they go. I remember my mom telling me that my dad didn't think he was going to live past 19. And then he didn't think he was going to live past 25. So he always lived his life on this, I may not be here tomorrow. And when they do that, they're not thinking long term. We as women, though, shit, from age 16, we're thinking long term to a degree. We done already figured out what type of man we gonna want, what type of lifestyle. You know, as we get older, we start pinning it down to some reality. Because in the beginning, it's all fantasy, right? We all gonna have this great big house, you know what I mean, with a pool in the background, an in-ground pool at that. And we're gonna have us some cute little dog, and we're gonna be driving around in a Benz, you know what I'm saying? And we're gonna do all that. That's what girls do, right? They put that in our head. We fantasize we're gonna live this lavish lifestyle. Men, on the other hand, they're not thinking long term at all because they don't think they're gonna survive. You see? So that is the dynamics of men and women in the Black community. As for you men, I want you to know, though, even though, yes, in the beginning we have this lavish lifestyle in our mind, as we mature, we start realizing that, hey, that may not be. You know, I might not have that big mansion. I could work towards it, and I might have to work towards it. It's not going to just fall out the sky with some man, right? So as we mature, we start drawing back some of that fantasy. We start entering into the real world views. You could tell based on a woman's age, even when they speak, what they expect from a man. I can tell you what age range they in when they tell me Bob, I want the man to do this. And I'm thinking, what type of man? Like Kevin was over there doing. There was some things he was saying that was true. Because the nigga was stealing from me. You come over here listening to me and go back over there and say some shit that I've said. But yes, now nothing, I'm not even saying any of this is wrong. This is how we grow. We this is us as humans, right? So I'm not saying that the women, instead of saying the women are wrong, just say that's just what it is. Just like we say, well, that's just what it is with the men. And that's why two young people get married. That shit most probably is not going to work in today's society, right? Because if he don't know who he is and she don't know who she is, I'm gonna tell you, when we start learning who we are and we look to the right and notice that this is not the man for me. Or he look at her and be like, well, damn. Like, you know what I mean? She's sexy and all that, but we shouldn't even be together. Me and my husband, and I admit this, we got married young. And along the way, we had to reconnect. We had to reconnect several times because I am growing, right? I become a different woman than the woman he met. I was a young woman, like newly woman, legally when we met. So I had that same fantasy shit in my head, right? That I could go out there. I was in the military, so I'm thinking I could go and make my own money and I could do this just like a man, right? Which I could, but I also like men. So then I had to figure out, okay, actually I wasn't figuring shit out. My husband kind of fell in my lap in a sense because we were young. We were just around each other. We had sex and it was good. And I was like, and he was handsome. I wouldn't have had sex with him if he wasn't, to me, right? So we kind of, we admitted why we ended up getting married, because we may not have gotten married if I hadn't left the post. We may have just messed around for a short period of time and probably would have just ended up breaking up and moving on like everybody else. But there was something that happened in our lives. By being military, I ended up leaving that post, right? I'm leaving the post and he's still there. And we still was in the midst of getting to know each other and liking each other. So I went back to visit and everything was good, right? And I left and we still was talking on the phone. And then I went back. I think I went again. I think I visited him twice. And then by the second visit though, I was thinking to myself, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be doing this too much, right? I'm not getting on no bus, 10-hour ride, coming to visit him that often like this. I'm not doing this. So maybe this is, you know what I mean? This is gonna be it. And that's when I tell y'all about the long distance, right? No matter how much you like each other, eventually you start realizing I like you, but me coming to see you every so often, and you got access to other women, I got access to other men. So now we got to make a decision. And that's when he asked me to marry him. He asked me to marry him. Now that's solidified everything, right? Because now he asked me to marry him, then he ain't got to worry about me dating other men. But see, if he hadn't asked me to marry him though, shit. Yeah, I was gonna go to the club. I was gonna go to the motherfucking club with my girlfriends, and I ain't had to worry about meeting another young man. You know what I'm saying? They're nice young men everywhere. Nice looking, smell good. Fuck out of here. These are the realities. You men don't like hearing the reality because you don't like hearing the part where a woman have options. Just like you got options with different vaginas, women got options. What you don't like is that we have more options than you, because y'all know how men are, right? Men will sling that dick everywhere. And as long as she is okay with it, she can walk from the club with 1, 2, 3 dicks if she want. If she's empowered, baby, and really want to just have a good night, an extreme night, baby, she could talk 3 men who don't even know each other to follow her ass. And you ladies, for those of you who don't know you got power like that, you could really go into a goddamn club and you could say, hey, how you doing? Introduce this dude to this dude. And then introduce both of them to a whole nother dude and say, hey, we all going to my house to party. Them men will look at each other, not like they'll get on cold, baby. They'll get on cold. They'll nod at each other, sup, right? And then they'll follow her ass to her place. That's the power, ladies, that we have. The men don't like it though, but they will follow. Shit, they will follow. Anyway, let me put the link up, y'all. I wanted to go through this little video though. The men don't like that we got that power, but we do. Okay, we do have that power. Okay, men already knew women could attract all. That's right, we can attract all types of men. I don't know when these men start, talking about, well, no white man. Shit, ladies, these ladies purposely don't be looking at the white men, but them white men be looking. And do not think that the white man is only looking at the light-skinned black woman. In fact, he may not look at me at all. I'm watching him look at that chocolate sister over there, imagining like how it feels, want to put his hand and touch her hair, wondering how it smells. He's a man just like any other man. So I'm just saying, he said gay men can do it too. That's right. I said gay men could do it too. I'm not even doubting that they can. You know what I mean? I'm quite sure, Anyway, let me put the wait, let's go through this video a little bit, because thanks to Life of Atari. By the way, if you're not subscribed to her, please go and subscribe to that sister. Because I'm telling you, she make my life a whole lot easier, baby. Right? That's what she make my life easy. I think that's what they don't like about her, is that somebody like myself, because I'm not sure. I think she think they mad at her for clipping things, but there are many other channels that does that. What they're mad at, Atari, is that people like myself, Miss O, and others, all of us in this spot, we know we could come to your channel and get everything that's we need in that little video. You put everything right there for us, where I don't have to go to the person's video who I'm talking about. They can't put a claim on me, right? And I ain't got to go and listen through all kinds of other shit. I can just get to what I want to listen to and get it. And that's what make your shit hot. Keep doing what you're doing, girl. And we're going to go and listen to it. Anyway, I was talking about black women need black men. Y'all, we need each other. I know, for some reason, y'all not thinking along that way. Black men need black women. Black women need black men. No matter how you look at it, we need each other. And I'm not even talking about just sexually. I'm talking about in survival. We need each other. I'm not talking about just sex, and I'm not even talking about children. There's other groups that worry about that kind of stuff. The pro-blacks, or believe that black people only make black people with black people. Okay, if you're on that trip, I'm okay with that. But I don't speak that way. I speak on, you a black person, wherever you find love, is on you. I'm not here to tell you who to date, how to date them, or none of that shit. If you end up with somebody on side of you who is the person for you, and you know it because you know yourself, then kudos to you. Okay? So that's how I feel. I feel like black people, if you're black, I feel like you should be able to make your life decisions. All I want you to do is be safe. And I do want you to have options. And options is, if we don't have black men who gonna be men, then women gonna end up going somewhere else. And even if we go somewhere else, cool, but we still need black men, because they could come and wipe our asses out if we don't have any men who will run to our defense. And black men, in case you didn't know it, black women have been running to your defense since for fucking forever. You are here because a black woman, unless a white woman is your mother. Now, if a white woman is your mother, then good. You still, but if a black woman birthed you, you are here because of her. And if you survived through those youth for years, and she was your protector, no matter how bad of a job she did or good of a job, you survived due to her. That's what I am saying. And think about what y'all say Cynthia G said. I don't know whether she said it or not, y'all. So I'm not making claim that she did say it. But think about what was said. If a Black woman decided to purposely not have Black children or Black boys, first of all, that'll hurt us as women. That would be that would be bad. But some of these men, I've heard some of these men say they wish they wasn't born. Y'all got to know who y'all listening to in the manosphere. Listen to them when they get angry, when they start telling the truth. When they're defeated so much that they blame their mother for even bringing them into this world. She had me. She should have thought better. She should have picked a better dad for me. That's what these niggas are saying. That is depression. We need to start calling the FBI on these niggas for real, y'all. Because these niggas sound like trigger men to me, gunmen. These niggas be doing the most. That's why the FBI is already looking at them. And then they are being looked at because of the nonsense that come out of their fucking mouths. They sound like killers. For those who haven't heard, I've listened to these men start talking about how they glad they have each other supported on me, and they start talking about fuck their moms. You know, a man who don't give a shit about his mom, the mom who was his, love of his life, and he start turning on her, he'll turn on any of us. They over here talking that nonsense. They about to put laws in place. They're going to put a lot of these Black Manosphere men in jail. You better start paying attention. Because they don't want to let the guns go. So now they're beating down on what people say. And depending on what you say, you might get a knock at the door from the FBI. You're going to be placed on the list. And when you go to buy a weapon, you ain't buying not a fucking thing. So I'm just saying. And then those are the men everybody listening to, including some of these women. You listening to them and taking their advice. They are about to put laws in place. Anti-terrorism laws. If you say certain words, they're going to start looking into you, right? And then they're going to start paying attention to what you're saying here on YouTube. And you might say something, but somebody else on the side of you on the panel says something worse. Now you start getting investigated. And then when y'all go to, and they're going to have a field day, the Black community, when y'all decide to go and, get y'all guns and shit legally. You ain't gonna know about this shit until you go to get them guns and you get denied. You get denied. Anyway, fair use. Let's get into what we're gonna get into. Because I done started into a whole nother bowl of wax that I wasn't supposed to get into. Let's see. Shit sound. Okay, let's see if it's already up. I'm not sure. Probably not. Nope, it's not. Okay, that's good. I like when y'all watch me see where I go because it's easier. When y'all see where I go, y'all know where to go. People used to claim that's fake information. I'm like, dude, you can watch where I go. You see where I'm pulling it from. Life of a Tory. If y'all haven't subscribed to her, make sure y'all do, y'all. Okay? She puts lots of things right there for you. You don't have to listen to a 3-hour stream to get the juicy details. Okay?
So there is a likelihood
Okay.
That anything you say will at some point be used against you. If you're going to freely give information, you understand what the ramifications of that could potentially be.
Hi guys, welcome back to the Sweet Life of Atari. Here you will have Sister George and Concrete breaking down how Lori Harvey and black women are winning. Y'all please go check their video out about giving your daughter the game and how they think it is a good idea, and I think it's a good idea as well. They even consider Lori Harvey to be a player when there are so many men in the Manosphere running around crying that she left such a good black man. So this is such an interesting take that they took on this. Let's get into this video and hear the women of the Manosphere what they think about Miss Lori Harvey. All right, y'all.
And we're fed this notion of a fairy tale. And there's nothing wrong with wanting a Prince Charming, but sometimes a Prince Charming may come disguised as a frog. We are talking about...
Okay, she just said sometimes a Prince Charming may come disguised as a frog. I don't even know how to think of that, y'all. Because the way I think I know what she mean, but she didn't say what I think she meant. But if we're going to go based on what come out of their mouth, we're going to be clear about this. Because I know they're going to come over and say, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. We're going to talk about what you said, though. We're going to talk about just what you said. So, is she sound like she's saying, hey, that Prince Charming may come to you as a frog? So is she saying that, ladies, we should be picking up all the frogs and kissing them to see if they turn into the prince? This is this Manosphere as talking point. These women have been telling us, not just these women here, other women in the Manosphere, right? Been telling us that we need to lower our standards, right? And start getting a man who maybe we're not attracted to, as long as he can take care of us. If he got a job, in other words, if he doesn't, if we're not attracted to him, she's saying it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. He may be a frog with warts and all, but we still need to pick his ass up and give him a little smooch. And I'll be goddamn. Ladies, you young ladies, please don't do that shit. Okay? The men with warts, what I would suggest you do is go and get rid of your goddamn warts. There is a medical, there's some medicines for that shit. There's no way in 2022 that you should be walking around looking like who did it and why. If you got any issues, there's medical shit for this. If your ass go to the goddamn doctors, black men, go seek a doctor. Go and get you an actual doctor. Any issues you got going on with your face, let's say you got warts, you got not freckles, but pimples and shit like that, that can be taken care of. They'll give you some creams. It might be something inner. Right? You might have something going on inside your body. There is medication for that. Do not expect a woman to overlook your appearance. That's never going to happen. You're not going to overlook hers. Fuck out of here. Men who don't like fat women, we're not telling you to go get you a fat woman. Fuck out of here. God damn. Fair use, here we go. What y'all think about that? Let me look in the chat. No, I'm going to move on and then I'll look. Fair use. This woman just told us that we might have to go through a lot of frogs. That's a whole lot of men. So we supposed to pick up the frog, give him the goods and everything, then find out he ain't nothing but the frog. He ain't turned into a prince. And then we move on to the next. See, they don't even think about what come out of their mouth. Okay? Fair use, here we go.
When black mothers teach their daughters the game. Yes, featuring Marjorie and Lori. So we all know that there was a recent breakup. This is like breakup number. I done lost count.
It ain't none of your motherfucking business to be counting breakup number. Why'd you even care? She could go through 100 motherfucking breakups. What that got to do with you? This is what I'm talking about. The women want to censor our bodies. Also, they want to tell us what to do while they looking. Like these looking ass niggas, we got looking ass women. I said I wasn't going to use the B word, y'all. We got looking ass women. Looking and watching. Watching and looking. Envious. Watching and looking. I got my own man. I'm going to promise you, I don't look at gossip, y'all. I don't look at none of that. If it's not world news about politics, what's going on, because a lot is going on in our world right now. Last thing I need to be looking at is who dating who, when, where, and how they broke up. Fair use, here we go.
I don't have any more fingers as it relates to Lori.
Y'all see that's taking a shot at another black woman. It's jealousy. Jealousy, baby, jealousy.
Her and Michael B. Jordan was going strong for over a year. And the news has broke that they are no longer. And allegedly, it's because he wanted something more long term.
Like if I said it on here, that's what the F.
Look, it's her fault. It's her fault because he wanted something long term. He wanted something long term, and so it's her fault they broke up because he wanted to make her a righteous woman, right? Allegedly. See, even in alleged worlds, they still make it the woman's fault. That's why I call them liars. Because they don't know. She said allegedly, but she continued to make it this woman's fault, this young woman's fault. So you see we go.
I said, and that's what I meant.
So just leading with that, we're going to break into our actual topic and tie that into the game that she likely learned from mama.
That she likely learned from mama. She likely learned it from mama. From mama. Sounding just like these Manosphere as men. The ones who mad at mama, disgusted with mama, blaming mama because mama should have chose a better dad for their ass. Mama should have did this and should have did that. That's mama. And that's who this woman sound like. If her voice was a little more deeper, I would have sworn it was a Manosphere ass man. Okay? But likely from mama though. But let's hear who they say she following after. Because it don't sound like they're going to be talking about what mama did a lot. They're going to be talking about what daddy did a lot. Fair use, here we go.
Marjorie was dating like a kingpin of Memphis, and then the kingpin went to jail, and then didn't she get married to his cousin?
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly. Woo, baby, allegedly.
Yeah.
Who was also about that life. Said he wasn't cutting it. Say, see, Steve Harvey saw her. Steve Harvey was in, I think this is his third marriage.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. So she was dealing with men who was about that life. And you mean a man like Steve Harvey came along? So wait a minute. So you mean there would be a man of another type, right? She was messing with thugs and she ended up grabbing her, somebody who wasn't a thug, huh? But it doesn't matter because as you see, they're going to tear him apart too. Because he was in his, third marriage or second marriage. Or wow, here we go.
Yeah, he was married to his second wife at the time.
He was married to his second wife at the time and kicked that second wife to the curb and got with a real one.
And
got with a real one. Got rid of real one. He got rid of his first wife, probably due to whatever. Got with his second wife, right? Second wife. And then he got with his third wife, who was a real one. A real what? Got with a real one. A real one. Woo, babe. The disrespect on women from a group of women. But remember, now they talking about Steve Harvey. They're not even putting him in a bad, like, they just like he was with the first wife, second wife, right? And now he's with a real one. Fair use, here we go.
And I think that it's evident that she is essentially teaching her daughter, has taught her daughter her same ways.
She teaching her daughter her same ways. But they just mentioned the dad is the one who married 3 times. The dad is out there making moves, but it's the mom who's teaching her daughter her same ways. And what ways are they talking about? What ways are you talking about? You mean like being young? Having access to wealthy men? And because she has wealth herself, she don't have to settle? You know what I mean? Some women may hold on to that man. He might be able to abuse her and do everything else. But see, the thing about this couple right here, he don't have the power over her. I'm not even saying he's looking to have it. I don't know nothing about this man. Just like these 2 women who talking, they don't know nothing about this couple. You don't know why they broken up. You're not even sure they was really together. They may have gone on a couple of dates, but they're not even sure if they was together. Fair use, here we go. These women too old for this shit. I could see if they was 20-year-old and don't have the perspective of life. But you do know that in this world called Hollywood, they have put people together who really was not together. But by them being together, it boosts both their careers. They go on a date. Next thing you know, the tabloids is saying they together. But if he's a working man working out of the state, out of the area, maybe even out of the country on some other projects, he's away from her. But because they went on a couple of dates, people assume they're together. They might just have been friends. But I do know he's been out working on projects because he got a couple of movies that are going to be coming out. So where would that leave this young woman? She don't have to be home barefooted pregnant waiting for some man who she's not married to just because he got money, because she has money. Her family comes from wealth. But I mean, what do I know? I mean, I've just been here watching the tabloids run this type of shit, especially in the Black community, forever. It always look good when 2 powerful people or 2 come together. It boosts them both up. Right? She is just the daughter of somebody powerful. He is an actor. She becomes more known based on just going on a date with him. He becomes known because he's dating a Black woman. And all the Black women would love to date such a handsome man. But I digress. I mean, what the fuck do I know?
To essentially, enjoy life with whomever you want, but don't settle until you climb, as high as you can up the ladder.
Oh, so the game is you can date whoever you want, but don't settle until you get high? What you mean high? This woman is born into wealth, essentially. Her father is wealthy. This woman ain't got to start a career if she don't want to. She ain't got to date into marriage. But I mean, I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna be good, y'all. I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be good. Her dad is wealthy, and I'm talking about big wealth. I remember him losing some wealth, gaining some wealth, came back even stronger. Right? I bet you she has enough money in a bank that was put to the side for her as a child to where she'll be good for the rest of her life. And then because she's wealthy, from a wealthy family, she has access to wealthy men. She's a beautiful young woman. So She's beautiful and she has wealth, access to other men. And these two women are sitting at the bottom, like the rest of us, right? Judging her, watching her. They ain't gonna say nothing negative about this guy. But anyway, I digress. Fair use, here we go.
Lori has been engaged to a soccer player, has been attached to rappers, has been attached to, actors.
You mean access? What you mean attached to? You see how she used that word, attached? You mean she have access. That means she is around in places where these people are. And just because she take a picture with them doesn't mean she's attached. But you would like to attach her. You would also like to insinuate that she's attached, which kind of insinuate that she's been with. And this is why they are liars. And they will lie on the black woman. Fair use, here we go.
Been attached to men from many different industries, and yet no one has been able to capture her heart. She is a straight player, and that's a prime example of
the term player. Do you think they're using that in a good way or a negative way? Why they call it a player? She's young. She might not even be, she's young like the rest of you who not looking for marriage. Why should she be looking for marriage if nobody's looking for marriage? The young men are not looking for marriage, and so the young women are not looking for marriage. So why is she the player then? I'm gonna look in the chat. Why do y'all think they calling her the player? Let me come over there. Why are they calling her the player? She's 25. Why are they calling her the player when they know damn well, based on the men in their arena, right, the manosphere, these men are not getting married. They're admitting they're not looking for marriage. They're admitting that why should we get married? The women are also saying, well, yeah, if I don't want to be bothered like that. So why is now she is the player instead of her just being young in the world in which we are living in the society in which we are living in? Yeah, they're hating. They hold marriage on a pedestal. That is true. That's what they're doing also. They're making it seem like, why can't she get married? They made it seem like the young man, he wanted something serious, but they didn't mention that he wanted marriage. He wanted something serious, allegedly. Delusional at best. That's right. I'm not for everyone. So that's why when I would say that they're haters, they'll say, I'm not hating, I'm just giving my opinion. It don't sound like you giving an opinion. It sounds like you putting a label on her. Well, Bob, that's my opinion. My opinion is, and I'm like, okay, so what did she do that would make you give her that label? And then now you just wanted to say it. And makes her look bad when you call her the player. When you say she was attached to all these men. They're not gonna mention the women she was around. They just gonna, so they make it seem like I guess is out there that she's been sleeping with all these people. Travel said relationships are a lot of work and stress. Naggers need to make it worth it or kiss some ass goodbye. And I think that's what both sides are saying. The men and the women are saying, hey, why should I settle down? There's a lot of beautiful women out here for me to get through. And the women are saying, well, shit, I can make my own money. I'm not dealing with no headache of no man cheating on me. Okay? So it's crazy, yo. It's crazy. We're going to get back to it, though. So I just wanted to be, I see them as haters. I just wanted to make sure if anybody disagree, can you type it in so I can read it? Because I'm wondering why they attacking this young woman, 25 years old. 25 years old. 25. It's not like she's 45. And even if she was 45, it would be different. But 25, though. Anyway, here we go. Fair use. Here we go.
One of the ways in which Black women teach their daughters game. Desired men on the planet, but that is how you know that she don't give a damn, that she finds more value in herself than she found in him.
She found more value in herself than she does in him. I find more value in myself than I do anyone as well. Anybody find more value in someone other than yourself than you do yourself? If you admit to that, then you need some self-love. Now we in mammonism right now. This is a mammy. Right now, that statement she just made is from a mammy. A mammy would say some shit like that. And let me explain. See, a mama, right? I'm going to call it a mama. A mama would tell her sons and her daughters how valuable they are. Yes, you're valuable. A mammy, though, on the other hand, will tell her sons that the woman you get with need to look up at you. She need to put you first. That's a mammy. Mammy. Right? Because the mammy believes the man is everything. The mammy treated her sons better than she treated her daughters. The mammy even put her sons above herself. The mammy did everything but sleep with her sons. The mammy made the son head of the household. Just because he was born a male. And the mammy wants other women to put her son above everything. And if you don't put their sons above everything, she would try to convince her son that he deserves better than that woman. A mother, on the other hand, would teach their children, boys and girls, that they are worthy and that you put no one above yourself unless it's a child, your child, right? Because a child can't fend for himself. So just now what she said was, I bet you she valued herself more than she valued him. Well, what is wrong with that? They're not married, first of all. And second of all, yes, ladies, value yourself more than you value others. Yes, guys, value yourself more than you value others, especially if you're not married to them. They're not in your family. Self-love, self-care. You should worry about yourself. That's the only way you can even care about your family. If you don't care for yourself, your mental state, your physical state, how can you help your children if you're sickly? How could you help your children if you end up dying? There's all kinds of angles I could go at this shit. But this young woman had no right. I'll be damned. You had no right, young lady, to put yourself above this man. Oh, Lord. Somebody get her. Grab her. Let's string her up. Hang her. Woo, baby. And they wonder, see, they'll sit there and say, like, I didn't mean it that way. Then what did you mean? What could you? I can't even think of something that could clear this statement up. Mammy ass. Oh, I said I wasn't going to do it. I'm not going to do it. It's so easy for me to do it, but I'm not. I'm gonna keep it clean, y'all. I'm gonna keep it clean. I'm like the white man from town. Keep it clean. I'm gonna keep it clean. Fair use. Here we go.
Literally, she is, how old is Lori Harvey? 27, 28. She's not, 21. But she is still not ready to settle down. She says she has more living to do.
Both these women just got married. One just celebrated her first year anniversary, which I say congratulations to, just like last week, right? And the other one just got married like last month. And they're talking about what this 20-something-year-old woman isn't doing. Wait a minute, didn't you waited a whole you waited a whole 15 years later than her to get married? Why are you concerned about what these young women are doing? Mammy, you want to be a mammy? We don't want you though. Ladies, please stop supporting this nonsense right here. Okay? This shit is dangerous. The men roll over there in droves because you're there. I'm not saying don't watch them. You do what you want to do. That's not what I'm saying. But we got to be very careful in those that we support. Okay? That's all I'm saying. And they don't say, well, it's just my opinion. People come and listen to my opinion. And their opinion is against you, ladies. It's not just as simple as somebody has an opinion. It's like they are educating the men. You don't see, they admit their manosphere. Think about what they're admitting to. They admit that their space is for men. They are over there educating men. So what they say, the men are listening to and believing it because you support it. It's like you're in the chat saying, yeah, you're right. Even if you're not saying they're right, by you being there and always going there, you are essentially telling them that they're right. And the men see you over there. And so you are validating what they're saying. It doesn't matter what you say in the chat, because even if you disagree with them in the chat, the men find that to be a time for them to attack you, to spar with you, to fight with you. So they enjoy that too. You see? So just understand, they are openly admitting now that they are Manosphere. When I was telling y'all that they were Manosphere, at one time they wasn't admitting this. But then when Kevin got big, admitting that you're Manosphere brought more money. So now they started to openly admit that they're Manosphere. That means, ladies, they're not there for you. They're not there for you. Fair use, here we go.
Oh, that she is pricing herself out of the game. I think that, like you pointed out, she will always have options.
Culture that we're in right now says that if Rihanna is a billionaire, it's okay to be a single mother. She don't give a damn about ASAP Rocky. She could buy another ASAP Rocky.
Oh.
So
the thing is,
what? So they brought in Rihanna. So Rihanna is a grown ass woman having her first child. Just had her first child, right? And it didn't matter if it's with an ASAP Rocky. I don't think she's concerned about ASAP Rocky's money, because she was making ASAP money when she first came out many years ago, before there was an ASAP Rocky, right? Rihanna been out for many goddamn years. We talking 20 plus years, if I'm correct. Let me think about this. My children were little. I was a young woman, my damn self, when Rihanna and Beyonce and them came out, they were teenagers, but I was a grown woman. So yes, Rihanna, why did, my God, now they saying Rihanna and making it okay to be a single parent. You was a single parent before Rihanna was even a single parent. Single parenthood has been going on for a long time. And now y'all want to make it seem like Rihanna is telling everybody it's okay to be a single parent? Is that what you just said? That Rihanna, because Rihanna is wealthy and a single parent, that she's telling the world it's okay to be a single parent? I think you a decade too late, maybe, on that. But there we have it, another Black woman for them to blame. I guess now Rihanna is the face of the single Black woman, the single parent, the single Black woman with a child. Even though we know Rihanna is in a whole relationship. Okay. So I don't think she's representing the situations that happens when a woman is a single mother, a single parent, right? Because usually she's younger. She ends up with somebody who she thinks she likes and who likes her. After he finds out she's pregnant, he leaves. He may be there in the beginning while she's pregnant, but then something happens and he's gone by the time the child is born, and most definitely before the child is 1 year old. That is what is usually happening. And we don't see that in Rihanna's story. But of course, she's going to blame another Black woman, baby. Another Black woman. Here we go, fair use.
Typically, when you become a single mother, that allegedly that decreases your sexual market value. But I'm calling cap on that, because I don't think that Rihanna's sexual market value is going to be impacted. Not only did she get pregnant by him, they're not married, so she's unwed, which is a horrible sin. And
you see how they going in, baby. She called cap on something, but as soon as she called cap, this is what they call being on the woman's side. See, they'll say, but Bob, I disagree with some of the Manosphere talking points. But then what they do is they'll say, I disagree, but then they'll do what they just did. Well, I call cap on that. But not only is she this, but she's that. And oh my God, it's a sin what she's doing. And it's so terrible. So they'll mention that. Well, Bob, in this thing, we was even agreeing that we disagreed with the fair market value. That's what they'll come over and tell me. Bob, did you even listen to the stream? I disagreed. Yeah, you disagreed, and then you went back to beating up on the Black woman, though. Just that goddamn quick. Wow.
And in addition to her being unwed, he just got charges for connected to a murder. Like, he out on bond. But if we take Kim K, literally she had a stepdaddy for her kids that's 12 years younger than her. That was...
Did she just compare these women to Kim K? Kim K had a stepdaddy for hers. Kim K had a stepfather for hers. I could have sworn Kim K was married through her babies, through all of them. Wasn't she? Wasn't her and Kanye married? I don't know much, right? Because I don't follow. I don't follow other people's lives, y'all. That's our issue. Our issue is following other people's lives. And then look who we following. People who don't know, they don't even compare to us. We're not even in the same range nowhere, right? For instance, why would I be looking at how wealthy people live and I'm not wealthy? If anything, I want to see what the people who same income level or maybe a tad bit higher, and I want to see how they making their money and how they getting by, how they doing things, how they able to buy things. I want to make moves like that. But we can't even. What are we learning from watching these wealthy people? We're learning how to spend our money, but we're not learning how to make it. We're looking at how they fashion and want to repeat it. Wow. Wait, let me listen to more of what she had to say about Kim K, because I can't believe this shit. That they comparing Rihanna to Kim K or even Lori. Kim K did porn to make her money. And y'all, like people said, she didn't have that to do because she was already wealthy. Her family was wealthy. And I'm not even putting her down for doing the porn. I'm just wondering, why did they pick Kim K against Rihanna and even this young woman, Lori Harvey? The delusion, like, wow, this is bad. Fair use, here we go.
Signed up before the divorce was final. Before the divorce was finalized, she had a man.
Woo! Before the divorce was final, she had a man. Is that sin? Because you just said that Rihanna was sin. But you know, if I end up with a man before my divorce is final, that makes me a cheater. And she gonna mention that Kim K was a cheater? Let's hear it.
12 years her junior, signing up to play stepdaddy to the children. And she got 4 kids and 40 plus.
But it was just crazy. It's like Lori is.
Wow, y'all. I'm coming to see what y'all have to say about that. Woo, baby. I'm sorry, y'all. What happened? She had a boyfriend who she was sleeping with before she got divorced. But Rihanna committed sin because it was sinful. Sorry. Woo! Let's see. Oh my God. Let's see. I love Rihanna. I don't like rappers and rap music. That's her life. I get it. Yep. Let's see. I did used to listen to their channel sometimes. They have the sisterhood moments, and you could hear when it's genuine. Are they far in between, Queen? Who cares about Kim K sex tape? It made her millions and put her on the map. I agree with that. And I don't think anybody care about it, sis. That's not why I was brought up. But why are they mentioning what Rihanna is doing? That's what I'm saying. Nobody care about Kim K sex tape. You know what I'm saying? Shit, we're gonna be clear. We're gonna be clear. That wasn't no Kim K sex tape. That was a whole production. That was Kim K doing porn. A sex tape is where me and my husband, right? If our sex tape end up getting leaked, right? We got probably a dozen little sex tapes, or should I say scenes, right? A dozen or more. And if they get leaked, but no, that was a whole production. That was setting up, lighting, everything. That was whole porn. Okay? Let's see. How many times Kim K been married? 2 or 3. She was married 3 times, I think, right? There are always double standards with how Black women and white women behave in relationship. I agree, but we shouldn't be the ones committing the double standards. We as the Black women. And that's what I want y'all to know. That's why they're male identified. Men will think that way. Some of them, right? The men will have the double standards between Black women and white women. But we as Black women shouldn't have no double standards of Black women and white women. And those two are black women, but they are male identified. They think like men. Period. Period. I just want y'all to know, period. So yes, that's what they're doing, Sugar Bomb. They glorifying Kim, but shaming Lori. Okay? And that's what this is about. I'm not here to embarrass Kim. In fact, I don't even know why she got in the conversation, but that's what they do. That's what they do, right? Verba said exactly, Bob. The Kim K. Ray J tape was planned, and so was the release. Yes, it was. They've already admitted that. Ray J himself just admitted it, but you knew it if you ever saw the tape. If you ever saw it. If you ever saw it, listen. Even with money, right? If me and my husband came in the room and started having sex, I can show you what that looked like. We ain't got no high-tech lighting. Right? Remember, originally, for those of you probably were young when that shit happened, but there was a claim that they recorded themselves just having sex, basically just having sex. Like I think she was even claiming that she didn't know she was being taped at one point, right? That she didn't even know. But so she was being recorded as if somebody set up a little recorder in between some books and shit. And then they just was having sex and got captured. And then it got leaked. Have y'all ever watched that tape? Man, the close-ups, the bright light. Man, that was people in that motherfucking room recording that shit. Fuck out of here. That's straight porn. And somebody said she wanted to be like Paris Hilton because Paris Hilton had got big. That's right. It's all came out recently. Okay? Someone said it is, and we as black women have to watch our own backs. Yes, we do. They do think just like men. It's not natural. That is a fact. It's not natural. Kim K was still married to a second husband, though they were separated when she got pregnant with North. What? I didn't know that. See, I don't know anything about Kim K, to be honest, except what y'all come up and tell me. Or if I could go watch it in 3 minutes, a little 3-minute video clip where they talking about her life. But I didn't even know she had been married before getting with Kanye. But I think Taylor had come up and was telling me about Kim Kardashian, right? And I believe I found out that Kim was a thief, that she stole from Ray J's family, right? Her mother, she stole from from Ray J's mother. Did y'all remember that? Anyway, so she was married and got pregnant. I didn't know that. So she had to get a divorce to marry him. And now before she divorces Kanye, she already had a boyfriend. Okay, who we know she's sleeping with. We watching them tonguing each other down, all that shit. No, I think that's the other sister, right? I think I might be getting the sisters mixed up with that. Nobody give a fuck. I don't care about none of them motherfuckers, to be honest. Okay? They come into our community. They make that black money. They take that black money and live very whitely. Okay? They live very whitely. They stepped on, and squashed black people as they on their way to the top. And watch how white they gonna turn. You know who else did that shit? What is her name? The one who made the word twerk get into the dictionary. Although black people was twerking for a long time. Her ass, Miley Cyrus. Miley Cyrus was black, man. She was black for 2 or 3 motherfucking years, and now when her new album came out, it was very whitely. It was white as the purest white snow. She was over there acting brand new. Or was she acting brand new when she was hip hop, putting grills in her mouth? They look and step on us because we have lots of money coming out of our pockets for different things. Okay? The brother speaker said the tape was like Kim herself, boring as fuck. It was quite boring. Okay? Kim can't let people out. Nobody give a fuck about. Listen, if that's what she did, good. What that got to do with us? With this conversation? It's weird that she was able to go and use her sex appeal to get people out of jail. Did those people deserve to get out of jail anyway? Now, I'm not saying that, hey, she's not doing what she's doing. What that got to do with anything in this conversation? Alpha, you's about a dumb motherfucker. And you starting to piss me off. That's why I don't like reading comments in the chat. Because the motherfuckers like you who will throw me all the way the fuck off the conversation. God damn it. Hey, Music, Mr. Music, how you doing? That's a man eater. House men go in, bitches get spit out. Oh my God. Hey, and then we find out that Kanye West is mentally ill. And if y'all think about it from that perspective, why she didn't get Ray J to marry her? Why she didn't have, that was a few black men who done dug her out. So my question is though, what it was about Kanye West. We see that man actively being messed up. She can withhold his medication and the nigga go loop-and-loop. She could have been there acting like she his nurse. When she was there caring for him, he was on the right track. Then you notice when she decided she wanted out, you could tell he no longer on his medication. Y'all notice that? Y'all didn't notice that? We're not going to notice that? We're not going to notice, right, when they was talking about having marital issues and shit, you could tell that nigga wasn't on his medication. The nigga was going crazy. He probably already had issues before his mom. He already had mental issues before that. You don't develop mental issues because of something like that happened. But they probably was keeping it secret. His mother probably had him making sure he taking his medication. His mother was very there for him. Hey, did you take your medicine? Hey, I'm gonna put your medicine in the bag. Here, make sure you take it. She called him up. Hey, it's 2:00. Did you take your medicine? She called somebody up and said, hey, Kanye didn't take his medicine. Go give him a glass of water and his pill. And then they'll call up. Hey, he don't want to take it. She could call his ass up. Hey, take that medicine. But don't make me come down there and whip your ass, boy. Yes, mom. He takes his medicine. She dies. He no longer have that type of support. Kim K comes along and she's willing to take on that job. She takes on that job, making sure he takes his medicine. He's taking his medicine. Now he's in love with her, but it's not really a love, but it's more of a like motherly love. It's like she taking on the job of his mother. And so that is love. The bad thing about that is the person who's doing that for him could take advantage of it. If they don't call to make sure he's taking his medicine, then he don't take the medicine. She can act like she forgot herself. Next thing you know, a week or two without the meds, they start falling. It's a lot into this shit. Okay, he used to be on medicine. Even she admits that. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot into this shit, y'all. When she decided she wanted out of the marriage, I think she wanted out of the marriage when she decided to have that last baby, but refused to use her own body. She didn't want to use her own body. To me, that's telling. That's very telling. Okay. It's easy to give up your egg, y'all. It's not that difficult. They go in, they grab an egg. You know what I mean? To me, that was very telling. And then when she said, well, she was told on the last birth that it was going to be difficult. All births are difficult. That woman is white. What would have made it to where you think she would have passed away with all that money and people supporting her, having it there? C-section. See, that's what she didn't want. She didn't want to hurt that body, baby. Anyway, fair use, y'all. Let's get back on topic. Okay. And then I'll put the link up. But I'm just wondering why they brought up Kim K. They have no other black people to beat up on black people with. They went and picked a white woman. This is what the men in the Manosphere do. They uplift Kim K. and down put every black woman. That's what these two women just did. Fair use, here we go.
Never going to be without a dude, and she's probably not going to be without a successful one. Is society actually changing to where you can look at a woman and say that the woman is the player in that situation versus the woman being seen as the hoe in that situation?
Bad thing. But I think even in general, Lori is not being looked upon as the hoe. She's being looked upon as the player, as the one who's on top, as the one with options, and she's exercising them freely. I don't think that this reflects poorly on Lori.
Now it don't reflect. Now y'all heard everything they said up until this point. This is the game they play with y'all when y'all go over there. We heard. That's why I stopped. See, instead of us playing it all and then going through it, we would have forgot everything they said before this point. Everything they said before this point was very negatively against Lori's mother, right? And they even threw Rihanna in there. But now they said, oh, well, being a player is better than being considered the war. Now it's a player. And now they're saying that I don't even think it's a bad thing that it's a player. Well, what about all that shit y'all said before that, though? This is a perfect video to show y'all what they do. This is perfect. Fair use, here we go.
I don't. Well, but as it stands, I don't think that most people see her in a negative light because of her exercising her options.
I was like, Marjorie has a shady past, right? Mm-hmm. But if you put money on it and sparkle and you wash it and you bleach it a little bit, nobody's thinking about Marjorie's past.
Isn't it Marjorie? Not Marjorie, but Marjorie. Who gives up? Okay. Nobody's thinking about Marjorie's past because it's Marjorie's past, and nobody should care about Marjorie's past. If Steve Harvey didn't give a fuck, then that's the thing about Steve Harvey. He was a man. He didn't give a fuck. He didn't give a fuck if y'all cared if he got divorced. He didn't give a fuck if you didn't like his wife. He didn't give a fuck if you didn't like his choice. He don't give a fuck if you don't like what he's doing with his money. You don't give a fuck if what he give and not give to his children. He don't give a fuck. That's what he is, a man. And so he ain't got to wash and spin not a goddamn thing. You bring up her past, I'm quite sure if she didn't write a book, there will be a book. There probably is a motherfucking book out there already. And these people are telling their past. Only some black people want to sit and watch people's lives and judge them. Do you want to then make it seem like they're trying to hide their past? They ain't doing nothing more than anybody else is doing. Just because they don't come out and say, yeah, I was married to a drug dealer at one point, or I was dating them. Listen, goddamn, fair use, here we go.
Everybody is talking about who Marjorie is with today, and Marjorie looks like a respectable woman.
Lori is merely a socialite. What does she do?
But look, take pictures and be cute.
Literally, her success is hinged on the fact that she's beautiful. That all she has to do is just be. Come on, like that's very telling.
What is that telling? That she's a woman? She's wealth through her family? Her father made the money? What is that telling? That's Kim K, right? Kim K started out that way. Nobody cared when the white people do it. So yeah, she's a socialite. That's what I said earlier. Remember when y'all was saying she's connected to all these men, these rappers, she this and attached, she's attached. Well, yeah, because she's a socialite. When I mentioned that maybe they just went out to eat dinner. Because this man has been gone, I thought he was out of the country, filming 2 movies for the past 2 years or plus. So unless she followed his ass and was where he was, that wasn't a real relationship like that. See the game they played though, man, they switched it up quick. Now I don't know where they at. Where y'all think they are with it now? Because at first they was against her, making it seem like it was negative. Now they then switched it up and made it seem like, oh, it's no problem. And let's see where y'all think they're going with it next. What y'all think? Do anybody else see the pattern that I've been seeing I've been seeing this pattern for 2 years. Y'all see what's going on? This is how they get you. Because I saw somebody typed in the room, I'm not sure if I read it, where I think they said that sometimes they have great conversations about women in a good light, right? And they said that it seemed genuine. Well, they just did that. They just put this in a good light after tearing her apart. Then they put it in a good light. This is what they've been doing. And they know it. They know it. This isn't a general a basic flow of a conversation. This is how they channel was set up. Let's tear them up. We see the black men, because the black men gonna come in from the black manosphere. They tearing it up. They started noticing if more women come in, they change it up. They know the men gonna leave. Most of them probably have left by now anyway, within an hour. Because somebody just sparked up a line where they could go somewhere else. Now they see that they got mostly women in, and now they changing it up. And then what's going to happen if the men come back in? They're going to change it up once again. That is a stream over there. Hello, Asia, how you doing? So let's continue on. Let's see where they're going to go with it from the... And if y'all don't believe me, y'all go and listen to their streams and see how that flow, how that shit flow. Okay? Here we go.
I don't think her beauty is going to diminish anytime soon. Look at Marjorie. Marjorie is 50 plus and still is gorgeous. So yeah, I think she has a good thing going.
I don't think she's gonna lose. And it's always gonna be somebody out here to save her. She dumps Michael B. Jordan like he was a goddamn Lunchable. That she just, like an old pair of Air Force One, she didn't care. She threw them in the trash after one use. You've been able to have your pick of the litter as a woman, and you know that you've been able to get dudes in a certain position to where the dudes want to be with you, they really want to marry you. I think it puts a bit of extra step in you. It tells you that you that chick, and you're not stressed out about whether or not you're going to be able to get a man, or if men are going to stop looking or whatever. And I think she has the same type. She was raised by a Marjorie Harvey.
And there's like a 10-year age difference between the two. And, she still want to live it up. For whatever reason, she is not ready to be tied down. She was engaged. And
this is when most of the women was in there. Let me back this shit up. Let me see where I'm at. I'm going to come back to 8. Let's go listen to when they started.
An interesting take that they took on this. Let's get into.
This is like breakup number. I done lost count. I don't have any more fingers. As it relates to Lori, her and Michael B. Jordan was going strong for over a year. And the news has broke that they are no longer, and allegedly it's because he wanted something more long term.
Like if I said it on here, that's what the F I said, and that's what I meant.
So, just leading with that, we're going to break into our actual topic and tie that into the game that she likely learned from Mama.
Marjorie was dating like a kingpin of Memphis, and then the kingpin went to jail, and then didn't she get married to his cousin?
Yeah, allegedly. Yeah.
Who was also about that life. Said he wasn't cutting it. Say, see, Steve Harvey saw her. Steve Harvey was in, I think this is his third marriage.
Yeah, he was married to his second wife at the time.
He was married to his second wife at the time, and kicked that second wife to the curb and got with a real one.
And I think that it's evident that she is essentially teaching her daughter, has taught her daughter her same ways, to essentially, enjoy life with whomever you want, but don't settle until you climb, as high as you can up the ladder. Lori has been engaged to a soccer player, has been attached to rappers, has been attached to, actors, has been attached to men from many different industries, and yet no one has been able to capture her heart. She is a straight player, and, that's a prime example of one of the ways in which Black women teach their daughters game. Desired men on the planet, but that is how you know that she don't give a damn, that she finds more value in herself than she found in him. Literally, she is, how old is Lori Harvey? 27, 28. She's not, 21. But she is still not ready to settle down. She says she has more living to do. Know that she is pricing herself out of the game. I think that, like you pointed out, she will always have options.
Culture that we're in right now says that if Rihanna is a billionaire, it's okay to be a single mother. She don't give a damn about ASAP Rocky. She could buy another ASAP Rocky.
Ooh.
So
the thing is, typically when you become a single mother, that allegedly that decreases your sexual market value. But I'm calling cap on that, because I don't think that Rihanna's sexual market value is going to be impacted. Not only did she get pregnant by him, they're not married, so she's unwed, which is a horrible sin. And in addition to her being unwed, he just got charges for connected to a murder. Like, he out on bond. But if we take Kim K, literally, she had a stepdaddy for her kids that's 12 years younger than her, that was signed up before.
Y'all don't hear it? Y'all don't hear it? See, I hear it when I first hear it. When I hear what they say, I take them for what they say. But then when they start connecting it to, oh, that's powerful and it's all okay, right? Because we at 8. Let me go back to 8 minutes. When they started making it seem like, oh, it's all good. Fair use. That's why they want you to listen to the whole stream, because they'll be able to get in their jabs and shit, and then they can sweeten it up to where you will be able to digest it, where you are willing to sip on the tea. In the beginning, you're sipping on it, it tastes a little bitter. And then they add more sugar to it. And then you're ready to just gobble it all in. Just, he's like, oh, okay, I can input this. Anyway, fair use, here we go. Oh, let me get it back where it was, about right here.
Oh, she called off her engagement. So yeah.
Superhead has been married multiple times. I mean, if Superhead can still, Superhead is out here finding husbands, And I think
Man, listen.
Superhead has been married multiple
Whew,
times.
you ain't lying. I mean,
Multiple times.
you ain't lying. And I would say I don't necessarily know if she has a shelf life, but as it stands, I think that time is on her side. Nobody is bashing her. The media isn't looking down on her. Even if you look at comments from any of these media platforms, like people are praising her for, her owning her autonomy and deciding what is best for her and not actually being tied down what she's doing.
You sound a little too damn excited when you talking about how Lori running through these niggas and she
Oh
having a
my
city
God,
girl summer. You sound really excited about that, Concrete.
clearly, I mean that's kind of listen.
How she
Okay, so
cashing out on these niggas.
let me ask you this: are there benefits? Is there an upside for Black women to teach their daughters the game?
There is an upside to that. If you're teaching your daughters the game, you can teach your daughters how to gain monetarily. You can teach them how to acquire materials. You can teach them how to get in and get out. Teaching her how to avoid uh messed up dudes. Teaching her how to avoid like if somebody's not being reciprocal to her, you can teach her that.
Okay. I agree with all that. You can teach your daughters and your sons how to be valuable, to value yourself, to love yourself, have self-care, right? Take care of yourself. Okay? I guess
You can teach
if
her
that's called giving the game, then I guess we all must do it. Right? But
high self-esteem.
It's no matter what area of life you're in, you don't have to necessarily be in the streets for game to benefit you. Like corporate sector, like game is ran on all different levels. So it's important to me for you to ensure that your daughters are aware of the game.
Girls running game on like the girls going out for the free meals and knowing that she's not gonna sleep with a guy ever.
See, Manosphere and Tucker Point. So for those who wasn't here, maybe about 4 years ago, Obsidian decided to talk about women who was getting free food. Women who were getting free food. And I was thinking to myself, what? He was saying, yeah, these women, they'll call us and go out on dates with us and have no intention of sleeping with us. And I was like, dude, that's how this shit works. A man asks a woman out to dinner and she says yes. If she decides to say yes. But that doesn't mean she owe you sex. And the men was getting upset. They were like, yeah, why should we pay for dinners and not get sex? And I was like, what? Obsidian he was hurt. Somebody must have stood his ass up. Somebody that went out with him, he was all horny and shit. And he thought it was gonna be more, but it wasn't. Right? You go out to eat and you talk. You're supposed to talk, get to know each other. Once you get to know each other, you might not like each other. You might not feel like this is gonna work. But he started coming to the internet, making it seem like women were doing this on purpose just to get free food. And I was like, it could be. Right? It could be. There could be the guy who that's happening to, he knows it. Because it's not just one woman doing it to him, but it's several. The guy who would hit me up and say, hey, I'm thinking about coming through. You want me to bring you some food? I'd be like, nah, I'm good. I'm going to sleep. Nah, I'm just gonna come through and drop y'all some food. I'm about to run to this McDonald's, this Burger King, this Subway, this Chinese restaurant. You know what I mean? Like wherever. And he would almost like beg me to take his food. There would be some times where I might say, yeah, but I would also pay attention to him. He wasn't just doing that for me. He was doing that for other women. When we spot that, then we see what you're doing. Right? Why should I give a fuck about you treating me well when you treating everybody well? I realize I ain't special. I just realized I'm a part of your game. You trying to run this shit on me and her and the next one at the same time. And we women, when we peep that, nigga, you will become the game piece on the motherfucking board. We will play your ass. We will intentionally call you to bring us some motherfucking food. Okay? And send your ass on your motherfucking way. So that's when a lot of men get caught up. You got caught up, and the women was smarter than you. You got caught. And she didn't let you know. Instead of yelling at you, fussing at you, she played you. She beat you at your own goddamn game. Beat you at your own motherfucking game. Your ass going broke not because you bought me a Subway sandwich, nigga. You going broke because you bought 10 different women a Subway sandwich. And yeah. Don't get mad when y'all get played at your own goddamn game. Thinking women stupid. Okay? But anyway, he was having these men in an uproar. And then we were like, look, we don't give a fuck, right? We ain't giving you no sex on no first goddamn date. At the same time, they called the woman the whore. She for the streets if you had sex with him on the first date. You see, you have sex with him on the first date, then you for the streets. But if you didn't have sex with him on the first date, he angry and he ain't taking nobody on no more dates. That's the nonsense that's going on in the manosphere. Okay? And women like this was pushing that shit. The reason they was pushing this shit so they won't look like the whores that that these men would call us. They call all black women whores except for the women in the manosphere. The women in the manosphere got a pass. They didn't care if they was a single mother, if they already had that trashy background. As long as they was over there acting like they support the men, then the men wouldn't attack them. And then they know the black women, like myself, we don't want to attack them because they're black women. And that's when I changed it up on their ass. Because I will attack their motherfucking ass. Because these women are just like these men running game. They want to be a part of the sisterhood only just so the sisterhood won't attack them. But then they straight up will announce that they manosphere. So I don't know. I'm not a stupid woman, and you're not gonna play me like that. You're not gonna play me like that. You can play others. You're not gonna play. If I say I'm against the manosphere, and I think everybody who in the sound of my voice, if you don't know, now you know. I don't give a fuck about them niggas in the manosphere. And I'm trying to grab the young ones out of that shit. Because that shit is very toxic. And I don't give a shit about no motherfucking woman who is manosphere women. I'm going to be very clear about that. If your talking points is their talking points, then you are on my hit list. Because you are dangerous. You are more dangerous than them. Coming over, sipping tea with us, and then going back over there and spitting in our fucking face. Y'all don't hear them? Yeah, I'm Manosphere. Yep, I'm Manosphere. They got some of them won't even admit they're Manosphere because they know that shit is dangerous. They know we women, you know what I'm saying? They know we not gonna sit amongst their ass once they admit they're Manosphere. But for some reason, we sit amongst these women who admit their manosphere. I'm going to put the link in so I can find out why. Why are we sitting, just because they're women who admit their manosphere, why are we sitting with them? Because we just heard them do a switcheroo. Oh, it was negative. Now it's, oh, yeah, it's okay to be a player. You winning the game. That's the talking out of both sides of the moms. They're able to, when the men, and you know when they start, it's mostly men over there. The beginning of this was about the men, to cater to them. Yeah, Lori ain't nothing but this. She put herself first. And then it turned into, yeah, that's a good thing. Why did they even bring up Kim K? If they were saying Lori, everything Lori was doing was a good thing. They didn't have to even bring nobody else in this shit. They was making it seem Kim K already had a stepdad ready to take care of her kids. I might have to go over there and look at it from a, straight through and see how that progressed. Because maybe that's what it is. But yeah, let's do fair use and continue to listen to a little more. And put the link in. I want to know.
Using him for rides and an emotional tampon, or just using the guy up.
If they knew.
That's what the men used to say. We're using the men up. When she said emotional tampon, that's what they say. Even if you got a friend and a woman calls you up and she's crying on your shoulder, that's her using you. These men was outrageous. It was like, if they ain't getting no pussy, they ain't want nothing but pussy. You better not call them. Don't ask them for nothing if you're not giving them no pussy. I'm sitting and stand by that shit for a fact. Now he changed it up a little bit. He says that by the third date, if you ain't giving it up by the third date, then that's it. So he putting a time limit on your vaginas. And what I would say at the same time, I would tell him, I could go with that third date. Cool. By the third date, you better be marrying me. You want some vagina by the third date? Well, then I think we're gonna be getting married by the third date. I guess the second date you're gonna be asking me to be your fiance, and by the third date, I guess we're gonna be getting married, and then I will gladly consummate that marriage with some goddamn vagina. You niggas is crazy. What I just said, y'all would be like, hell no. And what you said, we would also be like, hell no. If we're not feeling it, we're not feeling it. You cannot make a woman put a time limit on when she will open up to you. You might be able to get it on the first date if you know how to talk. But all that nonsense these men are teaching you men, these men gonna have you out here with your dick dry. Or your pocket's gonna be empty because you're gonna have to pay a woman for her services. Wow. Anyway, fair use, here we go.
Game, if they knew what to look for, they might not have ended up in those situations. I will never turn my children away when they seek my advice, ever. My relationship with my children is one of the most important things that I have in this world. So if I can help them in any way to navigate that their exterior relationships, I'm going to be sure to do that. But I do understand your approach. Oftentimes you've told anecdotal stories about kind of the responses your mom has given you, and you seem to kind of have the same style as it relates to kind of how you want your children to.
Okay, we're done with that. I want to hear about the children. Anyway, I'm gonna put the link up, and then if somebody tell me, that I need to go to the original and tell me where to go, timestamp it, okay? Because it's a long stream over there. Otherwise, we could just continue talking about this, okay? If y'all saw something, when y'all looked at it from y'all perspective, if you just heard something different, tell me where to go so we can listen to it, okay? Let me see. Let me stop the share and let me grab this link. Participants. What the hell going on? Invite. They be changing things, y'all, when they do an update on Zoom. So listen, I did not listen to the original all the way. I listened to a small part of it. So I'm going based on what I just heard. Y'all heard me listen to it as I heard it as you heard it, right? That me, and I do that on purpose. I do that on purpose. I did hear a little bit of it. In the beginning, I was like, okay, yeah, this would be a good topic. So I listened to maybe like the first minute, 2 minutes, and thought it was a good topic. And then, but I did go over there and I listened to like a minute of it, and I said, okay, what I'm gonna do is if somebody say we need to go listen to it over there, just make sure you got the timestamp for me. Okay. That's all I'm saying. I say Manosphere are just camps of incel. The Manosphere, so let me tell you, I've been here for about 5 years, right? And when I first came, I thought the Manosphere was a group of Black men. The Black Manosphere, should I say? I thought was a group of Black men. I thought it was a great idea. Like, think about it. A place where Black men could come, be supportive of one another, help themselves, with careers and education, and even with women and marriages and all of that. That's a good thing. But that's not what it is. That's not what it is, right? I watched, I listened, I ran into BGS, the Angry Man, wow, O'Shea, which I thought was funny, Obsidian, and what's his name over there, the one who started calling women German shepherds, right? And I'm listening to all these men. There was others too, right? We have like Reg the Bad Guy, which is another area of men. I'm gonna be honest, what I found is that these pockets of Manosphere is where the men fit in. Like, they got the geeky group over there, you got the men over there who just hurt and old, and even though they got young people listening to them, I never understood why some men listen to some of these men. The real men, though, let me tell you, also there was a group of men, whether they were married and divorced or married, they was on here talking real shit. Like, I'm talking about wanting to tell them about marriage and wanting to tell them how to divorce went, but how you pick yourself up and move on. We got good men like that. Those men channels never popped off. Right? Hold up, y'all. They got people trying to get in. Let me see. But those channels never popped off, right? And those men would go on panels to even dispute the other men. And the men started using the word simps against them. A real Black man is not going to come online and let other men call them out their names. You're not going to hear that. Them men not going to like that shit. And I've seen where men really wanted to go and meet some of these men, because in person, they're not handled that way. And so what they found is that a lot of these men really aren't men, but they can act like they're men online. They can, because they're disrespectful. I watch men with the real information. They just decide they're going to close their shop down. They shut their channels down or changed it, KS did come up with a formula, but his formula is he took everybody's shit, dressed in a certain way, and then he catered to women. That really wasn't his formula. That came from actually with O'Shea. If O'Shea would have put the suit on, that would have been exactly Kevin Samuels. Okay, O'Shea mixed in with the other one I was just talking about, the one who said, "What's your dress on?" Kevin Samuels stole everything except that suit. That's the only thing that nigga That's the only thing that nigga had was his fragrance and that goddamn suit, and everything else came from everybody else. Okay, that's what it was. Hey, everybody, Brandy, and we have Cyber up here.
Hey,
How are you?
sis, what's going on? Hi,
How are you?
Cyber.
How are you?
I'm good. Hi, Cyber. How are you?
I'm doing well. Long day. So,
Mm.
I just wanted to say, just to comment on something I heard Bomb say.
Mhm.
Um, good subject as usual. I guess I'll be the firebrand. So, you know, it's unfortunate that there has to be kind of like a demand when you kind of mentioned it is a good analogy you used and you said, I guess we're gonna be married by the third date. That was funny. But I must attest and I must say, and I know I'm gonna get flack for it, but I got my Teflon suit on as usual. You know, the woman that in that situation, not necessarily forced, but it's been my observation and experience that the woman who actually gives it up first is the one who gets to the goal line first, and they don't necessarily have to be married. I think that
You get to the
it's
goal line first.
yeah, who the woman who actually goes by that and gives it up. And I mean, because that's one thing, like I've always said, I
Wait
don't.
a minute. Let's back up.
Oh yeah,
So, what you mean?
yeah.
Are you saying the woman who puts who when the man said give it up on the first date, she ends up on the goal line first?
The one who complies first is usually the one who's the most successful and
Dude, that
she
you
gets what
know
she
that
wants
shit
in the
not
end.
even true. If that was true, we wouldn't have all these single mothers with no men around because she gave it up and she got pregnant.
Mm,
What are
well,
you talking about?
I don't think so, Bob, and I can give you an example. But
Dude, we could give you hundreds of thousands of examples of single women y'all complain about. So that means they gave it up. So why were they single parents?
so those particular women in those instances who gave it up. Now, let me be
Mm.
very clear. Let me be very clear. When you know a bum when you see a bum, right?
No, we don't know bums all the time when we see bums, especially when we're young. You could be a bum and dress nice. We
It's a
know
lot of
we
women.
only know the bums who are out here walking the streets. Though you know what I mean? That's that type of bum. But we got bums
What
living with
about
us
what
daily.
about scrubs? What about scrubs?
We don't know that's what a scrub is. We don't know scrubs just by looking at them. Scrubs are dressed nice. They dress nice,
So
they smell good, they even know how to speak well. They just might be living with their mamas and shit. We might not know that.
so and to make sure I get this straight, because I don't want to assume. Am I hearing that the only time that women know scrubs and bums are as they are is either after the fact or they don't know scrubs and bums. Men, black men, they don't know these scrubs and bums when they're approached by them because they're too young to know any better. Is that what I'm hearing? I want to just make sure.
I'm saying you can't tell a man is a bum just when he approach you. How would you know?
I
They
mean,
Well,
come to
can
look.
well,
Go
so
ahead,
well,
Cyber,
Brandon.
let me ask you a question, Cyber, since we're having this discussion.
sure.
So if you see a young lady and she's dressed very well, she has on a
Mhm.
suit, she
Yes.
has on a nice pair of pumps, she's
Mhm.
very intelligent, she has a job and she's career minded. Do you know she a hoe?
I think.
That's yes or
Well,
no. Uh-uh.
the answer is no. But
Okay.
men don't come to you, my dear sister, and say, "Let's have sex," and then you just say, "Okay." That
It's
has
kind of is almost like that
And
to a degree, right? Go ahead, Brandon. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you
but
go
go,
ahead,
men
Brandon.
Brandon.
and men don't come to women where we automatically know they're a bum. The only way that you know that is by conversation and actions. You see
Right.
what I'm saying? So you
So
can't
here's what I want to
say,
ask you. Well, because I want to make sure that people aren't thinking that I'm just saying, "Oh, on site, this guy is a bum." What I'm saying is because I'm a guy who has spoken to women and I've observed other men speak to women. Now, Bomb is right when she's saying, okay, these are going to be the restrictions that I'm going to put on this if this is what you're asking for. She's totally 1,000% in the green on that and in the blue, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just making sure to take the temperature of the room here and everywhere else to say, when these single mothers that Baum has mentioned, which there are hundreds of thousands of examples, right? But all of these single mothers aren't some young Black girls. Most of them were and are women who have a little bit of experience out there on the battlefield. So when a man is accosting you or he's talking to you, as a man myself who's had to jump through the hoops but didn't necessarily have to comply with, you gonna marry me or not.
Okay, so wait,
I
we're
know
gonna
that
back up.
women, yeah,
Wait, we
I know
gotta back
women
up.
just,
We gotta back up. We gotta back up first. Remember when I said by the third date we must be getting married? The woman is the one who put the demand. It was the man. Remember I said these men are saying by the third date. Yeah, so I was saying, so if that's what the men are saying, then the woman can put her stipulation on it. But so we got that out the way. Mm-hmm. Also, when most women end up having their first child, mm-hmm. They are young. And that's the stats. If you go and look, they start having their kids at 16, 17, 18. They still kids in high school. So that's when they end up having the first child. That's the majority. So so they don't know they don't know anything except they knew, they had ended up having sex and pregnant.
Well, I think we can all agree those are the vulnerable percentages. But again, if we look at just facts, right? Again, every single mother who's out there who's had a child and ended up becoming a single mother in a situation, right? Like I watched a news clip. Some mother was involved in some criminal activity, or she ended up having like 4, 5, 6 kids, whatever, right? She wasn't young. She was like in her 30s, right?
Wait a minute, back up.
She was a single mother.
And how many? When she was in her 30s, right? She in her 30s with already 7 kids. So when did she start having
7 kids?
When did she have the first one? Because I just played a clip. If you're talking about the clip I was playing, she was 12 when she had her first child.
But wait a minute, Baum. I want to make sure we don't. You
just said a woman who had 7 kids, and you think that she's when she had her first one, she wasn't in her 30s.
I want to make sure that we don't unintentionally move the goalposts, and I don't.
You the one trying to move the goalposts. You the one making it seem like a woman 30 with 7 kids was older when she had started having them kids. She was young.
But this is not about age, right? I haven't mentioned.
What you mean it's not about age?
It's not about age, because this is what it's about, right? What I'm saying is, while on one side, women are totally valid to meet the requirement when they're saying a man wants some sex, okay, women are totally within their right and they're valid to say, I need some insurance that you're not gonna, play me if I give this to you. That's a very smart move. But on the other hand, what I'm saying is, when it does come to relationships, Kevin Samuels, on that aspect, I believe he was, and rest in peace, he was right. We hold the key to relationships and marriage. Women hold the key to sex. We cannot, under any circumstances, unless you allow it, whether for free, whether by hook or by crook,
Listen, we're gonna end this conversation, because when you start talking about Kevin Samuels being right about some stupid shit like what you just said, then we're not really having a conversation.
We're not.
Okay? Because we're not having a conversation, because even if you ask me to get married, that don't mean I'm gonna marry your ass. And just because I say I would be okay having sex with you, doesn't mean you gonna have sex with me. So that key shit that they came up with is stupid. That is for children, and we are not children.
Can I have Miss Brand?
I cannot make my husband have sex with me. You cannot make me marry you. You know what I mean? And the bullshit, and all men don't ask women for marriage. There could be a woman and say, we living together, we dealing with each other. You know what? I think let's go get married next weekend.
But this is what I'm asking you women, right?
But look, we can't keep just saying. That's what I'm.
In order for me to have,
do you concede? Because it seemed like y'all want to brush it away, act like I didn't say what I said.
No, I heard
and then
you,
when you come up here with that Kevin Samuel shit, we listen. Kevin Samuel was an idiot.
We being straight up here, and
but
we
you're not
adults.
because the first thing you said was, remember when you came up here and said, what was the first thing you came?
The first thing I said is that unfortunately, men do have the advantage in that arena. That if we ask you for sex.
No, that I'm not even talking about that anymore. What my topic? See, because you like to come up here and get me off my topic.
No, we still on the same topic.
No, we about to be back on the same thing. You're right, right? So when you came up, what was the first thing you said?
Just remind me.
Shit, I'm. That's why I'm asking you. I'm asking you to remind me.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to tell you. So that exactly my point. I'm trying to tell you what I said.
The point is, both of us are off track. You done led me off.
We're not.
Yes,
we're
you
not
have.
Off track.
Yes, so because we didn't already mention Kevin Samuels.
That makes no sense.
Because every time you said that, what was the first thing you said?
You got the man in the title.
He was talking about the first thing. The first thing he was saying was, like, women, you can't identify a bomb.
There you go. Yes.
Talking about women identifying a bomb.
Yes, and now we on something else. That's let's go back to that. Okay?
So this is what I'm saying. My whole point is excluding young, vulnerable women who don't know no better. Mommy need to teach them, right? Sister could teach them. Women, I cannot approach Miss Brandy nor you under any circumstance asking for some sex or saying, you know what, we done been out 2 or 3 times. I think, and I'm getting close, I'm making the moves, and you're like, what are you doing? And I'm just like,
okay, we're gonna excuse you. First of all, you talk slow. Men do that. You just don't know men. Men really come. Men come up to us and grab us by our hand and ask us. Yeah, because you sound crazy because you don't know what
nobody does that.
And he also mentioned like the woman who gave it up first, she get the furthest or she gets to the goal.
Yeah, she does, absolutely.
Okay, so all of that not so Rude. I'm gonna ask you this because Rude, have you ever seen a man walk up to a woman, grab her by her hand, and say, "Hey, you sexy woman," and tell her how he would like to taste her?
I ain't gonna say the taste part, but just speaking to her. Grabbing her, by her elbow or her hand.
It don't happen though.
You talking to the guy who does it. Him.
Okay, so then why are you then now making it seem like men don't do that?
So is Rue a scrub?
Huh? I'm a whole scrub. I'm a scrub ass TLC. They make a song because of me.
No, not Rue. Don't save him. Is Rue a scrub, Miss Brandy? Bomb? Can I? Hello?
Yeah, nigga, scrub.
I don't.
No, hold on, Rue. Don't save them.
You asking us if Rue the scrubs to 2 women who are already married and look at him like a nephew. Are you serious?
I'm done.
But I'm asking you a question. Sorry, I'm a scrub. Listen, I'm a scrub ass nigga, man. Go ahead.
They're not gonna be. No, they didn't see.
Dude, why would you ask 2 women who don't look at him in a sexual way? I've never.
I'm counting on you to be honest.
You asking me? Do I look at him like a scrub?
There's 110 people, 120 people.
Okay, we have another woman who's come up, young woman, right? Who don't look at Rude like her nephew, or something like that. Go ahead. I'm not fair. How you doing, sis?
We just literally defined.
Why you asking Rude to scrub? You should have asked us, do you the scrub now? I could have asked that.
Because you see, it's gonna be biased, so it's no use. Y'all got it, man.
Wait a minute, I could have asked.
I proved the point.
Nobody is being biased. What point have you proven? I'm trying to understand.
I'm gonna tell you very succinctly what point I just proved. So
okay,
I use the analogy of a scrub because generally, the ones who are going out, leaving baby mamas and tricking women, asking for sex and not giving them anything worthwhile in return, such as a wholesome, enriching relationship or marriage, are the scrub type of dudes. So what Bomb just conveniently did, whether she knows it or not, is that she defined one of the type of men who are the scrub archetype, right? So she asked Ruth. So she asked Ruth.
Okay, we're gonna get back on my topic.
Look, we're gonna run now.
You asked me.
You know what you're doing.
We're not gonna get off my motherfucking topic. Okay.
You know what you're doing.
Yeah, I know. Well, say bye-bye to every motherfucker.
No, I want to know what is Cyber. What you saying, Cyber? Like, I'm confused.
No,
is he saying I'm the type? Okay.
You see, he came up here to change my goddamn topic. Okay. I knew he was gonna do that from the get-go. The first thing this nigga said was that what did he say it again? Rude. It was the second one.
The first thing you said was, the
women who put out first.
Yeah, put out first, get further with men, and then
and do you believe that, Rude? Is that something that we know to be a fact?
I mean, it's not the woman. She don't get that good attention. She don't get the good attention though. But she's not going to get the commitment at all though, right? But what he's saying is the one who's giving up, the guys give her most of the attention, but it's never a good attention. It's always like, I just want to fuck you type attention, right?
Exactly.
So there's no commitment.
This is what I need. I need these young people. Listen. Okay, the only thing that has changed is the fucking century. It's 2022.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's changed.
That's all that's changed. If any woman that opened her legs up,
I was there
on the first date.
It was recorded. I was there.
Or the second date, or the third date. You're gonna be looked at by
I thought he was.
You're gonna be looked at by that man as an easy piece. Yes, he gonna come around when he wanna fuck. Because you're gonna get it.
Right.
Are you gonna make it to the aisle?
Yeah.
Hell no. Okay.
Yeah, so Cyber,
would he drop a baby off in you? Yes. So let's just be real about it. Okay?
Yeah, he was omitting the real truth about that. Like, man, we will give a freak hole, a thought, and all them attention, but it's not gonna be it ain't gonna be long lasting at all. Not at all.
You ain't taking her to the family gathering.
Hell nah. Not like that.
Then.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the topic. Lori and why they tripping on this little girl? She only 25?
Yeah, I think she's about 25. I'm not sure her age, but
what?
But they just go ahead.
Huh? No, go ahead.
No, go.
No, what I'm just saying is the girl is young. She's 25. She don't want to date the dude no more. She don't want to date him. Who says that she got to continue to date him?
Saying that
and that she can't, that she can't explore her shit. Okay. And as far as her mother, Marjorie, I don't know what they were calling her. Her name is Marjorie.
Right.
I hate having to tell people stuff like this.
Right. Marjorie is just the type of woman that she is going to be with men who can take care of her. The first dude she was with, he was a big time drug dealer. She was married to him. He went to jail. Okay. So, she had money. He was a high roller. So then she met Steve. That's the type of woman she is. She is a woman that wants to be kept and a man with a lot of money. That's her choice. What's wrong with that? And if she's teaching her daughter to not just get with the first guy that you think you love, date around until you decide what you want to do. What is wrong with that?
Absolutely nothing. That's what we preach. There you go.
That shit is crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? It's like they have these old ideals that don't exist anymore. Okay, if you're gonna say on one hand, we know for a fact that back in the day, in the 20s and the 30s, that people died young, didn't they? Didn't people die younger? Because we didn't have technology, we didn't have the medicine, we didn't have all of the things that we have today. Okay. So if a woman got married at 16 or 17 back in the day when my grandmother was a young woman, they got married really young. So today people are living longer. We know that.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't that mean that we're getting married older and having children older?
Right.
Okay, I got married in my 30s and had my son at 36. Okay, I wasn't fucking thinking about getting married at 25. Are you kidding me? But for those who do choose to do that, that's their choice. Why do we all have to be in this bubble where, you got to be married? she broke up with him. Oh Lord, like her life is fucking over.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now. And ain't nothing wrong with her mama. Her mama, that's her game, and that's what she want to do. And if she's living her life and living well. I wish I had some of Steve Harvey's fucking money, okay?
You goddamn right. Shit, I wish I was his ex-wife too. Shit, that's
okay.
Right.
And look, that
that's
guy.
all I had to say. I'm gonna go on mute.
Now that guy, Michael B. Jordan, he's around my age, and that's what I would tell a lot of these guys too. That look, if you're gonna date a chick and she's in her 20s, babe, I mean, you don't expect for her to just give it all up for you. Like, not like that. Not when she's under 25, though. Like, it just, I guess it look good for you as a 30 or 40 something year old man to have a 22, 23-year-old on your arm. But man, come on, man, she got to have her fun, bro. Like, if you're gonna try to require for somebody to be serious about relationships, wait till you at least get 30. And they actually done been there, they've done that. Yes, I agree, Miss Brandy. You need to date around. I think women need to let women know that, look, it's okay. Date around. You don't stop at the first guy who smiled at your ass. That shit's old, and no one really got nowhere doing that. Date around till you find the guy who suits you the best, and really pretty much will provide to you whatever things you really want. And then, it might take 20 men. It might take about 20 good men though, from when you 18 to about a good 30 for you to say, you know what, all right, this is the guy right here. And you might have to go back. You might have to go back to a few men ago, hey, to say, you know what, I'm gonna fuck with this nigga here, man. He really the one I really like out of all these other guys. That's the reason why you got these dating shows. Your dating shows pretty much give you that concept. Yeah, you date around until you find it.
Them. You don't have
you
to
ain't got to fuck.
That's
the key thing. You ain't got to necessarily fuck with everyone. No, you don't.
You don't.
But if you do, though, you can. That's what I'm saying.
We heard that, Rue. You don't have to, but I'm weak encouraging you to, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, if you as a woman, if you want to fuck as many men as you want, to get your fit, man. What is you doing, man? A nigga needs to be able to lay that pipe to you the right way, the way you like it. All right, then. Now what's up?
He said, "Now what's up?"
I knew Rue was gonna do something like that.
Oh man.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Man. So, but what y'all think about how the conversation switched up? Because at first it clearly seemed like they was attacking, and then by the end middle or whatever, it seemed like they were now making it seem like, oh, it's all good. What she doing is good. I was like, well, damn, like what's going on right now? But like I said, I didn't listen to their stream. Maybe listening to it, differently. It maybe didn't. Did you listen to it? I'm Not Everyone. Do you go over there and listen?
I didn't go over there to listen. No, I was listening to what you were playing, so I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear. Yeah.
How about you? Not For Everyone.
Oh, I was. I think I started listening to them like when I very first got on YouTube because I had no idea who they were, and they said something that I didn't like. I was like, oh, I'm done.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So yeah.
You must have heard one of the Manosphere streams, and they do say a lot of things that are just against the men. I'm sorry, against the women, but they admit they Manosphere, And I'm gonna be honest, they only started admitting that after Kevin started making money. Kevin got big, and then it looked like the Manosphere started gaining new people, and then they started admitting that they were Manosphere. And
hey, look. Okay. I'm about to go to Popeye real quick. Y'all want something?
Yeah, can I get me
exactly? Give me it.
You wrong for that shit.
Now what y'all want? What you want?
I want a 2-piece. Make sure it's dark meat. Okay, grab me one of the apple pies.
Apple pies. They got beignets. They selling beignets too. Yeah, you want a beignet?
Oh, they're selling beignets?
It's like 3 of them. They do
now.
3. They do now, yeah.
I want some Cajun rice.
You want some Cajun rice? And what else?
That rice is good.
That's all. I don't want that chicken.
You don't like that chicken? Some of that mashed potato.
Not really.
So, Kier, you want some mashed potatoes and what? And gravy and what else?
Oh, that's good too.
You going down the room? It's like 100 people in the room. You gonna take everybody's order?
Nah, just the one on the panel. On the panel. Yeah, I'll be back though. I'll be back for real. Right?
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Man, now he got me hungry. Ain't that a goddamn shame? But
now he got you hungry.
Yeah. So no, I saw you. Yeah, you didn't know you was talking, huh? I'm not favorite one.
Oh yeah, this thing is horrible. I put myself on mute. I know I did, and I'm over here saying ad libs, and I'm like, wait a minute, Brandy. Every time when I say something, she stops. I'm like, and I look over here. Yeah, I'm not on mute. I said, son of a.
How you doing? I'm not for everyone. How you doing, honey?
I'm good, Brandy. How you doing?
That's good. I'm okay.
So what you think? Did you want to talk about that, or we gonna I'm not favorite one? Because yeah, we already know that over here. We already know he said that before, and then he'll switch it up and say he didn't say it. But you saying recently he said it?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, on the panel. And Ebony starting there with Max. Hey, Max, he's in the chat.
Oh, Max. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the only reason I let him, because I knew the topic would change. Y'all notice first he said, yeah, the first one to give it up. That's when the men when they want to make it to where we women would just give it. Because they know they got a lot of Black women who do want to get married, right? He just told women that if they give it up, then they'll get marriage. And so I had to stop, I had to nip that in the bud. If that's true, nip that shit in the bud. That's that trickery, baby. And didn't I mention that earlier before I even started the stream? I like, these men will try to trick you. Okay. They will definitely try to trick you. Ladies, please don't fall for that shit. You younger ladies, right? The younger ones, because we may have some teenagers listening. Do not listen to him. You just because you give it up. In fact, they may, for the most part, the men may think of you less.
They will.
It's some weird shit. Like we women, we think of it as, oh, I'm gonna give him my virginity. He's gonna be my first. You know what I mean? And we're gonna fall in love, and we're gonna start our family, get married. But the men are thinking, how many virginities can they grab up? And even if they don't grab you as a virgin, how many vaginas can I collect?
When I was a teen, what did they say, Vaughn? When I was younger, they used to be, the guys would say, just let me put the tip in.
Oh yeah.
Let me
just put the head in. She said they still do that.
They still do that?
Yeah, them phrases have never changed. That's why I look at them like they stupid. I'm like, you do realize your daddy was saying that same stuff. We know what that means, you idiot.
Yeah. That's why I say it ain't changed. Ain't shit changed. Yeah. It's the same.
Changed, man.
They try to make it seem like this is some new shit. It ain't.
You kissing and everything. Remember, they used to call it petting back in the day.
Yeah.
Which is just mean when you kissing and all that, right?
And you're grinding on each other.
Yeah,
with your
grinding
clothes
on each other.
Yeah,
right. And then they start talking about, let me put the head in. Just let me put. Oh man!
Oh shit! Man!
Wow,
that's
man.
Funny.
And and nothing changed about it, right?
Ain't nothing changed.
It just seemed like petting, though. Does petting still happen? I'm not favorite one where you just kissing and maybe rubbing without head, because it seemed like head become a part of petting.
Yeah,
like they don't think of that as sex, Miss Brandy.
They don't?
I don't think they do that anymore. You'd have to ask somebody who.
Oh, okay.
I'm not, unfortunately, because I don't play them games. I'm like, what?
It seemed like rubbing against each other and stuff. I'm not sure if that still happens. Maybe when they rearing them, but head is included in that because they don't think of head as sex.
Oh yeah, they still do oral more than likely, but yeah, they skipped. Oh, he held my hand. Oh, he hugged me. That's such a big deal. Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't skip all that. That's like a '90s concept. Yeah, that wasn't even in anymore when I was a teenager, and that was in the early 2000s.
Yeah,
wow.
We used to grind, slow dance and grind on each other.
Grind on each other. Yeah.
Clothes on, full clothes.
Full of clothes. Yep.
I don't think they're doing that no more. I think
they're getting with it, huh?
Yeah, they're getting with it early. Like it skipped. You know why? Because the music back then our music used to say something like that. Let me grind against you. Let me, and kiss you on your neck kind of thing. So that was, but they don't have no music like that. Now the music is give me head.
Give me head. Turn it over.
Yeah.
Let me smash.
Yeah. And So now that's where the kids go. They don't even know nothing about grinding on each other. There's a whole level that's been skipped. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There are levels to this, and everybody's just like, nah, let me just go to the last one.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The music, the media. But for us, for Black people, mostly it's the music that entices us. That we learn from music. You know, the young people listen to hip hop and R&B, and they straight fucking. Like, you got a song called Straight Fucking. Like, that's my favorite song, but I'm an adult. As a kid listening to something like that, I would have been like ready to straight and have sex. Yeah.
Well, I learned something from Tay Tay and Verbal the other night because I had never heard of BDE, Big Dick Energy. I'm like, what the hell is that?
Oh yes, it's a song. But then, you know, that's a woman's song that's saying that she got big dick. You know how I be telling these men my dick bigger than theirs?
So talking about her own. Okay.
Yeah, she's talking about just having the energy, like you walk around
like you got
a big dick. Yeah. So it's more about just being pride and not letting these men just come to you any kind of way, being all docile and shit.
Yeah, she's pretty much telling them that she's a different type of woman and she's gonna need a different type of man in order to handle her.
Right.
I'm like, that's me.
Okay.
Okay.
I gotta listen. Listen to that song.
So it's a woman rapper, right? And it's Megan Thee Stallion, when she first came out, I was like, yeah, you know what I mean? Because she's sexual, but not she do talk about, yeah, you could kiss she says that your daddy will take me shopping. If you don't take me shopping, I'll have your daddy take me shopping, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And so it's on that. Don't be shamed, ladies, to go out and get yours. You know, don't let nobody shame you because you date men who can get it for you. In fact, she's saying that's what you should. Why would you be with a man who can do nothing for you? You know what I mean?
Understand that either.
And that's what she is saying. They just saying it in a different way. You know, while we trying to be nice and neat with it, she just straightforward with it. Like these young women are today. They like, look, we got those. So you notice there's a divide in women. And what it is, it depends on how you was raised. For those raised in the church, and for those who are those of us who are a little older, we trying to say it nice, right? But the truth of the matter is, straightforward is, do not give no pussy to no man who can't do nothing for you. Well, yeah, he couldn't even get you a place to lay your head in the moment.
Right.
Like what y'all doing? Y'all in the car,
right? And young ladies, don't do no struggle love either, because struggle love will leave you struggling. Fuck that.
Struggling. That's right. And that's what these women rappers and some of these young women are saying. I don't understand why. Now, the men shouldn't have no problem with it, because, see, the men gonna be making their money. And when they get with a woman who they know who ain't laid with no bum-ass nigga, you should think they'd be like, yeah, I know my woman. She wouldn't have never messed with no bum. And, and the way she messing with me is because she know I'm a man and I'm out here getting it.
And he gonna take care of him.
Right.
And do what he's supposed to do.
And the women are even saying, I'm willing to help. It's not like she's saying, yeah, I want to sit on my ass. Megan Thee Stallion says she got big, deep energy. She could get with a man. You know what I mean? She could get with a man who's doing some shit for her. And then at the same time, she could be out there doing some shit for them. For
them,
you know,
too. Right. Yeah. Working together. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that at all. These men in the Manosphere, so they change it up and make it seem like they really want us to be docile. They want us to bow down to them. They want to be able to control us. And they have, and nothing wrong with, I guess, the women who are okay with that, you know, so hey ladies, if you into, the thing is, you're not gonna find that type of man you want to do that on here unless it's one of the men. And the men, you know, you'll know the man, he don't feel like he gotta demand it from you.
Yeah, just based by it'll happen naturally.
Right. Yeah. My husband has never demanded me to be docile or submissive to him. In fact, he never used the word submissive to me. That has never happened. But at the same time, I never out, you know, did him anything wrong put him on blast, mistreated him. You know what I mean? We don't have that type of relationship. You know, but these men, they think they got to shake a woman. Because they want, see, this is why. They want to be able to choose the woman they want. They want her to be feisty. Like they want to go grab a Megan Thee Stallion and shake her and make her be submissive to him. Because they want that they want that woman who speaks like that. They want that woman who dresses a certain way with the confidence and shit. But then they want her to act differently though. You see, it don't make sense. It's like they want her, then they're gonna try to change her. Why would they want that? Yeah, why would they want that type of woman if they say they don't like that type of woman? You see?
Yeah.
So there's other women who's buy them daily, work with them, and all that kind of stuff who are not like Megan. Why aren't they looking at those women? And why are they on Instagram looking for the women they claim they need to change? The women who need to change. You're not gonna be able to change changing.
Right. Yeah. Right.
It's like it's silly what they're doing. Because the women that they claim they want usually be right on side of them. Like I said, they're working with them. They next door to them, live next door to them in the same community, but they don't want them.
But maybe they think it's because men like to chase.
Yeah.
So maybe they think, the unattainable woman that they know they ain't gonna get. That's what they want because they want to chase it and see.
But they don't want to chase it. See, that's the problem.
They don't want to chase it. What they want to do with it?
They got women like Sister George and Concrete Rose telling her she wrong. They want them women to beat up on this woman until where she submit, and then they want to go and grab her by his ponytail and then drag her into his cave. Because they admitting that they don't want to chase. They don't want to compete against other men. They don't want that. Because if they did, they'd be over there in the woman's DMs.
Oh shit.
Get over there and get you. If that's the woman you want, go over there and hit her up. Take your chances. Yeah, take a shot. But they don't want that. They'll call her a whore. She's a whore.
But they looking at her. Okay.
But they looking at her. There you go.
Yeah, I got you.
It don't make no sense, but that's what they're doing. It makes no sense, but literally that's what they're doing.
Yeah, that sounds childish to me.
Childish.
That sounds like some teenage shit. Okay.
And they get a couple of women to side with them, and then these women have no problem, talking about you need to be a better class of woman. That's a beating up on a woman. When you tell another woman, hey, you need to do better. Stop doing this. That's telling her that she need to, hey, you need to become a better person. You're so bad over here. Stop being so bad, women.
Oh, shit.
Even though the woman, okay, this is what I feel. I'm not sure, and the ladies can come and correct me. You could correct me. Anybody could correct me. But when a woman, when she decides something that she wants, let's say she decides she wants a man, she wants to enter into a relationship. She will look around at her surroundings and she'll figure out if this is the right surroundings or not. Or she'll adapt. If she noticed that the men in her surroundings are good men who she want to capture, she would adapt. Yes. She would listen and see what they want, what are they looking for, and then she will make the changes.
And necessary. She will make those changes to do that.
Exactly.
Yes. Right.
That's what we women will do.
That's what women do.
That's what we do.
Right.
Now, if she's in a surrounding with certain type of men who she's not even interested in, then she'll go look for those men that she's interested in. And this is where the issue come in with some of the younger women, though, because they're looking for the wealthy men. They're looking for the wealthy men, but they don't have access to the wealthy men. So that's why Kevin became big, because women who don't have access to wealthy men would listen to him for guidance.
Okay.
But he wasn't wealthy. He wasn't around wealthy men. That's why I knew he was lying. See, some women have been around wealthy men.
Yeah.
And what I found around wealthy men is that they are just men Regular men with money.
The men with money.
That's it.
Right. They ain't no different.
No different than any other man, except they have money, which give them more access to more women.
That's all.
It. That's all it is.
Yeah, so, it just gets the door more open.
Huh?
Right.
Well, I was agreeing with y'all said about money for men. Yeah, it just gets the door more open. That's all it does.
Right. Exactly. That's all it is. So when the Manosphere talking about, yeah, they want these, men, and they're gonna have to change it up. No, you got the wealthy man who likes the aggressive woman. You got the wealthy man who want a more submissive woman. You got the aggressive man. Most of the men with a lot of money, they have access to all those women, and if they wanted to, they could have one of each, 2 of each, 3 of each.
They sure could if that's what they want.
That's right. Because if they give the woman what she wants, security, take care of her, like for instance, Superhead. Somebody they had mentioned Superhead over there. Superhead had men taking care of her. Now Superhead was stupid because she didn't she didn't take care of her business right. Because she would let one of them put it in a nice expensive place. What she should have did is made them buy a house. Something she can't lose, but
in her name.
Yeah, in her name. She wasn't smart about it. But she still was doing better than most in a moment. But at a moment's notice, when a month came up and she couldn't find somebody to pay that rent, then it was over. She was gonna be homeless, which she was. She was sleeping in a car. Yes, she was.
And when they got tired of her, they put her out and they stopped paying the rent. So
that's right. When they got tired of her, or when she wouldn't, like, for instance, she was sleeping with many of them. The men knew, though. The men would actually share her number. They don't, how she got so known, these men was like, yeah, she good at giving head. You need to hit her up. Here she go. They would give her a number. And they would contact her so they can get the experience with her. So
those industry guys.
Yeah, she had a lot of men nut in her motherfucking mouth, in her face and everything.
She had.
She should have a house and should be worth some millions without having to write that book.
Right. Okay? Plus, she was with Bill Maher.
Yep, she was with,
For a while.
Even Bill Maher wanted to see that head game.
Yeah.
Lil Wayne was taking care. You know what I'm saying?
All of them.
All of them were taking care. And them men they was on the lookout for women like that. They was on the lookout. You just don't know about it, but they was on the lookout. They'll get a couple of women. They'll claim they're about to do a video shoot, and they will hit up women like myself and others, and flies out, right? Flies into where they're doing it. And most of the women wasn't even in the video. They just thought that the artist would like to be with them, right? They want to get with them. Yeah. And the women, I was trying to teach these women, I'm like, you got to be smarter than this. He hit you off a little money, cool, the first time, but if you doing what he really like and he hit you up again, that's your end. That's your end. But the women wanted him to like her. I'm like, this is not about a like. This is about what you're giving him. And when he get tired of it, he don't know you no more. Right. And all the women got is what they might be able to write a little book or tell a story, but what I was trying to tell him is, you know that what you got, he want, put a price on that shit. But the black women, though, see, the white women had no problem doing that. Black women, through religion, we are told that it's prostitution. Right now, I bet you in the chat, there's gonna be somebody saying, "Oh, you telling them, teaching her how to be a hoe? You teaching her how to be a prostitute?" So she ended up getting fucked by these men, and now she ain't got shit. Which one is better? Her having something,
exactly,
or her having nothing? She no matter what, she did the same activity.
Well, because I wouldn't listen. That wasn't what I was taught. Okay, you don't be with no man that can't do nothing for you. That's just what I was taught.
Right.
And that's just what it is. Come on now.
Yes.
Shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. You right about that. I don't know, broke ass man.
Let's see, something going on in the room, y'all. Wow. Brother Speak is cool people. Y'all, you come up and let me know what's going on, because something going on in the chat.
Oh, something going on in the chat.
Did I paste? Yeah, something going on. Look, somebody saying somebody lying on him. Brother Speaks is a good dude. I'm not sure. But I don't know. So y'all let me pin it. And everybody welcome come up. Come let me know what's going on, y'all.
So we finished with so that was the end of the video with Lori and
yeah, that was the end. But that was okay. Yeah, that was Tori's clipping and putting it together.
So I see. Okay.
That's why it's so short. It's like 12 minutes, but they probably had it much longer. Yeah. And that's why I'm asking if anybody listened to it and y'all got something else out of it, come up and so we can and tell me where to go and I'll go. Let's see.
And listen.
Yeah. Verbal said, what's the point of a man who can do anything for you? That's what I want to know. Like the men, don't y'all feel the same way? What's the point of being with a woman who not going to do anything for you? So why is it when we say it is bad? You don't want a woman who can't give you what it is that you want. Yep. If she can't cook or clean or at least look good on your arm or give you sex, give you children or whatever, right? You don't want to be with her.
Nope.
And therefore you get to choose who you want to be with. And what's wrong with the women? We are hearing the women saying the same thing.
But here is the problem though, Bomb. Here's the problem with what you know. Are we still talking this Lori Harvey thing? I don't know why.
Who is that? Is that Big J?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Big J.
How you doing? I don't know why.
I'm good.
I don't know why women are celebrating that.
Celebrating what?
The whole Lori dumping Michael B. Jordan.
Who's celebrating that? I don't think anybody's celebrating that.
Oh, the Atari channel. I just watched.
No,
Atari.
that's not. She's not celebrating that. What are you talking about? I just played the video. Who's celebrating her breaking up with that man? We just played the whole video. Atari wasn't celebrating that at all. Atari, actually, the video comes from Sister George and them over there. And Sister George was breaking it down, and they wasn't celebrating her breaking up with him neither. I think you're looking at the title and you think did you listen to it?
Yeah, I did listen to it.
So which video is it? Another video that I didn't play?
No, I'm just thinking about. I'm just looking at the title, the video, listen to the video, and then listen to the people in chat room, and how to, I'm just looking at why people are up in arms over it, and I'm looking at it like, why would you marry the man and then later you want to break up with him? That doesn't make any sense.
Wait, what?
Hi, everybody. How are y'all doing?
Hi, Burble. Hi, bro Speaks. How you doing, my brother?
Hey, Burble. What's up?
Hi, my love heart, Brandy. How are you?
What's up, love bug? Nothing.
So
I'm good.
Let's see what Big J is saying. So, Big J, you saying somewhere in the chat or in that video, somebody is bragging, being happy with her breaking up with that black man?
It's certain vibes I'm getting. Is that people kind of happy though Michael B. Jordan got dumped?
Dude, I asked you, did you listen to the video? You said
yeah. I listened to a portion of it. What is this knacker? Or what is this knacker talking about? Hey, all knackers unite and put the knackers of the world.
Okay, stop reading the chat right now. We trying to
stay focused, Big J. Stay focused.
Yes. So because I played the video from beginning damn near to the end, right? Where did you hear Sister George and them? Even they didn't do that. So I'm trying to understand what you're talking about.
No, right, okay. It's not what Sister George and Concrete Rose was saying on the video. It's the attitude of the people in the comment section and Atari herself. It seems from Atari herself, they were kind of glad though, it happened. It's almost like a celebratory type of
what? Okay, Atari said she just played the video, the clips of the women, what they were saying. What did Atari say?
Hold on. Somebody said in the chat room, people
Stop
are glad we are
reading
defending
the
her.
chat.
Defending her over what?
Stop reading the chat. If you're gonna be up here with us, you're gonna have to stop doing that.
Then why? Okay, then why are the people defending Lori Harvey then?
What you mean defending her? What did she do that needed to defending?
Big J, I don't think anybody is defending Lori. What I think the thing is that Lori is a young woman. She's in her 20s. And he didn't ask her to marry him. And she said no. She just broke off the relationship. And she's free to do that. They're not married. So if she wants to date other people, what's wrong with that? That's not cheering her on.
No, hold on. Is anybody reading the chat room?
No, you need to stop reading the chat room too.
I'm not reading the chat. Okay, so listen, because we're up here, right? So I just want to get in here a little bit. I do think that women are defending Lori's choice to not want to be in a serious, committed, relationship on the level that Michael B. Jordan, they're saying, allegedly wants. And the reason why she's being defended is because she is coming under attack by mostly men and some women who are actually jealous because they wish they could go back in time and do shit the way that Lori's doing it. They also wish that they could have that chance to marry or be with Michael B. Jordan, and she's just throwing away this good black king, and they're upset about it. So yeah, Dory is being defended because she's being attacked. She's been being attacked no matter what she does. Like, as far as these men that she's been connected to, these men don't like to see this young woman, this beautiful young woman that they would not have any access to. Like, let's be clear, they wouldn't even be able to be in her airspace to breathe the same oxygen she's breathing, right? And they can't stand to see the fact that she is not sitting in no corner, rocking back and forth. She's not busted. She's not crying over these men. She gets them in, gets them on, she gets them out, and she lives her life. Lori is like around my daughter's age. So do I think my daughter is ready for a marriage or a serious committed? Do I want her to even do that? No, because she still needs to establish herself. So like, what's wrong with her? That's the thing. People are saying like she's doing something wrong. Lori Harvey is not doing anything wrong. She's doing exactly what she should be doing for a young 25-year-old woman.
And I feel the same way about my son. I feel the same way about my son, Verbal. He's too young to be trying to talk about marrying some girl. No, he's not established. He's not where he needs to be. He's still paying off damn student loans and shit.
Let me establish something real quick, because I've been on here for a very long time. Because I remember how y'all, I'm talking about the women who's in the chat room. Y'all supported.
Listen,
I got the bomb.
You ain't got to do not a goddamn thing over here. I stopped reading the chat, and because we're not gonna be able to have a conversation.
There's hypocrisy that need to be called out.
Listen, we having a chat. You got to either participate up here, or if you want to participate down there, then you got to go down there and participate down there.
Okay, let me say it like this. Years ago, Michael B. Jordan was being brutalized on this website because he was on a fucking boat with white women. Now, though, he's with a black woman and the black woman left him. Now, woo-hoo, we got you to defend. That's my problem.
What are you talking about? I don't hear nobody saying that.
Room, years ago, because there's one person
everybody in the chat room was.
I remember you years ago.
Okay,
you're being hypocritical.
You got to tone down your voice.
No, because I need to say what needs to be said.
No, women are not even yelling at you. You are up here with women, and you
Dom. Every time I'm trying to say something, you keep interjecting. Why is that?
Well, listen, this is my motherfucking channel. I keep trying to be nice to you. I don't know what more to do, because you raising your goddamn voice for no reason. I want to talk about
the hypocrisy.
I don't give a fuck. Go in the chat and go yell your ass down there.
Can I talk about the hypocrisy or not?
Okay, go down there and talk about that down there, because we was talking about a particular video, and then now you're talking 5 years. Most of these women wasn't even here then.
Yeah, but one of them who's in that chat room been here 5 years
Okay,
ago.
well then go down in the chat room and get on that person. This is ridiculous when you start raising your voice. See, I'm okay. I keep asking you to stop reading the chat so we can have the conversation, but you want to read the chat. They're not up here. You yelling at them, but we the ones who got to suffer from this shit. Because we up here trying to keep you calm.
Okay,
We
go
try,
ahead.
we're not understanding what's going on. You do this all the time. You come up and you raise your voice, yelling for no goddamn reason.
The hypocrisy is pissing me off.
Well, we all got some hypocrisy, but we got to yell though. Okay, so what women? Because yes, we are supporting the fact that she could break up with who she wants. We all support that. But that doesn't, and it would have been a white man or a black man who she broke up with at 25, we always have her back saying she could do that. When you men do it, when you break up with people and you move on to the next, you could do that. So what's the problem with that? What's the problem with the actions of these young people when they break up? Are you saying she should stay with him?
The problem I'm having is the rhetoric, and the problem I have is not her or him. The problem is the rhetoric surrounding them. That's my problem. It's the rhetoric.
So do you have that same kickback for the men who are attacking her because they calling her a whore because she's going through like these women said, through these various men, she's attached to so many men.
She had no. I'm not sub to no guys who call her whores. You don't hear me defending these Negroes. You call people bitches and hoes.
Right, I agree.
You got punked up by bomb, nigga. You got
who is that?
Called a whole cake.
Okay.
Hey, you know what? You know what, Cyber? You know what, Cyber? I'm tell you something, Cyber. I'm gonna break every goddamn limb you have.
He gone. He came up under somebody else's name.
I may be a short ass nigga.
Listen,
but I guarantee you, I'll break your bitch ass the fuck off.
He came up under Wody Mac name. Okay, I thought that was Wody Mac. Okay,
Cyber.
He was also pretending to be Max.
Hold on, it's Cyber. After I'm done breaking your limbs, I'm gonna give you a gasoline enema and a match and set your bitch ass on fire.
You gotta go
after I'm done breaking your ass off, bitch.
Okay.
You better shut the fuck up around me, nigga.
I'm not sure what the hell, y'all. what the hell? Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Big J, you need to calm down. Like you
I removed him.
You need to like kind of try to stay like with us up here and with
gone.
the conversation we're having.
He's gone. Hey, bro speaks. How you doing, my brother? How you doing?
Hey,
I'm doing right, Bomb. Hey, Virgo, how you doing? Hey, Miss Brandy, how you?
How are you? Doing good.
No, yeah, I came up here just to explain what was happening in the chat. There's a dude trying to pretend to be Max in the chat, cussing out just Jay and the other women. And I want to let everybody know that's not Max. Max don't do that. So that's why I was.
Yeah, Max does not do that.
Yeah, Max does not do that. If y'all see him, block him, please.
Block him. Yeah.
Okay.
Max, do you know if Max has a wrench in your chat, Bomb?
Yeah, I think he does. But
okay, because that person didn't have a wrench who was acting.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking, because I know Max. I've been hanging with him for about 2 years, and I know he don't do stuff like that.
No, he doesn't.
So that punk, I think that's Cyber.
Yeah, well,
let me tell you something, Cyber. That's some punk ass stuff that you're doing.
Big J, is this you? Hello? Big J, is this you? Waiting for his sound to come and we'll see.
I be worried about Big J because he gets really, really upset. It's
for no reason.
Don't feed into that. He gonna have an aneurysm. Shit. He gets upset. I mean, for real, Big J be mad. He be going in. It's like, calm down.
Is this
Jay?
you, Big J?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. Okay.
I want him to calm down. I don't want you to, bring your blood pressure up over these people.
Okay, so bro speaks. Was there anything else you want to share, my brother? Thank you for letting us know. That's why I need somebody to come up, because ladies, Max would never. He do not disrespect women, Black women in particular. So yeah, thank you for letting us know. Did you want to add anything to the conversation?
Oh, well, as far as about Lori Harvey, I mean, she's a 25-year-old girl. She's dating. I don't see what the big deal. The funniest thing is, before they even officially officially dated and stuff like that. They were calling her ran through. He could do better than her and all kinds of stuff. Now is they mad at her for allegedly dumping him.
Yeah.
So it's like, which one you want?
You know what?
Yeah, it's crazy.
And it's allegedly. We don't even know if they were really dating for real, and we don't know who dumped who.
Yeah. But you know what? That's what happens when you're in the pub, when you put all of your stuff in the public. Because people, when you look at Jay-Z and Beyonce, nobody really knew that they were dating until they had been together for a while. And by the time we found that out, they were getting ready to get married because they kept the shit private. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I think that when these people date like that, the celebrities and, all these famous people, and they put it in the public, it's always something. It's always some drama. People watch their lives like they don't have one. It's like, well, what's the big deal? She broke up with him. They having a fit over that.
Right. Hold up, y'all. Let me make sure this is Sapase before. Sapase, is this you?
Yeah, it was good, Bob.
Okay, good. Okay.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, everybody on the panel?
Yeah, hey, we got Cyber playing like y'all coming up here with y'all names and shit.
I came up, I wanted to ask a question, right? Do you think this whole Lori situation, right? Do you think that could change the narrative? How in the space they were saying men need to go after younger women to try to settle down with, and we seen how Lori move in as far as her wanna live her life, and you see that a lot of women are agreeing with that. Do y'all think that message got to change now because of what we just seen happen, or what? I'm just wondering about that.
That's a good question.
I mean, the only people who even suggesting that older men get with younger women is the men, because I'm telling younger women to live your life. Verbal is telling young women we want when y'all get together and if y'all get married, to have successful marriages. I don't think anybody want our kids or anyone to have failed marriages.
Right.
And I think most of us agree that the older you are, the more mature you are, should I say, the more chance that you'll have a successful marriage. Do everybody agree with that or no?
I agree with that.
Definitely.
I agree with that. And I think it should be both the young men and the young women. Yeah.
Somebody sharing the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, that's Verbal.
Yeah. That's a nice picture.
That is cute. I like that. All right, sexy mamacita.
I was
showing off.
No, I was trying to see how that works.
Yeah, I think you sharing your phone? I think your phone, yeah, because I can tell by the shape. It is. Okay, let me make sure this is Rude, y'all. God damn, y'all going to. Is this you, Rude?
Big woo 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 woo, Big J woo 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 woo.
Okay. Dumbass. Y'all, this is Cyber himself. And it's like he needs to take his medication. I don't know what's wrong with him.
How old is Cyber?
Cyber is in his 40s. And the thing is,
are you serious?
Yes. And what's weird though, this is what's weird. Allegedly. I kicked him off. He could have came right back under his name, and I would have let him back up, just restart the conversation. But now he's just coming up as other people, which makes no sense. I kicked Big J off, and he came right back up, and I let him right back up. Go ahead, Big J. What you want to say, Ben?
Nothing right now.
Okay. So that was a good question. What Bro Speaks, what do you think about the question that Sapase put out?
Yeah. Can you say it again? Because I was so much stuff going on.
Okay.
What was the question?
No, just basically just saying how in the space you always hear men need to get get their shit together, and then when they older get younger women. So now we just seen an example of how that could kind of work out, because we see what just happened with Lori Harvey and Michael B. Jordan, him being older, she's being younger, want to live her life. So do you think the message will probably change in the space about men going after younger women?
Probably not. Those dudes are stuck in their ways with that shit. Look, I'm like, yeah, you can go younger if you want to, but understand that these are, that's a risk with that. Whether you're an older man or older woman, it's a risk.
Right.
Because that young man, young woman don't know themselves yet. So it's like it's a risk. I mean, you can do it if you want, but it's a risk. But no, that's not going to change because those dudes over there,
they're stuck in their delusion. So that's going to happen that happened to Michael B. Jordan, and he was like, he's what, 35 or something like that, 36. These niggas are in their late 40s talking about trying to get a 25-year-old, and somehow they're not Michael B. Jordan. They don't have his fame. They don't have his accolades. They definitely don't have his money, but that's not going to happen to them though. No.
Well, I do have a question. Did anybody know he was 35? Because I thought they were closer in age.
I did too.
I did too.
Yeah. Michael B. Jordan been around since 09.
I thought he was maybe 32 at the most. To be honest.
Yeah.
I thought he was I thought maybe he was 30.
No. Mike. You remember that movie about the train shooting and
in California, yeah.
California. That was his first movie. That was back in 09, 08. That was in 08. Because he was he was in 20s back then.
Yeah.
But that Fruitdale Station or something.
Yeah, that Fruitdale Station movie, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I
didn't follow movies like that, so I didn't know.
This was a true story where a black man had just gotten out of jail and was with his mom and his I think it was his daughter. And he got on a train and they killed him while he was handcuffed. The police
shot
shot
him. Bad. Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a true story. And he was in that movie.
I think it happened in Northern California, in Oakland or something like that.
Yeah, up there.
That movie made me cry. That was so sad.
That's sad.
White people filmed that shit and everybody knew they were dirty because he was already handcuffed. He was on his stomach and everything. And the man just killed him, shot him. Police just shot him.
So I got a question because the topic has been, I mean, not just for us, but I'm just saying people are in the men and stuff of those men. They're all up in arms about Lori, but do we all understand that Michael B. Jordan will be all right and he gonna move on to the next?
Exactly. I'm like,
are you serious? Would know that. But these dudes, I don't know.
Damn, we'll probably see him with a white chick in 2.3 seconds. Okay.
Okay. So
but here's the thing though. But when he was with white women, or he was suspected to be with white people that found on a boat in Italy, in a boat full of white women, it was a problem for women.
It wasn't a problem for women.
I'm looking at the hypocrisy.
They may have had some women mention that, but that wasn't a problem for women. Women would mean most of us, at least most of us. I know it's never going to be all, but it would have been the most of us. We don't give a shit.
I don't follow celebrities like
that.
Too
crap
it ain't my life.
Whatsoever. Okay. And I thought that they were making a big deal out of it because we didn't see him, like, he wasn't hugged up on nobody. He was on a yacht in Italy, and some white girls. What do y'all think are in white girls are in Italy, y'all?
It's a white country. That's the point. It's a white country. What do you expect? but you got them pink pill BWE. Yes, I said it. Them BWEs. We're making video after video after video talking about he doesn't respect black women. Like, you in Italy. That's like me going to Switzerland or Sweden somewhere, and guess who's gonna be there?
In person 24/7. I think MBJ is fine too. He's sexy. He's a little cute.
I didn't even know that video. I didn't even know he was in Italy.
Yes, he is. He really is.
Ain't he, girl?
Yes, indeed.
Who y'all talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Who are we talking about?
Michael B. Jordan.
B. Jordan. I think he's nice looking.
Yeah, he's nice looking. Yeah.
He's a sexy little young dude.
He's a sexy sluxer.
I mean,
He's a whole snack.
Okay. Come on over here, Michael. I'll rub your head, baby.
Exactly.
It's your
And
married
Michael
cougar.
exactly. He want a serious relationship. He needs to get my math.
Okay. Yep. And you out there. Does he live in Doesn't he live in California?
I don't know where he lived, but I sure did hear that he likes older women. I sure did hear that.
All right, verbal girl, gone now.
You know summer's coming, and I'm trying to give me a hot girl summer. Now y'all don't be mad. Big J, if you see me with Michael B. Jordan, don't be stuttering and stuff, okay?
Okay, let him cry on your shoulder, verbal.
I know. He can lay his head right in my bosoms, and I will nurse him right on back to health. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what we will support the ladies who want to live their lives, but we also support the men, the young men who, he may not want to get married. We ain't got no choice anyway. You men say you don't want to get married. So I don't know why they expect Lori to. Would they expect her to just wait? Suppose she was like, look, I'm looking for serious. He was like, look, I like you. I'm looking for serious too. But suppose she put a time frame on it. He didn't want to meet it. And boom. So they broke up. We don't know how
say they won't get back together.
That's right.
People break up and get back together. I mean, come on now.
I venture to say they probably was never really together because he been off filming movies.
Okay.
Yeah. I still think it was a business deal, honestly.
You think it was business?
Yeah. Because like you said, remember when Black Panther came out, a lot of the complaints was because he was with white women, they were going to kind of boycott the movie because of that. So right when that happened, he started dating Lori Harvey. That gets him good with the black women. And then I think he's in the fashion industry, if I remember correctly. So I think he was trying to start a fashion line or something. So she was going to be a model for him. So and he's got connections in that field. So it was like a win-win for both of them.
So she was like his beard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because do you think Michael B. Jordan also helped her image too, like versus her, like being with like certain entertainers or rapper, and her now Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah, of course he did. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look who she was dating before that. I mean, Future, then P. Diddy and his son, and I don't know who else she was dating, but that's who she was dating. Like people in
Wait a minute, wait, back up. Did you say she was dating P. Diddy and his son?
Yes.
Okay, Lori. Okay.
So yeah, that kind of people were kind of looking at her funny because wait a minute, you dated the son and the father.
I didn't know that. Okay.
So this was a win for both of them. It helps their image. They look like a happy couple. Everything's good. So year later,
let it go, right?
Let it go. That's it.
Yep, that's how you
go.
Don't
do it no more.
That's right. Because maybe one of them really found somebody they want to be with, and now they got to let go of this fake, So that's what I was saying.
It's just like Robert Pattinson and the other Kristen Stewart when they were Twilight. They were together for those movies. Once that movie ended, they broke up.
Yeah, okay.
It was for advertising of the movies.
Right.
Because it look better if they really together. You know what I mean?
So
if they're really together, people can really feel like the movies are real.
That's Hollywood.
That's Hollywood. That's Hollywood.
Yeah.
It's surely Hollywood, baby. If they put it in your contracts, but you might have to start this fake relationship,
Really? Wow.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying, I never put much stock in it, but you know how some of the dudes in the Manosphere be. They like, oh my god, she sleeping with all these dudes. Dating all these dudes. We don't even know she slept with all of them anyway.
Right.
Oh, she must be a pastor now. I'm like, come on, man. She was doing what she was supposed to do. Date in her class.
Exactly. Now that's it. Date in her class.
And think about it. Dating in her class, there's not many black men And even for the men, there's not that many black women.
Right.
And they'll shit on her if she date far down.
Oh yeah, they'll talk about it.
Why you got with that Pookie? Why you? Yeah, so.
Child, Marjorie ain't having that. Marjorie is not having that.
She was not. No. Not her or Steve. They're like, no.
Neither one, right?
Oh, hell no. You ain't doing that.
Yeah. No, that ain't, and it shouldn't happen. I mean, come on.
And it seems like she liked black men, so that's probably why she limited to what was there. You know, now if she go out of her race category, then now she got a little more options.
Which I predict we will see that.
And then they're gonna talk, and then they're gonna be firing up, talking
they're
about
gonna be really hot. They're gonna be mad.
She divested.
You're gonna get the Umar Johnsons all in there too.
Yep.
What's gonna happen to our race? Yeah.
That's why we need our men. We need our men to pick it up, yo. Step it up. You know what I mean? Go get some education and figure out how you can make this money.
I was just having that conversation with my daughter, because sometimes she be listening to y'all. She thinks y'all crazy.
What she was saying? Tell us what her perspective is.
We had a little conversation because we were listening to y'all and about Lori, and she was just like, she's like, Lori is my role model. Like, she's like, I watch what Lori does. She's like, I like how she moves. And that's kind of like how my daughter, now she's not in Lori's, her status and stuff like that, but my daughter don't play around like that. She does not, she's on what she's trying to do. Does she date? Yes. Does she like young men her age? Yes. But if they don't listen, the minute they're not acting right, or if she's feeling a certain way, like something ain't right,
she gonna hop, skip, and jump, huh?
But that's what she's supposed to do. She's young.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But yeah, she was saying that, like, with these, she's looking around and she's seeing what the men are doing, and she likes and dates young men who are black and stuff. And although she gets attention from all of the different types, and I've told her, it's okay. If she's wants to date outside of her race or what have you, then she can do that. It's okay. I want her to be well-rounded and see what's actually out there for her, and not put herself in a box, right? And she said, what she was saying today is that she gets tired of women who are care so much about what black men think. That's like literally what she said. She's like, they care so much about what men think. And she said, they're not over here caring about what we think. They don't limit themselves. They date whoever they want to date. They're not sitting here like, oh, I better not date this person because black women will think something. She's like, they don't care. She's like, so women shouldn't care. Women should date who they want, and
and not care. And I agree with that. You know who else said that? I'm not for everyone. She was up here and said, Bob, we just don't care. I just don't care. Right? And what they think. And I agree with that. But what happens? This is what I'm saying. I understand they're not caring because they're young, right? But if we don't tell these men what the issue is so they can get a chance to fix it, it's sad that we got to help them fix it. I agree. But if we don't give them a chance to fix it, what happens when, like, a woman who wants a black man, she gonna have to, do you agree that she gonna have to down? She gonna have to look down. She gonna have to, she gonna have a man playing, what you call it? Hip, what y'all call it? When the man is the one looking for somebody with more money.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Hypergamy,
my daughter definitely practices hypergamy. She does not deal with any, like, she doesn't. But you're talking about hypogamy, like dating down.
Okay,
underneath.
Yeah.
So it's hyper up and hypo down. So yeah, if you limit yourself only to black men or only to what's you're surrounded by, like in your neighborhood, your options are going to be pretty low. And unfortunately, because we don't have as many Black men as we should who are, you know, educated, who are financially stable, even mentally and emotionally stable, or even who want to, you know, have commitments, be committed and get married and have families and stuff like that. You have these young women who want that. What are they supposed to do? If they sit around and just say, I'm only going to stick to this type of person only, many women will wait and lose their childbearing years waiting for just, you know, just a Black man to be on her level. And it's sad, and men don't like to hear it, but it's the reality. It's the truth.
Right. And so tell her when she hear me talking to the men and caring about it, tell her I'm doing it for her and the rest of our young. I understand the young women not dealing with this, not having the conversation. It's okay for y'all not to care. Just let the older people who are caring and trying to fix it, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, she loves you, Bomb. She thinks you're hilarious and funny, and she'd be like, "Oh, yeah, she's right. She's right." And I'm like, "Yeah." But yeah, definitely. And I think that it's great. I don't think there's a problem in what you do, Bomb, and like Brandy, and you know, even me, some of the things that I say, but it's just like I'm not sure that they're really listening because they're so stuck in they just defeat it, which is pretty sad to see. So
last night I was so hurt. I'm not sure if you was here, Purple. I was so hurt.
What happened last night? Because I didn't.
It was
what
early
happened?
morning.
I wasn't here. What happened?
I was talking about guns. I was talking to, I forget who was up here. Mr. Kev, me, Trinity was up here. I think. Wait, I'm not even sure. Was Trinity up here? I think so.
Yes,
yeah.
She was.
And who else? And another guy. He's in the chat. I can't think of his name because I'm not looking in the chat. But our head came up with this idea of our Black men going into the community and teaching the community about weapons, guns, so we could protect ourselves, right? And I got pushback. It was almost like, hey, yeah, great idea. And it was almost like, no, we men can't do that because, and I'm like, the reason they sounded defeated. It sounded like Black men are defeated. It's almost like they scared. And I'm like, well, we Black women, like we you know what I mean? Like, let us help you, but we can't even help them because they sound like they defeated. Because they'll say the police are coming. I'm like, the police don't go riding and everybody. I'm not sure if y'all are aware of this. I know some of y'all are, right? But to people in certain neighborhoods, I don't think y'all know, but police do not go riding through all communities, y'all. They don't go riding through all communities. They only go in certain communities when they get called. But see, they really patrol our neighborhoods. They'll stop a young Black group of kids who might just be walking to the store together.
Oh yeah.
They'll stop them, hem them up, want to check their pockets, want to know where they're going, where they're coming from. Yep. But white people don't have to deal with that in their community.
No, they don't.
They could be over there trashing their parents' house, partying up, jumping in the pool, breaking up fucking shit. No police get involved unless somebody calls them.
And that's so true because I live in a community that is it's mixed. It's Blacks and whites, predominantly white. And you see groups of white boys and they playing that loud ass music, rap music and shit. They never get pulled over. They do all kind of shit.
And that's what white privilege is. So when white people say they don't have white privilege, they think they're only thinking about, well, I'm poor, I don't have white privilege. That's not what white privilege is. It's not about your finances. It's about your access to opportunity and the fact that they get the privilege of being given the benefit of the doubt. That's white privilege.
They have the color for the protection, as Paul Mooney would say. Paul Mooney used to say that all the time. They got the color for the protection.
Hey, Ball.
Uh-huh.
Real quick, I didn't want to say good now. I'm about to step out.
Okay, wait a minute. Was you here for the conversation this morning, Sapase? Oh, no.
This morning about
it was about the guns. It was me, Mr. Kev, and
no. I didn't hear that part. No, okay. I missed that.
I want to know who was saying what.
Okay,
But
well, wait a minute. Sapa say, okay, thank you for coming up, my brother, my nephew, y'all. This is my nephew by blood. Okay, I done adopted his ass.
Yeah.
Hi, Sac Passe. Sac
Sac Passe. He's a
he don't be
nice
talking to me
man.
in the chat. He don't like my ass. It's okay, Sac.
That's
I'll
my
work
little
on it.
brother. He's a nice young man.
Yeah, first time talking to you, Brandy. So that's what's up. First time talking to you. And Verbal, you
Yeah.
cool people though, man. I know you be on niggas' ass though. So.
I have to. You be seeing what they be doing, Sac Passe.
Well, I stay out the way though. You know, you can handle that. Yeah, but good night, y'all.
Good night.
Brother.
Yep.
Good night.
Okay, Big J was talking, y'all. But first, before I let Big J have it, Cyber is trying to come back up here. So take the vote. Who wants him up here?
Okay, if he comes back, he can't be going at and mimicking and mocking.
No, I'm
Big
just asking
J.
Who wants him up here?
I don't care. It don't make me no difference.
It's up to you.
I don't care. It's up to you.
Hey, I'm asking y'all.
We
anybody
don't care, Bob.
Big J, what you say, baby?
Kick that bitch ass off.
Okay, what you say, bro speaks?
It's your chat, but if it's my opinion, hell no. He up there pretending to be Max. That's a punk ass move. Fuck him.
Okay. Sorry, you're going to come back later. The men got the vote. Okay.
The men have spoken.
Yeah, the men have spoken. We let the men speak because you're a man. Okay. Now, so you're going to maybe when they decide, if they decide, go ahead, Big J, it's on you, babe.
What you okay? What who said we couldn't? That men shouldn't teach children about arms. I mean, I'm trying to figure this out. I mean,
no, I might play the stream because then y'all have more understanding. But I was just putting it out. Hey, what about, because right now, y'all, I'm not sure if y'all see what's going around the country. Even the conversation on taking guns, them coming into our community, shooting us up and shit like that, right? So I said, back in the 70s, we had this fear. Right, because we did have, the Black Panthers, but they had more groups than just the Black Panthers.
Right,
and
right. There was
so police. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because down here in Texas, we have the Huey P. Newton Gun Club, which is based in the Dallas Fort Worth area. Then we have the Black Guns Matter.
Mm-hmm.
That's also part. There's chapters in Texas. Let me see what there are about two others that I know of. Then there's the Black Guns Association. I think that's the name. And then you got people like Twista, because Twista, the rapper Twista, he had his own little gun club.
Oh shit!
Yeah. Twista, he had that Eagle 50 cal handgun. He had it in gold and all that shit. He be educating people about guns and all that.
Okay, see, so what I was mentioning, because I didn't know about all the groups you mentioned, and there may be even more, right? But I had mentioned, hey, it's getting dangerous out here. It would be a good idea for Black men, right, in the different communities to go out and teach about gun laws, gun safety, and so the women and the men, our sons and everybody, could learn about guns and possibly go get one. Or 2 or 100, whatever.
There is a Black Women's Defense League that's also based in Dallas. I remember talking to them. I actually had them interviewed on somebody else's channel. I interviewed them. I think that was Garage Autonomous channel when I interviewed them on his channel. The Black Women's Defense League. There was 2 other defense leagues, primarily that either Black or Black female led.
Mm-hmm.
That's been floating around. So yeah.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool too. Yeah, I like hearing this. I'm about to do some research, and I know Mr. Cav was saying that they have some. He was saying the same thing. He was like, hey, some places have some. I think he said in Louisiana. I think he said they had some. A few, and I was like, yeah, but we need to not just have a gun club that might be where people got to go to them and got to pay for them. I was talking about just where maybe we have a once or twice a year in our individual community, You know what I mean? Like in the neighborhood. And we teach even our kids about gun safety and how to use guns. Maybe there might be some women and men who want to buy guns but don't know anything about them, right? Don't even know what to buy, what would fit their hands and stuff like that. So I mentioned that, and Mr. Kev had said, he had mentioned the dangers and mentioned how the cops come in. It was just a lot of like pushback. And he did ask me, though. He said, you know what that would mean? Like when I'm like, because these white cops can drive through our neighborhood. They put fear in the hearts. It's almost like they come in with the intention of kind of intimidation. Right?
They do.
They do, yes. They come in with that. And it seems like even when I was in the last community I was in, I was the one who would approach the cop and ask them why they talking to these kids this way. If my kids called me and told me them cops is hemming them up right now, I didn't care how I was dressed. I didn't give a fuck. I'm putting on what I need to put on, and I was running right over there. I want to know why you talking to my sons. They live here. What you mean you need to know where they're coming from? Was a crime committed? Did anybody even, because they come in and they attack our children. And especially our black sons. Yes. The girls get hit too, but only if they're with the boys for the most part. But they don't give a shit about black girls neither, though. We're gonna be clear.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they just slam black girls, should I say, not women. These are girls. Then taking black girls in school and body slam them, and they get away with that shit.
Yeah, they do. But
now,
I tell
if
you
they
this.
white, they don't get away with it. But if they black,
don't get away with it.
Yeah.
But I tell you this, they having all these committees and all this stuff in Washington about gun laws and doing this with the gun laws. I tell you what, you let all us black people start doing like these white people with their kids and taking them out and buying up guns. I guarantee you the laws will change.
That's it. And look
overnight.
Because they're gonna be like, if we want change, then we're gonna have to do something. Now we go use our very right to buy guns to defend ourselves. And you goddamn right, they're gonna change them goddamn laws.
They're gonna change them laws.
Yeah, and if they don't, guess what? We have our protection.
Because they teach their kids how to shoot.
Yes, they do.
They teach them. Yes, they do.
But I got pushback. But I understood what Mr. Cal was saying, but it was just like, it was disheartening because he was like, hey, we'll go to jail. And I'm like, well, we wouldn't really go to jail if we all standing up together. Because even some of the instances he put up, it was like black. If we I told him they can't go in the Italian neighborhood and do that shit. Them cops cannot go in them neighborhoods and start no shit. They just can't do it. In fact, I've seen where they tell them, why are you here? Get the fuck out of our neighborhood. Nobody called you. And the cop just leave. I watched that shit. I was with one of my friends. Cop come around. What the fuck are you here? They stopped the cop and asked him why he coming through their neighborhood.
They can do that.
Yes, they can. Y'all, the cops don't have no right to be riding in your area, especially if you can, it's like they starting problems. They looking for shit. But we don't have that because we don't stand up for each other. You know what I mean? And we scared. I've seen where in our neighborhoods, a cop come through, people will go in their house. They purposely will ruin a whole get together by riding through. Everybody who was sitting outside, cackling, eating, maybe even drinking in their yard. They will just walk in the house
because they're quick to kill us.
Yes,
they're quick to kill us. If you look at it with all of these mass shootings and stuff, these white kids, they live. Now they got AR-15s. They done shot up every damn thing, but they live unless they kill themselves. But the black men and young men, they can be unarmed,
right?
And because they run, they're getting killed. Right. So, I can understand the sense of fear, but yeah, I think that's a good idea. We do need the training, and I would love to learn how to shoot. I don't know. Yes. I would love to.
Yeah, and I think it's a great idea. We need to, y'all, because of this shit. Look, think of, and I don't even know why it seems like I'm asking a strange question. A young motherfucker that drove hours to go to a Black community, chose a store, and went in that bitch and started to kill us. He could have easily came to my community. He could have easily went to your Walmart while you was in there or while your children was in there. And I'm gonna tell you, I think it's gonna be the first of many. Because he done gave other young racist little motherfuckers the idea of how he could go and kill some of us. It's gonna be
that's true, you're right.
And we gotta do something. And we got the right to do something. We got the right to walk around in this United States of America with the right to bear arms. We have the right to bear arms. As long as you open carry. Open carry meaning the shit can be seen. Everybody can see it. That is a right of all of us. Now, concealed carry, that means where you have it in your purse, in your pocket, where nobody can see it. That's a different type of license right there.
Well, that's how they have it here. They have, you can have one, but I don't think you can openly carry it.
I think in all states. I think all states is open carry.
No, it's not, Bomb. No, it's not.
Not all states is not open carry.
I know
that individual areas.
Yeah.
So you go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, like Texas, we got constitutional carry. That means anybody can go in the gun store and buy it. And I bet you that's why that little boy, huh?
Let's back up. We talking about carrying the weapon openly in the open. Where can't we do that at? Except cities.
But bomb. There is concealed carry. There's
concealed carry. You got to have a concealed carry. You got to go get a license. You got to get permission. Open carry. You do not have to have nothing to do that.
Right. Hold on. But bomb. We also have constitutional carry, which means that anybody can buy any gun without a license.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have that.
But what about you? Told me that I was wrong about the open carry, though.
That school was shot up.
We're talking about the. I understand what you're saying about the constitution carry, because that's what open carry is. Due to the Constitution of the United States.
No. I mean, I'm okay, but in open carry, you also have to have a license to have open carry.
No, you don't.
Oh yeah, yes, you do.
No, you just have to have. You mean the license for the gun? You mean where you register the gun? Or you talking about a license to carry? No, you don't.
The license to carry, the license to own it.
Oh, well, no, that's just a registration of your gun. Yeah, but you could open carry in this United States of America. You could openly carry your weapon. They got laws that prevent you from going to certain areas. Like I think in certain areas you can't go near schools and shit like that. But the Constitution tells us we have the right to bear arms. That means
regulated. See, the word regulated is in the Constitution. Regulated armed militia.
Mm-hmm.
So the government can regulate where or when you should carry, when you carry it, and how to carry it.
I don't think in Chicago we can openly carry a gun and walk around with a gun on our hip.
Okay, wait a minute, y'all. My husband here, he gonna correct me and he gonna correct everything because he's saying I'm wrong about some things, but he know more. Okay, so here you go. Hold up, babe. What's it?
Okay.
So now what you were saying? Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
All right. So what you were saying, like,
can y'all hear him?
Who?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
So who was that?
That's Miss Brandy.
No, the guy. Who's that?
Oh, that's
Big J.
Jay. Now he was right. The open carry thing, it varies from state to state. So in Missouri, for example, you have to have a license to buy a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So then you can own the gun, you can openly carry the gun.
Wait, so you can openly carry in Missouri?
Yeah, well, I'm using Missouri as an example.
Okay.
Right, but you can't open carry a pistol everywhere.
Oh, so they got
so
different.
What they're saying is like the open carry claim is going to be for like rifles, right? Because they're going, well, I'll go hunt. So yeah, you can open carry a rifle practically anywhere. You can't open carry pistols everywhere. So like New York City, for example, actually the whole state of New York, you can't open carry a pistol.
A pistol, open carry pistol
at all.
Okay, but
now the way around it in New York is by a hunting license.
By what?
A hunting license.
Oh, okay. So you get a hunting license.
So first you have to apply to get a gun, right? So you have to get a license to own the gun, state level. Then if you want to openly carry it, you have to get a hunting permit.
Okay. And then you go openly carry.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk. So what about the open carry versus the concealed carry?
Well,
and
concealed carry is gonna vary from state to state. Right. So let's just say like
Chicago, we have conceal and carry. You can, I don't know what that means, so let me know, but we have conceal and carry. But you can't openly just have your gun like walking down the street. You can't do that.
Like most states, concealed carry means like say I'm walking around and have a pistol on my hip, right? And you can see it like literally a mile away. The minute I put on a jacket to cover that pistol, now it's concealed. Whether I tuck the jacket in or whatever, once it's covered by the jacket, it's considered concealed.
And you can get in trouble. But what about open carrying? I'm talking about.
But we're back to the original thing, like state to state. There's some states where you cannot open carry a pistol at all.
Are there some that you can't open carry a pistol?
Yeah, like he said, like Texas, and then like I was telling you y'all the other night, like ironically the doors getting wide is getting open state to state with this constitutional carry because of pocket knives. Right. So once you allowed, because it was like, okay, these knife laws most of these states have are archaic and stupid. Right. So now you have lawyers that are going around challenging that. But the way they're getting around it is to say it's a constitutional right to bear arms. So once you open the door to knives, the door is wide open for guns.
So how about here in Delaware? Can I go out and carry in Delaware as long as it's open?
Yes.
Right.
In Delaware.
In Delaware.
Right. But now, like I said, now you go back like state to state.
You're talking about a pistol, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But like it's going to vary state to state.
Okay.
Right. So one state might say, hey, look, as long as I can see it from 10 feet away, it's open carry. Another state may say, no, that's considered concealed. Right. Because you may have it like inside the waistband holster. So now they're going to say that even though it's plainly visible, it's concealed. State to state's going to change.
Okay. So that's why I was saying we need to get some men who gonna come into our community and teach us the laws of the area, you see? So we will know what the rules are.
Right. Because I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what conceal and carry. I just knew they have that now here.
Yeah, concealed carry just means that you can put it in the box, in your purse, in your pants way, when nobody know you have it. That's what that means.
Okay.
But open carry means whoever look at you, they should be able to see it. And if they see it, so here in Delaware, you don't need a license to open carry. Conceal carry, you do. You have to have a license to conceal. What about when you're in your cars with your weapon? So let's say I'm
state to state.
Okay. So here in Delaware, I can open carry, but
like Delaware, if you have a quote unquote firearm in your vehicle, the firearm and the ammunition have to be separate.
Right.
So like if you can have the gun literally sitting on the front seat, unloaded.
Unloaded. Gotta be
ammo has to be in the trunk. Not in the glove compartment or somewhere easily available. The two had to be separated.
That's dumb as fuck. Suppose you need your gun.
Right.
So that's the argument. But see, now we're back to this slippery slope that we were having in this debate the other night, like having armed dudes around, schools and shit, right? A white dude with an AR-15, cops won't think twice.
They would let him. He would let him.
Right. They wouldn't think twice. They, well, that's just Jethro being Jethro, shit like that. Right. The minute it's a black dude, they're going to shoot him.
Right.
And if they don't, they will when they get there because some white guy's going to call and say, hey, there's a black guy standing by the grocery store.
But now think about what you just said. So open carry of pistols. I'm sorry, rifles, right? Rifles. That's the long ones, y'all, like the AR-15s, right? That's a rifle. That is legal throughout our nation, pretty much, right?
Pretty much.
Open carry, where you could go outside with your pistol. I'm sorry, with your rifle. You can walk around schools and everything.
No,
that
actually,
not
no,
schools
not
though,
schools.
not schools because they put laws in. But you could walk around neighborhoods. You could go wherever you want. You could go in the stores. You could go in Walmart and all kinds of shit with open.
Actually, you can't do it in banks either.
Huh?
You can't do it in banks.
Oh, you can't go in banks. But you could go in Walmart and everywhere with this rifle, pretty much. Right? But that only work if you're white, because if you're black, they want to know what you got it for. If you're white though, and some people did videos on YouTube. Well, I know I saw them on Facebook where they were showing the white guy walking around with a gun, and they did stop him and ask him questions. Then they got to give it back to him and let him go about his business. With black people though, they drew weapons on him, and damn near was about to kill him.
Yeah, but it's back to the same conditioning over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but we're not
black
going.
Guys are gang members and all this other shit.
Yeah.
Right. So the minute you see an armed black guy,
mm-hmm.
Depending on the age of the white people, you're getting some kind of threat. Like really old people gonna say it's a Black Panther. Right.
Right.
Yeah, because that's Black Panthers were the enemy back in like the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, 70s and on, you're gonna be either a gangbanger or some kind of armed pimp or some other shit. Two white people.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You can just be in your neighborhood trying to protect your neighborhood. And some white guy, oh, well, there's this pimp standing on the corner with a gun. And then when they show up, they're shooting first.
Yeah, they shoot just like they did that little boy. That 11-year-old shot that little boy with a toy gun in the park.
Like
Tamir Rice. Yeah.
Say, look, if I went running down the street in Wisconsin and two white cops were standing on the corner, I wouldn't get 50 yards, before they shoot me.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, this cat literally ran up to him and they were, hey, good job, buddy. Here's a bottle of water.
They gave that little boy water and treated him and told him to go on his way. Ain't that some shit?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, be free. Go shoot some more.
Yeah. Or the one that did the shooting at the church some years ago. They took him to Burger King.
They took him to
Burger King.
Yeah, took him to Burger King.
Because he was hungry.
That's a goddamn shame.
They negotiated that shit.
Oh, is that what they did?
Mm-hmm.
They negotiated.
He already shot you people. He was in the church and it was okay, Dylan. I mean, if you're that hungry, if you come out, we probably will take your Burger King.
Oh, that's how they did it? Oh, okay.
Ain't that some shit?
Probably even asking, hey, can I get a large while we're here?
They should have shot his goddamn ass. Yep. Talking about to negotiate. He just shot all the motherfucking people up. They should have just
should have yelled sniper and then shot.
His ass now he get to live and shit and tell a story, write a book and have movies made of him and all that fucking shit.
Nice.
He can't write them, but his family can, huh?
No.
Oh, nobody can.
Son of Sam Law.
What'd that say? Son of
Sam Law. Yeah, they can't. That's why you don't see shit on them. Any of these fools.
Oh, they can't do it no more? Because they talking about
not them.
Oh.
Now, if somebody wanted to make a movie about it, it'd be from the victim side to say, there we were, like the Dylan Roof thing. Yeah, there we were.
Oh, so the
sitting in church praying, and then this asshole came along and shot us.
Oh, okay.
But if we had things like what you were talking about, Bomb C, they could have got his ass when he came up in that church. Yeah,
exactly.
We need to protect ourselves because
even in the church, even the preacher, in the back, if he could have heard shooting, he could have, or did something.
Right.
Know how to do something.
Well,
what you think about that, baby? Because I know, I'm starting to hear y'all.
Back to the same thing. It's a slippery slope, right? Just like everybody wants to. Well, like I said before, every time one of these, which by the way, there was one in Maryland today.
Another killing today?
Mm-hmm.
How many?
I know 3 for sure, 4 injured.
God, but black?
I don't know. I just got the text. But
another shooting today,
every
y'all.
Time, this happens, they teach the next one. Hey, look, you've already told them what the soft targets are.
Mm-hmm.
Schools, movie theater, church, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because here's the problem.
Shopping centers.
Well, yeah, but even then, pick the right one, right? But like here, we use Delaware. How many people you think go to church with a gun? Let's just say none.
Nobody.
Yep, none, right?
None.
But now you go to like Texas, Alabama.
Everybody got guns down south.
Exactly.
You go to Louisiana.
Time, it's like, boy, don't let me get to my truck.
That's why when I go out, I'll be like, I better not get to my car. I'll get my car and get to the truck.
Let me get to my truck. And then everybody in the church has one. So if you're going to shoot up a church, like we'll say in the South, it better be more than one of you. Because if somebody gets out the back door and their truck is out back, they're going to get your ass. And then
I'm gonna jump down. I'm gonna jump down for a bit. Okay.
Okay. Did you want to say something before you go, Verbal?
No, I'm good. I just gotta eat.
Oh, okay. Go get some food.
I haven't eaten all day, so
okay.
I was mostly sleeping. I was up super late. It was ridiculous. Ridiculous. So
okay.
All right. But I'm listening.
Okay.
Okay.
See you later.
All right. I might come back up. Okay. Bye.
Okay.
Rose Speaks, you had anything you want to add, or Big J?
No, I mean, I think part of the problem is a lot of guys don't know the law. You know, they don't really know it. And plus two, as far as like coming together, I mean, you see how they act on YouTube. So it's kind of like it's coming together on something like that. That's kind of hard to do because they don't really trust each other like that.
Now, I think in the community, I lived in communities where, like me and my husband, we had our boots on the ground, and we would take the kids places, fishing tournaments, and the men will, if we were doing something for the kids, they would come out on there with the kids. The kid, but I remember when you had a fishing thing and the men came to help with their sons.
But see, back to the same problem, like we said before, right? When we were having that debate, right? It was to tell, hey, look, if you're gonna send your kid to this fishing tournament, then you had to come with your kid, right? We're not a babysit service,
right?
Yeah,
but I'm talking about guns. We talking about guns, so you don't think
But see, now it's a slippery slope on that one too, right? That's like, look at it this way: most states, if not all states, have a hunter's education or hunter safety class, right? Which teaches you how to handle firearms, right? You would literally have to do this under that guise.
Why?
Right? Because you're going to have somebody in the community saying you're promoting violence. If you say self-defense, whatever, somebody out there is that big a pacifist that they don't want people to learn how to defend themselves.
Yeah, but it's not against the law. So even if they did,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be against the law. They're going to be against it.
Then
they're going to say, you're promoting violence. Yeah, this kid's going to join some gang or some shit. You don't know. That's why I said, if you use the guys of hunting, see, you're already going to have a problem with that, right? You're going to have the animal lovers that come on. Why are you teaching these kids how to shoot squirrels and shit? So they can eat, right? But if you say self-defense, would you just want another black kid shoot some other black kid? No, that's not what this is for. But
even if it is, if another black kid coming at me with a gun, yes, I want to shoot his ass. Okay, I'm just wondering why I'm saying if it's not against the law, even if they complain, they ain't got to come. How can they stop you?
Who said they could stop you?
There
I didn't
you
say
go.
they can't stop you.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about.
I'm saying is the pushback you're going to get. How much are you going to get? How much pushback you going to get?
I'm willing for the pushback. We shouldn't care about the pushback.
Yeah, the problem is that they're going to push back until they need you. That's the problem, right? And then when they need you, it's too late. Yeah, that's the problem. That's why I said, like, under the guise of hunting, okay, tell you what, then you run along, go tend to your crops and leave me alone.
I'm just talking about
if your son can shoot a rabbit and eat, don't come crying to me.
Yeah, I'm talking about this. Okay, so when I was talking about where somebody come into our communities and teach us the laws. First of all, we need to know the laws of the gun, so we at least know what can happen in that state, in that city, in that area. And then maybe we might have some women who want to take self-defense or learn about getting a gun for themselves. You give them the information where they could go get self-defense, what kind of gun where you would be good with looking at their hands and telling them what kind of gun will be best for them. And You know, and then maybe there's another area where somebody teaching about the different guns and how much they cost, where they could go get them, about how licensing and all that, the difference between open carry and concealed carry, what they got to do if they want to conceal carry, for those who don't want to do it that way. I'm thinking something like a workshop along that lines. I don't see nothing wrong with that. And even if people want to get pushback, they ain't got to bring their asses to it.
But even then, you probably still want to go through like some state certified instructor.
Well, I mean, I know somebody who teaches, but I'm just talking about. Yeah, that's a good idea. Finding somebody
takes all their arguments away. It's, hey, look, yeah, this is state, state approved, blah blah blah. This isn't just some grassroots thing. Yeah, if you want to go sit in your house and tremble in fear, and then somebody breaks in, don't come asking me for help because they're not breaking in my house because they know I'll shoot it.
Because you don't think somebody, like if they go to a church and all these things, you don't think they could just decide to ride through a community that's quiet as fuck, pull out their gun and just do almost like what they call a drive-by, right? Because they in the car and they just start shooting.
I mean, that's not that big a leap, but it's to say the same thing. See, now we're starting to creep into arguments I had downstairs, right? Well, who cares? I mean, black people shoot each other all the time. It's not really. And do you think that some quote-unquote gangbangers riding around saying, I hope I shoot some 6-year-old girl or some shit? No. But he didn't take the time to learn how to shoot. He just sprays up a whole block and then some kid gets killed. And the news, focuses on that, which is right and wrong at the same time. Right? But when you white cats see this stuff, you seem to think this happens all the time. Yeah. But now while y'all watching that, these white cats also have their leader, secretly telling them, go get them. Now, when I point this out to them, they don't want to admit it, right? So now follow the reasoning on this. They all look up to Tucker Carlson, Fox News. It's like, yeah, this fucker does a lot of damage and y'all just don't realize it. Every day. Yeah. So as I tell them, every day this cat comes on and sooner or later he says something like, they are coming to replace you. They're coming after you. They want to take away your guns. Shit like that, right? Then it was a time I asked them, who is they? Right? And now they don't want to answer. And I said, I'm going to tell you who they is. The Democrats. Because that's exactly what he'll say sooner or later in that speech. The Democrats. Now, who is Democrats? Mostly minorities. This cat just told y'all minorities want to take y'all's jobs, want to take y'all's guns, and all this shit. And then one of y'all will rise up, get y'all's AR-15 and go shoot some minorities / Democrats.
Right.
Yeah. That's exactly
and not
what's
one
happening.
to deny that. And just tell him why y'all's happy asses are watching him. He's giving another one of y'all a license to go do it. Not one of them. No, he's not. Yes, he is.
But Big J was saying something. Go ahead, Big J.
Yeah. It's kind of like when that white girl was killed in I want to say Nebraska or was Kansas. I forgot which state it was. Right.
Which one?
And I did a video. I think the name is Morgan Tibbetts. How they use her own death.
By the Mexican dude?
Yeah, that Mexican dude apparently killed her in that cornfield.
Yeah.
They try to frame that, even though the family told them to fuck off, but they still ran with Trump and Tucker Carlson. They ran with it an illusion that they're coming to get you.
Yeah. Yeah, see, but that was back to the same thing. See, on that one, they rung the illegal Mexican bell loud and clear. Illegal Mexicans are coming here and smuggling drugs and children and sex trafficking and blah, blah, blah. And look, one of them got as far as Missouri and killed a God-fearing white woman. Rise up and stop them at the border. That's exactly what he might as well have said.
Yeah, and that's what.
And then these fools. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. That's what they did, sir. They used her death. The politics of a dead white woman, they use her, even though she was, people learn about her. She was a Democrat herself. She was liberal herself, and they were trying to use her as if she was the vestige of white womanhood, and she was, and all that, and they use her as a propaganda tool. Knowing the fact though, and knowing the fact though, those white people that brought that Mexican over here.
Yep.
There was a white company that brought him over to that location. The same people that was ranting and raving about Hispanics are the same one that brought him over here.
Yeah, and the same one that participate in that sex trafficking.
Right.
They're the same ones.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I said, I mean, I'm usually downstairs over in their backyard taking it to them constantly. Yeah, like their latest one, yeah, voting in pedophiles and shit. And it's dude, y'all better check yourselves. Yeah, y'all the ones were okay with Roy Moore getting elected to the Senate in Alabama, convicted pedophile. Y'all were okay with that.
Damn.
Yeah, because of being a Republican in that seat meant more than his past. Y'all were okay with letting the pedophile in there. What was he? Y'all's into the secret Democratic pedophiles? Then it was to call them on their religion. It's like, dude, half y'all in here are Catholics. Last time I checked, Catholic priests running wild with little boys. But y'all want to point the finger at Democrats?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's to tell them, look, when you point your finger, there's 3 more pointing back at y'all's asses. So don't throw rocks this way unless you're ready for them to come back.
Yeah. Well, that's the truth. Yeah.
But yeah,
isn't it something?
I love going after them, and it's to call them on the carpet. Look, for all this, and then here's another one. The latest one is this wokeism, right? So it's to call these older white people. Okay, so y'all sleeping, right? Because y'all claim that these woke ones are the crazy or whatever, but y'all sleeping. So which means y'all are dreaming. So y'all must be dreaming of the good old days where y'all could just ride around and whoop up on minorities with no resistance. When people wake up and say, hey, look, those minorities are people just like us. Y'all don't like it.
Nope.
Now, I'm waiting for somebody. I'm waiting for somebody to take on that nigga Brandon Tatum.
Oh, Officer Tatum?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got up in his ass though on a radio show about 2 years ago. But yeah, he always talking about, because he actually put his foot in his mouth about the shooting in down there in Uvalde, Texas.
Did he?
Talking about the cops. They did the right thing. No, they didn't. Them cops allowed those children get killed.
Wow. That's crazy. But I'll be right back. I got a call. Okay, baby. All right.
Yeah, because the police could have killed them within the first 5 minutes of him getting inside that school. They sit there for like an hour almost.
Why did they do that? What they said the excuses, man?
It was a lot of, because I remember when me and I think what was her name, Miss Olivia, were talking about that, and I was pseudo defending the police, saying, well, they need to get the intel first and all this. But not an hour. Not an hour. What are you waiting on?
But until they needed, if they knew it was one person, kids, go in there and shoot his ass. If our son was in there, you would have ran your ass, and I know I would have.
Oh yeah. But then that's just like somebody snuck kids out some back door or something, and they told them, like the police told them to be quiet about it.
Huh? What happened?
Yeah.
Say it again?
There was it a parent that was on the phone with their kids and they snuck their kids out to school?
No, no. There was a Mexican woman, Hispanic woman. She was running up in the school. She was trying to get to her kid. The police tackled her, arrested her. Put all, asked her if she was the fucking shooter. She was trying to run up in there and get a child out of there. There was the other Hispanic man. He was getting his hair cut. He grabbed the barber's gun and walked up in there and shot. He was the one that killed the shooter.
Oh, really? It wasn't a police officer?
No, was no police officer.
That's why I said they were covering all this shit up.
Oh,
right. There were people that were sneaking kids out to school while they were like establishing a perimeter.
So he wasn't a former Border Patrol agent?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he was, but
he is a border control. But guess where the border's at? That's 3 hours away. He's far away from it. So he was at, he was having his vacation. Right. He was at, Uvalde's not far from San Antonio. It's about 2.5 hours from San Antonio, right? So I'm just giving you, it's not at the border, but it's about 2.5 hours from the border. But the thing was, he was home. He was home on break. His daughter was inside. His daughter and his wife was inside. His wife called him and said, hey, man, I got our daughter. We being shot at. He was busy getting his hair cut.
Damn.
he had no gun on him. He grabbed his barber's gun. He was busy getting a haircut because it showed the photo of him walking inside that school. They're actually videoing him walking, his hair all fucked up. He wearing a cap. He had a shotgun. He walked up in there and had it taken care of.
Yeah, because then they used the story that they were waiting on a special response from the Border Patrol.
Right.
What?
That's what they used to cover up the fact that
he did it. Yeah, I knew it. That's what I heard at first. I heard, somebody from the
special unit from the Border Patrol. What the Border Patrol, what you say, 3 hours away, something like that?
Yeah.
You waiting on them? You mean to tell me you couldn't call San Antonio or somewhere else, somewhere closer, and say, hey, look, we need and then and it's Texas, so we went over this before. Yeah. If you remember the North Hollywood shootout, right? Now, what's funny about that one? Why couldn't they do the same thing?
What they did?
Why couldn't they? So North Hollywood shootout was these two dudes that went to rob a bank, right? And it basically gave rise to all these other fools today. They went to rob a bank with AR-15s, and actually they didn't even have AR-15s. I think they actually had
It was pump shotguns.
He had, but they had I want to say either MP5s or Scorpion rifles, right?
Right.
They had all kinds of, but they had armor, body armor, literally head to toe, armed to the teeth. These cats, between the two of them, fired off almost 2,000 rounds, smoking police left and right. Right. Then the police realized they were outgunned, went to a local gun store and got the same guns they needed to go take these two cats down.
Oh, so you saying they should have?
They could have gone to a local gun store if they didn't have the same shit. If you hear this cat in there firing off, right, and it's back to the same argument. Not that I'm saying he could have quote unquote done better, but if you're in there for an hour, you killed 18 people, it could have been way worse. If you gave this cat an hour to shoot people, right?
If he was really trying to kill them kids, they would have been dead.
Because if you run down when you get your calculator out and add up all the shit he had, first thing you're gonna ask is where did this kid get this money?
That much?
Well, let's see. I forgot the two brands, but he had two different AR platforms. One cost $1,200, the other one cost $1,800, right? I believe he had somewhere around 1,000 rounds at $1 a piece.
That's another $1,000.
He had level 3. So right there, you're looking at like $4,000. He had level 3 body armor, right? That's another $1,000. And then there was something else. This kid literally had $6,000 worth of shit.
Yeah.
Oh, and a ton of magazines. Had literally $30 a magazine. So he had like another $300 in magazines, easily.
So $600-$300.
Roughly, yeah, $6,000 or $7,000 worth of stuff.
Yeah.
And then back to the same thing. Yeah, he was posting shit on social media. And he had the nickname of, wait for it, Shooter.
Shooter. They gave him the name Shooter. Somebody gave him the nickname Shooter. Ain't that some shit? That sounds like somebody that's organized, don't you? You agree? Organized to a degree.
But
how many of them are gonna be active?
Even if he wasn't, back to the original argument. If your parents are sitting around because he was living with his grandparents, so now your grandparents, classic old white people, watching Fox News, they're coming to replace you. They're coming after you. All this shit. This cat is sitting around with his grandparents, listening to his grandfather talk about how he used to be able to walk around and just beat up on Mexicans and nobody gave shit about it. Now, if I beat one up, I get in trouble. These fucking. So now your kid's sitting there getting brainwashed by this shit all day, every day. And now you gave him a couple $1,000. He went out and bought some shit and figured he'd go shoot up a bunch of Mexicans, fix everything for you, pop.
And sad part, he a Mexican. That's
half Mexican.
He half Mexican.
Yeah. But even then, what was the other part of that problem? He grew up in North Dakota. You can't get any whiter than North Dakota. and his half Mexican ass up there. Yeah, that's why he wound up with his grandparents.
I did not know that part.
I didn't know that part. He was in North Dakota.
Yep.
I did not know that.
His mother lived in North Dakota. That's where he grew up. And then they got too hot. He packed him up and moved him down to Texas. Thought he'd blend in. But back to, like I said, Fox News and you up there, you think you're white. Or you're trying to prove that you're white.
Right.
Yeah. And then half Mexican, what did you do? Go out and get the flagship model of Angry White Man, an AR-15 platform.
Right.
I'll fix it.
Crazy. That's insane.
It's like I keep telling these cats, look, y'all sitting around watching Tucker Carlson. Yeah. He's brainwashing y'all or y'all's kids.
Or Joe Rogan.
Yeah, Joe Rogan to a lesser degree, but Joe smokes, so yeah, at least he has an excuse for his crazy shit.
He smokes what?
Weed. Or supposedly
weed.
He's in Texas, so this cat might be doing some peyote too. But at least he has an excuse for his off the chart thinking. Tucker Carlson is Casper Milquetoast.
You couldn't just put it off on Joe Rogan. You also put that thing on that idiot from Texas too. What's his name? I forgot his name now. The 9/11 truther. What's his name?
I mean, there's a bunch of them, but Alex Jones is another one.
Yeah, that's the person, Alex Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he die?
That's the one.
No,
that's the one.
That was Rush Limbaugh.
Oh, okay.
And then I forgot which one he's damn it. Not Hannity. Which
Glenn Beck.
Yeah, Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck up there in Dallas. Reaching all over Texas, poisoning white people's minds.
Sad. I used to listen to him too. We just watch this show.
But what he said about Obama's daughters, I would feel like jumping inside that TV and whoop his ass.
Yep.
We did about Obama, about Sasha Obama. I thought about jumping inside that TV on his ass. You gonna make some sexual joke. Did like you plug the hole, daddy? That don't joke.
Yep.
What did he say?
Well, I don't know what he said. I just know he brought some heat over it.
Yeah, it was pedo type of joke. Okay, remember that in Louisiana, that Horizon, that that oil spill.
Deepwater Horizon,
and they were trying to figure out how So they were trying to figure out what to do with it, right? And they was angry at Obama for not giving the funds quickly or whatever. And Glenn Beck got on the radio and talk about he was doing a parody on Sasha Obama talking about daddy did like you plugged the hole. Daddy, are you gonna plug the hole? Daddy? It was sounding like sexual innuendos when he was saying it.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, it was that bad.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah. See, the problem with these cats is that you want to yell First Amendment and think you can say whatever you want to say.
Mm-hmm.
But it's to tell them, you might want to read that carefully. First Amendment says the government cannot censor you. That doesn't mean you can say this shit walking up down the street and not get your ass whooped.
Right.
I'm not the government. Right? If you think the First Amendment frees you to say whatever you want to say, as a God-fearing white dude, get in your car, walk down some black neighborhood and yell nigger. And see how many times you get to say it before you get your ass whooped. And then don't yell First Amendment, because I'm not the government.
And you can get fired from your job too. People
exactly. See, and that's like back to these cats to try and explain to them. No, y'all clearly misspeak. And if you are this dude, look, Twitter is a private business. They can do whatever the hell they want to do. Right? Just like this mask thing. Me and this cat going at it. It's like, dude, just because the government said you had to wear a mask doesn't mean I don't have to wear a mask. Okay. I tell you what, if a private business says you have to wear a mask, then you have to wear a mask.
Right.
There's no law saying I have to. Okay, how about this? Is there a law saying you have to wear shoes? Yes or no? No. Then do you wear shoes?
Yes.
Then wear the damn mask.
And
if you dare to be different, show up barefoot, or show me the video you driving through a school zone at 70.
Right.
Because you feel you pick and choose what you want to obey. Yeah. Show me the shit you're breaking law to.
You could be barefooted outside and everywhere, but if Walmart say clothes,
shoes,
then
put some damn shoes on.
No shoes, no shirt, no service.
That's restaurants. Right. Yeah. And then it's to call them on that one. Do you make it a habit of sitting around your dinner table with no shoes and shirt on? You think I want that shit out in public? I'm eating next to your dumbass.
Right.
But what they want is, they always talk about we need freedom, right? No. Listen to what they want: the freedom to oppress. That's what they want.
Yeah.
Keep talking about we need freedom. No. You want the freedom to oppress other people. Because they're always talking about how come I can't tell a joke? Why can't I? They always begin with the whole that's why everybody's backing Dave Chappelle. And they don't understand. They don't like Dave Chappelle. They just agree with Dave Chappelle because Dave Chappelle's getting on these transsexuals, and they're trying to hit your wagon at him and shit, trying to put up a black face up there. I noticed that part. I noticed what they're doing on that one.
But the difference is Dave Chappelle is just like talking and making fun of them and cracking jokes, right? He's not telling people to go whoop their asses.
Right.
Catch them in an alley and beat the shit out of them. Curb stomp them or something. That's what they want the freedom to do.
Yeah.
Right now you're hitching your wagon to Dave Chappelle to try and connect the dots and say, see, he makes fun of him, so it's okay to beat him up. No, you never heard Chappelle say that shit.
Yeah. And Chappelle clearly said, if I can crack jokes on black people, white people, Asian people, then why can't I crack jokes on these people? It's just jokes.
Yep.
So that's why people stood behind him. We stood behind him like, hey, he cracking jokes on everybody, himself, his own family, everybody. But yeah, this other group of people want the right to beat up on him.
And then see this is like I said, like I'll check them like in these conservative things, and it's I tell you what. See, y'all clearly missed the point here. Sure, I'm gonna use Chappelle as because this was probably gonna be my next argument with. Sure, Chappelle can talk about anybody, right? Because he's black, right? Now, you white cats, hear me out. Have y'all's ancestors been enslaved? Have y'all's ancestors been oppressed? Have y'all been lynched freely or any of this? Because if the answer is no, then you haven't suffered. Him making jokes of white people is his way of getting back at his grandfather probably getting beat up or some shit, or being a shoe shine boy, or whatever other degrading shit black people had to endure for 100 years. But your ancestors didn't have to suffer. And if they did, what are you going to say? Well, we were from Germany and we escaped and came to America. And as a white person, North European, all you had to do was change your name and you were accepted.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're born black, you can't change your color. So that's what I'm going to make the argument with, because they will say that shit, or how like this one dude made a shirt with a Chinese character on it. And we went down this road to tell them, yeah, if y'all don't think that's a racist or offensive, how about when they did the same thing, the caricatures of Obama? Y'all thought that was funny, right? But as a race, did you have another race tell you that you came from monkeys?
Right.
No. So now, when you go look at the Obama caricatures, tell me what it looks a lot like. A lot of them look like a chimpanzee. Mm-hmm. So now we're back to the whole black people come from monkeys. And now you're drawing a president to look like a chimpanzee. And y'all think it's funny.
Yeah, they think it's funny. Remember, they even had loops, what they call them, the hang.
Yeah, the noose and shit. But it's to tell them, like, hey, look, y'all don't see this the way other people do. Why do you think, back to the whole wokeism, that's where this argument was. It was like white people getting mad for Asians and shit. And see, y'all, the cats, y'all want to call them Asians because you don't want to get to know what country they're from. Mm-hmm. Just like the whole China virus thing. Mm-hmm. How many of y'all ran out and beat up any Asian cat you saw? You didn't check him first and say, hey, are you from China? Good, let's beat his ass. It was, he's Asian, let's go. right? But then those same cats that were that ignorant wouldn't buy Corona beer because of coronavirus.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off.
Okay, thank you, bro. Speaks for coming up. You're always welcome to come over. And if you have another topic, you can bring it up if you just tired of this one.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta go do something. Thank you for having me up, Mom.
Okay, talk to you later.
All right.
Yeah. I'm about to head off myself, but I remember the Obama, the first term of Obama. That's all I saw was stories of people hanging up nooses.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then one person, I remember one person put up a bulletin board at his place of business talking about he was using a Bible verse against Obama, talking about I forgot this Bible verse. We was talking about how to pray for the downfall of your kings or something like that. He was putting that out there, and if you read the Bible, that means to assassinate, wishing death on your ruler. Yeah, all of that was going on. They were trying to cover that up. So yeah, it was bad down here. During Obama's first term. The second term, it wasn't really. I guess because of Osama, the death of Osama. I think that kind of died down after that one. But yeah, that's the first term of Obama. That's all you heard was you saw nooses, you saw the apes, the orangutan. Michelle Obama is a man. Yeah, all of that, right? As if the women ain't supposed to have biceps. All right. Anyway,
But yeah, it was that problem. And then the capper was the Boston Herald with their caricature and the cartoon with, I think it's Bush sitting in the tub behind Obama while he's brushing his teeth, asking him that he try the new watermelon flavored toothpaste.
Big J, I know because you say you like on a farm area. Do you carry guns? Do you have guns like rifles and things like that personally?
Yeah.
Because I know you're a Texan, right? Do you find that mostly all Texans have guns?
Yeah. No. I think
depends on where you live too.
I think people just I think people just have their guns at their houses, but they're not really carrying them like that.
Oh yeah.
Every few often you see people carrying them, but you don't see people. Most people are particularly unarmed unless you go to their car or to their house. That's when they're carrying it.
Because I do see the men in Louisiana. I don't know about Texas, but the men have those trucks. They're like trucks, and they got this thing in the back with the rack. Yeah, you can see that gun is just right there. And if they get to that truck, they got them rifles.
That's like during deer season. Yeah, we be having guns on the rack on the back rack of the trucks. Yeah, even the high school students.
Right.
We having gun racks and guns on them. That's what I was saying though. I mean, he went to elementary school. If he went to a high school,
Really?
Yeah. But that's why I'm saying they taught these cats where to go, right? Even in Texas, like he said, high school. Yeah. Hell, you might have gone to a junior high school, and there might have been a teacher or two with a gun.
Right.
Yeah, he went
and then there's not to say there weren't any teachers there with guns too, but the odds are going to be low because it's spring. And then I don't know where Uvalde is as far as as far as Texas related, but like here's turkey season, right? Any given cat riding up and down Route 9 probably has a shotgun in the back of their cars.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm pretty sure there's turkeys in Texas. So there might have been a teacher. As soon as we wrap this up, I'm gonna get out in the woods and go see if I can't get me one. Yeah. So,
turkey. All that shit. Yeah. People hunting turkey and deer, whatever. Wild hog. I mean, that's what some of the teachers do. Soon as it turned 3 o'clock, they heading out the door going hunting.
Yeah.
Or fishing or something.
No, that's right. Yeah. When we get a chance, I want to do because I would like to get the information from you about the Remember, you said there was black groups, gun groups already.
Yeah, one of them, the Huey P. Newton Gun Club. Remember when Aaron Geiger when Aaron Geiger killed Bolton John, the mayor of Dallas at the time, they actually surrounded her. The Huey P. Newton Gun Club surrounded her at City Hall and was demanding an investigation. I don't know. There is a video on that when she was trying to get out. It was a blonde-haired white woman. She was trying to get out the building, and then they surrounded her. And Huey P. Newton folks surrounded her and demanded action. And they're very active in Fourth Wharf in Dallas. And there is the Black Women's Defense League, which was broken away from the Huey P. Newton Gun Club. Those two are facing,
they're like brother and sister, like the women and the men.
Not, I wouldn't say that, because there was some controversy back then.
Oh, okay.
On why there was a split, but that organization is called the Black Women's Defense League, and then there was
is it just women in that group?
It's Black women in that group. They've been around, I want to say 2015, the Black Women's Defense League. Then there was another, there's the Black African American Rifle Association. I'll give you a list because I remember following them about during the whole alt-right, when the alt-right was doing their bullshit in Charlottesville. That's when those organizations came to prominence.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember they caught, I don't know what group it was. Remember they had a Facebook video of these black men walking with their guns.
In fact.
I think
Skin fact.
In fact. And then they ended up arresting the leader because they said he pointed a gun up. Something they said he did.
Yeah, it was like they were connecting the dots on some dumbass. But it's back to that whole like city versus state. So it was like in the city, it was illegal for part of it was the gun he had was illegal. Then they made this leap that he pointed at some like counter sniper.
Yeah, there was some stupid shit.
On the roof.
Yeah, on the roof.
And it was.
I think he had said he saw something. When he looked through his scope and they were claiming. Yeah.
And it was they.
What happened with that? You know.
I think he's still in jail.
God damn.
But it was, oh man, see that one. It was like, okay, yeah.
Why is he in jail though?
Bad execution. Because of the, like I said, see, like in the city, which I think it was Nashville, right? They claimed that it was against city ordinance to have a firearm. Yeah.
That's why we need to know the laws.
But that's what it was, because it was like they.
But why? How many years has it been, baby?
That was like
5 years,
2 years ago.
Oh, just 2?
Yeah, well, like
it was before COVID.
That was after.
Oh, it was after COVID.
So it was like late 2020 or early 2021.
Yeah. Wow.
But it was to say like city ordinance.
That's why we got to do better. That's what I'm saying. If we're gonna do things, we need to know the laws, and then we need to have access to some lawyers. And then we need to stay on it, because he probably sitting in jail because nobody talking about it no more. Nobody's, you know what I mean? It went to the back of our minds, and his ass sitting in jail, his family suffering, and nobody.
Yeah, I think he's still in jail, but I think that was like, I want to say like February or March of last year.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because this is 2022.
Yeah, it's
true. So yeah, I think it was last year.
Wow.
But it was like.
But then don't they change laws on us? Because we in the middle of the night, it seems like they execute a law, put a law in place, and then what was legal today is illegal tomorrow.
Or they'll magically remember an old law.
Oh, go to an old law and pull it out, even though it's old.
Because it was like to say, like Chappelle said, you want gun control? And every God-fearing this and this black person go get a gun. Watch them change the shit.
Yeah, they'll change.
Right? Then it was the same thing with the Black Panthers. When they took a wrong turn in the assembly building, and wound up on the floor. These cats made open carry illegal overnight. Because it was, you can't have these cats threatening us.
Right.
And so it was like, we need to fix this.
So explain that. So the Black Panthers, they had the right to go there with their guns.
With their guns.
But when they took
not on the assembly floor.
And even though nobody was
upstairs.
there. Yeah, they was. But when
if they'd have gone upstairs instead of going down on the assembly floor, none of that would have happened.
Oh, okay.
But because they went on the assembly floor, so you had the state officials right there. Now the cats that's voting for this, when this was on the table, it went to the front of the line all of a sudden. Those blackies, because it's like to tell people, hey, look, you same cats that are defending shit now, seem to forget who the governor was back then. Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan? Oh, okay.
Right. If you don't think
he
for
was
1 minute,
Democrat or
Republican?
Republican.
Okay. But it was the thing. If you don't think for 1 minute that Ronnie wasn't racist.
Oh yeah, he was racist.
Before that, right? I mean, before he was voted president, that he wasn't racist. He was racist, right? And then that thing, like I said, literally got to the front line. No, don't worry about this. Let's fix this shit right now. These cats came, and they fixed it. Like
wait, so what they did was before the law was in place, and then they put the law in place, and then when they got them.
Well, like before they hit the assembly floor, open carry was legal in California.
It was illegal?
It was legal.
Legal, yeah, legal.
Right? And they knew the laws. So when they called them on stuff, So it was legal for them to be armed in the building. Except on the floor.
Okay.
Right? So if they'd have made a turn and went upstairs, they could have stood there, rifles at forward arms, right? Nobody could have said shit. But as soon as they walked out on the assembly floor, now you got like the governor and all them. Oh no, we can't have this shit.
But that's what I'm saying. Was the law already in place?
It was up for a vote.
Before
them, because it was back to the same thing, like to say, hey, you want to see something change? Let black people do it.
Yeah.
So leading up to that, they knew it was coming, right? But they went there to protest it.
Oh, they went to protest
the vote that was going. So they were already discussing this because they had already had run-ins with police, like walking in police stations armed.
Oh, okay.
State law says we can. State law says we can go here with guns. State law says this because it's open carry.
Right.
Stand down and shut up. Right. Now the state assembly gets involved, and it was, we'll talk about this later until they walked in. No, where's that? What is that? House Bill like 945? Yeah, let's talk about that now. Because we can't have this shit again.
Yeah. So, but they didn't arrest him.
I forgot what it is.
What the bill number?
Yeah, I forgot what the bill number.
Yeah, I forgot what it really is, but it was already on the agenda.
Right, but so what I'm asking you though, they went on the floor with guns. Was the law already voted on? Or no. So how did they arrest them after, or they just stopped them from doing it?
It was illegal to carry firearms onto the assembly floor
to
start with. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
So that's where they got in trouble.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Right. But then because of that,
that's when they started.
That law's already placed. Now this whole like, hey, look, we need to address this open carry shit today.
Oh, okay. So you
see these cats just came in here. If it weren't for this law, they could have shot us.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was no.
If people weren't there
to shoot you, they'd have been shot.
Yeah, they would have shot you without getting on the floor. Yeah. When they look at us with guns, they don't look at us as we protecting ourselves. They look at it as they coming to kill us.
Coming for revenge.
But even though we ain't shooting them, we can shoot them 20 yards away. We can shoot them a couple of yards away or feet away.
That's how. I know. I'm gonna say a historical thing. That's how Liberia became a country, because when the British burned down the White House, burned down the Capitol at the time in during the war 1812, the people, the President Madison and his Secretary of State was sitting there looking at. They came back to Washington D.C. and they saw all those people who was defending the Capitol, which was black people, and they was wondering, well, we fucked up, because here's the thing, okay. We slave owners. These are our slaves. Some of them were their slaves. And there are thousands there's hundreds, not if not thousands of them in Washington D.C. And you see dead British soldiers around. So they were trying to figure out, okay, what are we gonna do now? We can't take their guns from them now. We gave them the guns to defend the country, to defend the capital. Now what? So that's why they shipped them on the Liberia.
Wow.
Yeah, look up how they formed that. They call it African colonial society. That's how they cut into part of Africa. They invaded it and they put the slaves there. That's how Liberia and Sarah Simone was created.
Are any of them American citizens? Like if they were here, but they're not because I heard that's how Liberia. I didn't know about what you just said, but I heard that Liberia is made of people who was here, Black people who was here, and then they went over there. So they shipped them against their will, or they just shipped them?
No, like
they let them go. Like, you want to go back to Africa? Go.
Yeah, it was kind of like we know we treated you bad, so do you want to go back? So many of them did. Some quite some of them did. And they so I know that.
Okay,
I knew of the story. I didn't know it was that detailed, but
yeah.
Well, that because Moravia, the capital of Liberia, is named after James Madison. No, not James Monroe, who was the president.
Yeah, Monrovia.
Moravia. That's who created the African colonial society, which was shipping them back over here. And some of those people was armed former slaves of Madison and Monroe. Those were his slaves. Was both those presidents slaves? A lot of them were.
Wow. So is that like a form of what they call it? What we look seeking for?
I don't know if it's a U.S. territory or not, but I do know like Foderson was a Liberian.
Oh, okay.
So they like coming here. You got like a refugee status.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it got into the front line for his green card or not.
I heard that. I didn't know this until here on YouTube probably this week. Somebody said that they have grants for people who are immigrants. They get more money. Like they could come over here as an immigrant. Could it be illegals too, or is it just legal?
Nah,
but
legal,
gotta be legal. And then they could get money, free fucking money.
They how to explain this? Like they had to meet certain criteria, which ironically, a lot of criteria falls under the Civil Rights Acts of the 60s and 70s.
So they using our shit, but we can't get it because we already here, right?
No, some of them we can.
Some, but
a lot of them are based off of that, right? So it's like to say, okay, so to make up for all the shit we put Black people through for all this time, we're gonna put these in place to help y'all.
But we don't know.
The problem is, like, say the bank that's writing these grants or giving these grants, is still dead set against Black people.
Okay.
Well, you don't quite qualify. And if you don't know, then guess what? You're just walking out.
You just walk out.
Because they said you don't quite qualify. Quite.
Right?
Now all of a sudden, some cat comes from
Africa.
Well, not quite Africa, because Black is Black to them.
Oh, okay.
Right? But like some cat from like say, Pakistan, comes here. And then they use the same things but now as an immigrant, well, not an immigrant, like a refugee status, right? You go to the front line. Yeah. So the rails are almost greased for you to get this to establish yourself here.
Yeah.
Right. But now, like somebody was saying, but if you look like prime example is if you go to any of these hotels around here, they're owned by somebody from some country ends in Stan.
Right.
Right. So Pakistan, for example. But what they'll do is, and the part of the legend is true, like they'll pass it down from family to family or member to member. But a lot of times I own one hotel and you own another. And then we're working at each other's hotels. Yeah. Right. And it's to keep the money
in the family.
There, like in this circle. Right. So it's like the dude that got killed at the which one was it? The Travel Lodge over by McDonald's on Newcastle Avenue. Owned the deck on Super 8 over here on DuPont
Super
Highway.
8, yeah.
Right. And it was
so he was over there working, but he
owned this one.
Yeah.
Right. And then it was the same thing. The dude that owned that one, his wife worked there. So it was like this whole web, like them going back and forth. And they're all keeping it like within the group. Right.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then they just recycle the money. And then now their kid might buy a liquor store.
Yeah, liquor store.
Or something like that.
But then they get to come in our community, but they won't give us a liquor license. I heard that it's almost impossible for a Black person to even have a liquor store because you got to have certain type of licenses just to even, have a liquor store, sell liquor.
Probably.
And so
but it's back to the same thing.
So
they won't. Well, no, you don't quite qualify.
Yeah.
And it's but then and then a lot of times with them, and since they kept all that money in the family, and then the dude that goes to buy the liquor store just buys from the owner outright.
Yeah.
Comes in and says, "Hey, how much do you think this is worth?" And he's, I couldn't let this thing go for nothing less than $50,000 cash. All right, well, here's 60, 10 for your troubles. Get out. And then let's go. And then they just transfer everything in place.
Yeah.
And then because it was cash, guess what? Not much the state can say.
Yeah.
And they do decide to come in is to make sure that you can, you had your business license, which was already there. It's already been transferred. Right. Same thing when, here comes liquor control. Oh, yeah. The place is already here. We just bought the license too.
Yeah. Could you buy that?
Can't,
yeah. Almost like certain things are grandfathered in.
Right.
If it's grandfathered to me, when I have kids, do they get to keep it, right?
Well, it's the family. So
yeah, no, it's the family. Yeah. But you can't. Can you sell it?
You can if you want to. That's what's happening with a lot of this shit now. And the kids don't want to do what the parents were doing.
Right. So they're selling it.
Right. Yeah, that was a prime example. Was a drive-in. And when those kids inherited that shit, look what happened. They closed that shit a year later. Down, man. Even though it was a cash cow.
Remember, they were supposed to be a Walmart being put up.
No, they were actually supposed to. The property got appraised for $2 million. So they were going to put houses on.
Oh.
Right. And last I checked, to this day, it's still empty.
It's still empty. I thought I saw where they had us. They talking about putting.
Because remember, there was a Walmart right down the street.
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah. So when we drove down through there. So when we came through, like we got off of Route 1 to go down that highway, there was a Walmart right there. And then the drive-in was like 3 miles farther down.
Are you talking about Dover?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but okay.
So the Walmart was like 3 miles away from the drive-in theater. But they were talking about putting houses in there because there was that trailer court behind it.
Yeah, I saw the trailer court.
And then
people used to they had a trailer court by the drive-in. They could just sit outside with they.
Some of them could listen to the movie. Yeah. They couldn't see the movie because they had it. And now the ones right behind there, remember the trees were growing, so they couldn't see the movie too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they could have just walked.
They probably could have just walked to the tree line with a radio and listened to the movie for free. But the dude that was running didn't care. He was making money.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm about to leave, but here, if you go in the chat room, put down links of all these gun clubs. One of them says one of them is a Chicago-based black female-led one. The Miller one is Hugh P. Newton Gun Club. And the last one is it's on Facebook. Is the Black Women's Defense League?
Yeah,
they don't have their own website. The only thing I got is their Facebook.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, I'm gonna get off here.
Okay, thank you, Big J, for coming up. Okay, talk to you later.
All right, then, Don.
Okay, let me see what everybody in the chat talking about. Y'all have any questions for hubby? Because about anything. What you about to do, babe?
10:30, so probably come up here and go to bed soon.
Okay. I think they wrapped it up. Michi X had a video. Okay, let me see what they're talking about. Who's the informant, y'all? I'm looking in chat now. Oh, she said technically everybody came from chimpanzees, not monkeys. I thought they found that not to be true.
I don't know.
I think they found out that we didn't come from animals, because if that was true, why the chimpanzees still exist? They should have evolved, right?
Yeah, but that whole argument, yeah, whatever. And it's like to say, well, some of them evolved, some of them didn't. Yeah, okay, cool, man.
Yeah, but why would some evolve and not the others? If they, I think they did expel that a while.
I mean, but if you want to run with that argument, I can see it, because it would be just like, well, yeah, and how is it that people all over the planet are different shades of colors and shit? And it's because it matches your environment, so you evolve for that environment.
But that can't even be true, because you got light-skinned people and dark-skinned people in the same environment.
Yeah, now. But like,
oh, you talking about back then?
Say like caveman kind of shit, right? It was like, Africa was all dark-skinned people, whereas Europeans were all light, and then there's cats that'll tell you there's differences. Like, we have like wider noses because the air was warm, right? Whereas white people have narrow noses because they lived in a cold environment. Yeah, it's all that shit.
Yeah, but they never said that white people were from animals, do they?
Of course not. But they were. I mean, Jesus was white, right? And even that one is whole. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. You know, you can tell me that there's a 6'6" white dude running around an area that's known for like, olive skinned people.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But it's back to say, go check. Yeah, it's King George. I mean King James. So it's King James version of the Bible. When they were translating it, if he didn't like it, he had the translators killed.
He had the translator killed?
The new ones were right what he wanted.
Oh, god damn. I didn't know that.
Yeah. No, I don't like this shit, kill him. Right? and they come in and they rewrote the Bible for him.
Oh,
and
damn.
Was white.
I wonder why they kill him, though, because he didn't want enough people to know what he know.
It was like, that's why Jesus, the pictures are white, but in the Bible, it's a description of him.
Yeah.
And that he clearly missed when he was killing cats.
Wait, say again?
In the translation, right? They didn't. So the picture is Jesus, white skin, blue eyes, flowing hair, right? But in the Bible, it says skin of copper, hair of wool. He missed that part.
Oh, did he miss it, or maybe he just didn't? He didn't think of it.
He had to miss it because the picture doesn't meet the description. The description in the Bible. If you're gonna make him white with blue eyes, then it should have said
white blue eyes,
skin of pale, blue eyes shit. Right, but it said skin of copper, hair of wool. Which meant that Jesus was blackish.
Yeah, but maybe he thought when he thought of skin of copper, maybe he meant
that he got a
different.
Tan, but see,
no, not tan. Maybe he meant something else, like his skin was just strong. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't thinking about color. Maybe that's why he missed it, because he wasn't thinking skin color.
Yeah, but the problem back then was that, see, being tan was bad, right? That meant that you worked outside. So the slaves and shit.
But didn't they say he was a cop? He was he worked outside. He was a
carpenter.
Carpenter, right?
Yeah.
And so maybe that's why I said when he thought that the copper meant that it was tough, and then he worked outside.
No, they knew what it meant, right? Because it was a say like back then.
But you said he knew what it meant, but he didn't take it out.
Because he missed it. That's why I said
how he missed it.
You changed the picture, right? How you gonna have a white dude with blue hair in a region with people
with blue hair? I
mean, blue eyes.
Right.
Right. In a region where everybody is dark skinned and mixed like different textures of hair and brown eyes.
Yeah, but you said he missed it. Maybe he had to read. You said he killing people, so he reading through it. He maybe didn't see it that way. I can understand the hair of wool. Like I don't know what he thought that meant.
So what you gonna pick and choose? I'm going with the argument he missed the whole thing.
I say that he just didn't understand what he was saying. Because you saying that you make it seem like he read everything and killed anybody who did something the opposite. But you saying that I'm not understanding what you're saying. Because didn't the picture didn't come till much later anyway, right?
No, it's literally the same time. Because it was a say at that time, like the paler you were, the richer you were.
I thought they said somebody they mentioned who drew that picture of Jesus. I thought that was much later.
First there was Da Vinci with his whole conversion bullshit.
Right. Da Vinci, right?
Yeah,
is that
now God the whole nine is Italian.
Mm-hmm.
Right? No, we're not buying that bullshit.
But isn't that the one who drew the Jesus that we all see? Da Vinci?
I mean, it's basically the foundation for the one going forward. Da Vinci was before King James.
Oh, okay. He was before?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's why I said that whole he was Italian. So now you want to tell me that, and it's like, well, fuck y'all. Because the Romans were who killed him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you can't go if he was Italian and y'all killed him. What is this now? The original mob? Yeah, y'all put a hit out on Jesus. Yeah, and so it was.
They say his skin was a skin of bronze.
Yeah, skin of bronze. That's
skin of bronze.
Hair of wool.
Hair of wool. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, y'all. Skin of bronze. You must have missed it though. Or maybe
because at that time it was like all like royalty and everybody with money, like all the people that had castles and shit were all like pale white because they never went outside.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the whiter you were, the richer you were.
Right.
People that worked like outside were tanned, and it was like what now is cool with white people was bad. So it was like you went to the market, and the darker they were, it's field hand, huh? Sucks to be you.
Mm-hmm. But wasn't most people field hand?
Not most. You had like carpenters,
but that's what I mean, carpenters.
And shit.
But they wouldn't have
cats outside like picking grapes and shit all day.
Oh, but that's what most people was back then outside. They ain't have houses and air conditioning like that.
No. I mean, but they weren't like out in the sun all day. Like the carpenters building your house, he's inside, even though your roof might not be on there, kind of shit. So he's kind of shaded, right? Or the blacksmith or the iron worker. All of them were kind of in the shade, whereas the cats that work in the fields, there's no shade.
Yeah, there's no shade in the fields, but I just see when I see it, I see most people there were more people who would be out in the field than who would be in the shade because there's more people who don't have that skill. So I'm thinking of it the opposite of you.
Any degree of tan was a sign of like poverty.
Poverty. Peasant.
Yeah, peasants.
Yeah. But I thought anybody other than the kings and queens and that family would be considered peasants.
No, they had their pecking order in there. I mean, you had the royal family, then you had your quote unquote servants and all that shit. And it was, you're the king's assistant kind of cat. Yeah, you don't go outside either. You tell somebody else to go outside and get his grapes.
Let's see, Romans killed him because of black folk. I don't know anything about the Bible or none of that, y'all. The story just didn't make sense to me when I was a kid. So although the family was religious, I just wasn't listening. But so you said the people were talking about what they say about when you mentioned black, do they? Because they probably don't know you black. Do they know you black?
Some of them do. Yeah.
Some of them
do. That's why I said like the one. I go in there is just I come in and tell them they're here to fuck this up.
You do me too. Yeah, but y'all probably have fun though, because it's
these cats. I mean, some of them. Yeah, like I said, you like the one dude, and I just love going after it. And he just said something and here I come.
You don't think he liked the sparring of the?
He doesn't do his own bit. His minions are the ones that swarm me and try to do. Look, like I said with the Fox News thing, come on, bring it. You cats want to say wokeism and all this shit. Y'all just dream of running around beating.
You know who started that wokeism shit though? That term. The person we look at, I like his ass, but sometimes I listen to it. I know that nigga racist. What's his name? On Friday night.
Bill Maher.
Bill Maher is racist.
Man, he might be.
Dr. Phil is racist.
And there's no doubt.
Dr. Phil is a racist.
All your pandering, there's always white people, and then when it's some black person,
it's something
it's the same Republican. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps if you don't have fucking boots.
But isn't it weird that he'll say to black people, pull yourself, they believe in pull, but
when
then they all know white
kid
people
out of control is,
yeah, we're gonna get you some therapy. We're gonna
some doctors that shit is him and his son, yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Them white kids be whipping their parents' ass and everything.
It's the same thing with them. They're telling the same shit. Yeah, y'all, participation trophy. Y'all's kids address y'all by y'all's first names.
Yeah, it's the word. And then
I wish my kids, if they're grown asses right now, would address me by my first name.
Oh yeah.
I wish they would. It'll never happen again. My kids don't. Yes, the ones that are gonna say they don't do, because y'all the first one's going to say that they don't. Yeah. You're gonna defend that shit. Your kid sitting at the table. Shut up, Brad.
He calling your daddy Brad and shit. Look, we got one son that's named after my husband, and no accident say, "Shut up, Mark."
Yep.
Be quiet, Mark.
Better not. And even the younger one, it makes a difference. You better not. It's not me.
Hey, Devastating, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just make sure you got the gun info. I posted the results of that guy that got locked up for the NFAC, Grandmaster J.
Yeah, that's his name.
Oh, Grandmaster J. Okay, good.
Yeah. He got a court date on the 22nd of August. Looks like they got him on 2 counts.
Now.
Yeah.
If you want to pull it up, you can. If you want to.
I believe one of them was that it was something like an assault rifle ban.
Oh, okay. Oh, so he had a certain. So
they
had a lot of people with guns. So he the only one who did something wrong? Did they check all the guns?
I think the second one was looking through the scope to see who was up there, and it was threatening a police officer.
Oh, even though he didn't know it was a police officer, he was just look because I think he said he saw something shine, and so he was like,
he looked through his scope, and they pointed a weapon at a police officer.
Ain't that some shit, man? That's fucked up. Oh man,
that's what it was. That's his name. But yeah, I think because the same thing, the dude I'm talking about, and up until then, I was, but then on that one, you see, this is why because he had one where he was talking about how, in fact, wasn't the militia, right? And then he made a decent argument on why they weren't a militia, right? Because I'm thinking, I clicked on it because I'm thinking, white cat, he's on this Republican shit. Let's go. And then what's
the militia? What's the definition of a militia?
It's like a paramilitary group, right?
Paramilitary.
Now he did a better job of explaining it. It was okay. Okay, I get you painting the difference here. Okay,
but you're trying to say that they all past military?
No,
or what's
it was like they actually have a armed militia has a what do I call it? Like a charter, mission statement, that kind of thing.
Oh,
right?
Okay.
Whereas these cats didn't have one at the time.
So so you're saying it wasn't really an organization?
Yeah, but they may have been forming that. But and like I said, to say, okay, I'll give you the argument. At least you didn't say there are a bunch of blackies running around, something like that. It was okay, cool. But when he got arrested, was when we started, going head to head, and we're starting to butt heads because then it was like, nah, fuck that, man. This is bullshit, And he was, no, know your laws and this. Now you were just praying for this cat to go down because you seem to be too happy about this right now. Yeah,
they don't want black people to have militias.
And it was to tell them, let your inner Klan member out. Come on, let it out. I'm not a Klan member, and then that's when, from then on, his minions will defend him as he's not. Okay, well, he may not be. You are.
Yeah,
I'm not no. Yeah.
Don't you hate when they do that? Like somebody who's not racist will speak for the person.
Say that they know what is racist.
Yeah,
because like I said, this was debate Monday. To sit here and say y'all think that this Asian caricature, where this dude is saying on the picture he's got a Chinese dude that looks like the old school squinty eyes, buck teeth with the bamboo hat.
Right, I saw the hat. Right? I saw the picture. Yeah,
and then Xi Jinping has one hand around his waist in a bucket full of money, and the other one in his pocket, kind of thing. And then that's not racist, dude. How do you know what is and isn't racist?
Right.
Yeah, then it's grow some skin. And then now when I attack you,
now
you who told me to grow some skin seem to be thin-skinned yourself. Because you don't know shit. You Klan members always want to claim, I'm not a Klan member, and how you did, and you're a snowflake. Dude, I'm not the one getting mad. You're the one. Yeah, yeah. And then if you think for 1 minute I'm a Democrat, and in my state I had to pick and choose. So I chose Democrat. I'm an independent. I hate both sides equally. And right now, I hate y'all more than I hate them. So guess what? Here I am. And like I said when I came in here, I came to fuck this up.
What you think about independence? Because it's almost like throwing away your vote if you don't vote one way or the other, right? What you think?
You can, like, as an independent, right? I'll vote split ticket. Right?
Oh yeah.
So I will go and say, hey, what is your stance on this? So like your boy, what was his name? Where we used to live?
I know you're talking about. I can't think
right, but with him, right, it was don't think automatically you're getting my vote. So it was to ask him, what is your stance on the drive-on tags for the beach? And he, well, Senator so-and-so is fine with it, so yeah, I'm okay with it. No,
I think you talked to him. Remember,
I did.
And you changed his stance.
Changed his mind. Because to tell him, see, don't think for 1 minute you're just getting this vote freely, because if y'all do this, you can't, once you let this genie out the bottle, you can't put him back in. Now here we are 10 or 11 years later, they're trying to put the genie back in the bottle and they can't. Say, told you. Yeah. Now, just be glad I didn't vote for you. Because I would have came back and said, see, now I voted for you. You didn't do what I wanted you to do. So guess what? You won't get my vote again.
And that's what I was telling people they got to do. We ain't got to have no money to give no politician. What you do is you hold your vote. But they got to know that you vote, because if you haven't voted in the past, then they don't think you vote. They don't care about you.
Going forward.
Yeah, because you ain't even showing that you vote, so they don't care about you. So that's the voting power. That's the power that we supposed to have, voting. But Black people in certain areas, especially Black men, I hear them always say, "Well, there's no need to vote because it don't work. It don't help." I'm like, the reason it's not working on our behalf because you're not voting. Would you want to say something devastating?
No, y'all are right on especially with your local communities. I'm not sure what the temperature is, in different areas, but the more connected you are with your city council, your prosecutors, your judges, stuff like that, you should be right where y'all, like what y'all was just talking about. Hey, are you gonna change your mind or not? You know what I'm saying? And they look you in your eye. It's not no internet. It's not nothing on social media. You guys are there. Y'all are in spaces. Y'all stop in the same grocery stores. Y'all may have the same doctors. Children might be in the same schools. It's a different dynamic versus some of this national stuff. So
right. And so that's what the people used to come to my door to help me get them votes.
They always do me too.
They wanted but they had me walking around neighborhoods with them. You know what I mean? Because I'm a people person. So they would come get me and then want me to go with them so I can go walk around with them. Because Black people, when white people come up, when you knock on a white person knock at your door, we'll act like we're not home. But so they used to, he'll knock at the door and they would see him and they would act like, and then they would see me and then would come out, oh, Miss Lavanya, how you doing? And I would introduce him to them.
Half the time they're probably all Lord's and other Jehovah's Witness.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, all that. And then see, it's funny because Delaware they were putting a gun law vote to the vote yesterday.
Oh, they was?
So yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know what the outcome was.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I only caught the back end because one of the people in there was watching on her phone. And it said, oh yeah, we already had enough gun laws. And but see, they're only doing this because of the local news. I mean, the national news. So now they want to look like they're proactive when it's meaningless.
But they just trying. I think they're raising the age
But see, and that's meaningless. Right? Look at it this way, right? Let's say they raised the minimum age to own a quote unquote assault weapon to 25. Right? Now you just took that out of the hands of any 18-year-old. Now it doesn't mean his parents didn't have one. So now,
but now the parents will be held responsible if they go buy it. That's a lot. I think it does help. I'm not saying it's meaningless, but I think.
But it is in the grand scheme because, like you said, right? So now, let's just say, what are you going to backdate this and say, like, effective anything bought before like 1995, or it's illegal to do this, and this, right? But now, if somebody's mind is bent on doing this, guess what? You just turn into a suicide mission. Because whatever law you put in place, they know, it's going to be tough. Well, fuck it. I'm not getting out of this alive.
What are you talking about? I'm what?
If somebody decided they want to shoot up a school, like this cat that shot up Texas, right? It was a suicide mission.
Aren't they all suicide missions?
Not quite. We just established that Dylan Roof didn't die.
Yeah, but he didn't die, but I'm quite sure he probably knew that if he may die. That's why, you know what I mean?
But he didn't. So now you're going to throw the book at him. You hope that it deters somebody down the road, but you're just going to make them that much more determined.
If they wanted to deter people from doing this shit, they would have killed Dylan Roof. They would have killed him, and then everybody would know that, look, if I do this, I'm going to die. Well, but actually, now they know that they may get out of this shit.
Farther, right? They Kyle Rittenhouse should have gotten shot.
Right.
And on the video and the whole nine. Right? Now you have who is going to be their poster boy for quote unquote self-defense.
I don't know about self-defense, but I know for sure if they would have killed Rittenhouse, they would have deterred some of this shit. But
you mean Dylan Roof?
I mean Rittenhouse too, right?
Well, I said they should have shot him. You got him on video. They should have killed all these little niggas. I think
because they're alive, that's why you're gonna have more people willing to do it. With little white boys who think, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna get famous, and I'm gonna be able to sit in jail, right? They're not thinking smart, but they're thinking that at least they'll be alive. But if you would have killed them, then they would have known that definitely you're not gonna be alive, right? And they would no doubt know it's a suicide mission. But that man who went into that school, he knew that was a suicide mission. He was prepared to die.
Well, I'm not gonna argue that, but if he was that willing to die, he wouldn't bought the body.
Well, I mean, he just wanted to survive long enough.
And then look at the dude up in New York, right? For all his bullshit. And remember what he said? I thought killing black people was legal.
He had body armor too, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. But he says something to that effect, like, it's okay, they're black people, they don't count.
But for him to, and you know why he would say that? Because we spreading that he said that, and he probably did say that.
I said paraphrasing, so I don't know.
No, I'm not. I mean that, but what I'm saying though, we almost giving him the defense of mentally ill, because there's no way he could think that it's legal to go killing people unless we establishing that he's mentally ill, and now he's gonna get off. Because if he's gonna get off, because who in their right mind could think that it's okay to go kill anybody, let alone black people?
But even then, see, now we're back to the whole argument like with Kyle Rittenhouse. When the prosecutors hung their hat on one thing instead of what he said, look what happened. He got off. Poster boy for white people right now, right? For this cat, you had to establish, hey, this dude thought this shit out. Like you said, he drove hundreds of miles to this place. Yeah. Yep. So you literally drove past hundreds of other places you could have done this.
Right.
And chose this. You can't be that smart in planning and then say you're crazy and stupid at the same time.
And remember, he went to that place several times.
Then there's the whole somebody asked him, hey, you gonna be here tomorrow?
Yeah, he asked that man.
You can't say, well, I'm crazy. When you did all this sane shit, what are you gonna say? Momentary insanity. I was inhaling carbon monoxide on the way there and it made me crazy. No. You're gonna have to go after this dude.
Yeah. That kills the mentally ill argument.
Right. But by him saying it, so then why would he then come out of his mouth? I thought it was legal to kill black folk. Like I said,
I don't know what he said, but it was something to that effect. Right? And even then, roll that one out. Oh, so you think it's okay for them? Yeah. Okay. Stick with that, because here we come. Right? But like I said before, see, the problem with these is, let me show you an even better one. Like, all the deniers will say that Sandy Hook was like, fake, staged and all this shit, right? But at the same time, the media showed that this dude bought his guns legally, right? So that whole illegal firearm shit went out the window, right? He used pistols, so that whole AR-15 assault rifle shit went out the window, right? But what did you open the door to with this that was already there before? School shootings.
But think about it. Why would they make it seem like that was fake? Because they didn't have the argument of the assault weapon. They didn't have the argument, so they had to make it seem like, okay, this shit just never really happened.
Well, you have them. I mean, Alex Jones is one that say, oh, it's fake. And this
right.
It's,
Alex Jones not crazy, is he? So he know goddamn well that shit.
Yeah, that motherfucking racist ass motherfucker's crazy.
He probably is crazy. I mean, some of the shit you're saying with a straight face, and we're not just talking the Sandy Hook shit. Those cats are out there.
So you saying this man been on this TV doing what he do for years is crazy? Hell yeah. He might be.
He is.
You don't think it was money though? You don't think it was money?
Oh, it's for money, right? But look at what happened to him, right? So he had a YouTube channel, right? Spewing this shit left and right. YouTube killed him, canceled his channel, right? So he went off to somewhere else. I think he might be on Rumble too.
Man, something bigger and better probably.
But it was a say, but now he's the same cat with Trump, ran out there, saying all this crazy shit. What was that? QAnon shit, right? Which, if you believe in QAnon, any of the shit QAnon people believe, you have to be crazy.
You gotta be crazy.
Because you're one step away from believing in the Easter Bunny. Right? You can probably literally draw it and make the connection. There is an Easter Bunny, just his ears are short. Or something that dumb. But you're going, there is a Santa Claus. He's just too busy to come to my house that night.
What you say, devastating?
Yeah, Alex Jones was plugged by Sirius Satellite Radio, 2006. So I hear the guy. I hear that that whole crowd that he's talking about. Whenever I'm at the stoplights in their pickup trucks on their car radios, they blasting Alex Jones on the daily. Yeah.
And is it almost like what people? Because we got sane people listening to crazy people, and I feel people say this is so crazy that it gotta be true. I'm thinking to myself, what? Black people, we starting to do that shit here on YouTube too. We just, we
just to say, like, for you to support your argument, just to say it's in the infant stage right now, because I mean there are literally millions of people out there that believe that Mystic Pizza in DC is a pedophile shop, and you can call, and that there's supposedly some code, and then it's to call them out and say, ho, you clearly watched the movie Loverboy too much.
Loverboy?
Yeah, it's a movie from the 80s, right? So in the same thing, pizza shop, right? But in the movie, when the women called and ordered pizza with extra anchovies, they got this particular dude that came over and they had sex.
Okay.
Right? Now, connect those dots. All of a sudden there's a pizza shop in DC. And what are you supposed to ask for? Extra peppers or something? And now some man comes and brings a kid to your house? Is that what you're saying? So
not knowing who you are, not knowing if you're the cops, not knowing
anything. And not only that, but when he brings this kid, how's he bringing him? In a box? But when you call them on this, they believe.
But remember, people went there. Remember, there was.
There's been all kinds of shit. Show the basement and all this. Yeah. But where are you keeping this endless supply of kids to start with? If I call up and I'd like a pizza with extra cheese on it, or whatever your code's supposed to be for a kid. All right, Mr. Jones, it's on its way. Excellent.
They were just making up shit,
stupid
man.
Shit like
and
that.
People believe that shit.
And
they want to save kids. Listen, we all want to save kids, but god damn.
And then there's this whole secret fraternity. And then just like with Epstein, right? And there's, the Clintons killed him off. I don't care who killed him, right? Bottom line is the dude is dead. Yeah. Whoever y'all want to claim went to this island there's pictures of them with other cats that y'all will pretend they only went there as an undercover mission to expose this bullshit, right? So it's a whole
why they ain't exposed it, then?
right? And see now back to QAnon, they hung on to that one. Trump's going to expose it, and then it's okay. Yeah. Then when Epstein died, now it's the Clintons had him killed.
Why not Trump?
Why didn't Trump say something before he had him killed?
Yeah. Why did Trump?
He had all this time to say it, but then but when you point out that, oh, well, you do know who went to that island the most out of these people, right?
Trump. And why didn't Trump have a kid? Think about that.
And then if he went there all these times, did he draw pictures or some shit? Or, did he bring back anything to support y'all's argument that he was there undercover? Yeah, nothing. Okay, shut up. Yeah, Obama went there. Yeah, okay, a bunch of other people went there. Right, but now we're just circling who we want to say is there. Did he bring kids in some body like some little dog carry thing or something? Shut up. But y'all want to stick with this shit. But it's like I said, they're crazy. All this. You've seen the QAnon bullshit.
The QAnon shit. I only knew about it because I saw it. But remember, they did a show with the Facebook.
Yeah,
on
HBO.
HBO. The man ended up exposing himself that he was making up this shit. Remember?
Yeah.
So even if they believed in QAnon at a time, there's no way they should be believing in that shit today.
Sadly, they still do.
No,
but it was the same problem. See, like I used to work with him, right? I guarantee if I call him right now, he's still clinging to some QAnon bullshit.
Man, that man exposed himself. Remember, he started smiling. He was like, "Are you QAnon?"
No comment.
No comment.
But it was to say, like with him, right? With the whole pandemic, he's showing videos of, like floods in China, how we're gonna run out of food, and then video of some dude killing all his cattle, right? See, they're just killing these. Dude, do you know anything about this? Well, I know he's killing these cows and we can't eat them. Yeah, but do you know why he's doing it? No, but we're going to.
What is sick?
No, it's back to the whole shutdown, right? So, like I told you with the fish farms, right? It was the same thing with cattle farmers, pig farmers, chicken farmers. If the restaurants are closed, you can't sell your stuff. You had contracts. So, are you going to keep feeding these things and throwing money in the hole, or are you going to kill them and move on? They killed them and moved on. It's like, look, I can't keep throwing money in this hole. I don't know when these restaurants are going to open, but if it costs me $5,000 a day to feed these fucking things, I'm not getting my money back. Kill them. But because they're under contract, they can't even give the meat away.
Damn, they can't give it away?
They couldn't. I mean, at best, they let some of the workers, but it was like, hey, look, when you take that, just like, don't say anything.
Yeah.
Right? But it was because they were under contract, right? But it was to say, but
wait,
look,
say something?
Yeah, I knew some people that worked at Tyson Chicken, and like it was just like what he said. They was loading up their personal cars and all that.
Yeah. Because they were probably on the commercial floor versus the consumer.
Yeah.
Because that was to say there was two, like as far as farming goes, there's two streams. There's the consumer, which is us, grocery stores and stuff, and then there's the commercial, which is restaurants and all that. So when restaurants were shut down, like he said with the chicken places, right? If we'll just use one as an example, Hooters is shut down, right? Buy a ton of chicken every day, all this. When they're shut down, all them chickens got to go somewhere. Yeah, so we're damn sure gonna kill them.
Yeah,
because we can't keep feeding them.
Right.
So now you kill them, and it's like he said, they're the manager's telling, yeah, look, we have to get rid of this crap. Yeah, they're getting killed. They're on the kill floor anyway. So here's what y'all gonna do: just wrap them up in trash bags and some ice. Take that shit home. Nothing to see here.
That's literally like what it was in Arkansas, Pine Bluff, Arkansas, at that plant. I'm specifically naming that plant. It literally went down just like you just said.
Yeah.
And it was like that everywhere.
Because we couldn't find fish. We were trying to find catfish. And I was like, nobody had it. Still don't have it. And hubby explained to me why they ain't got it. They had to kill, they had to kill them, drain their ponds, because it takes money to feed those animals, right?
And then you can only stockpile so much. in freezers, but now you're paying the electric on the freezer and you're not moving product.
Right.
Is, well, how much money are we going to bleed before we pull the plug on this whole operation? And when you shut them freezers down, back to the same thing is, hey, look here, Steve, Bob, Tim, if you're going to take any of this crap home, wrap it up in brown paper bags so nobody knows you're taking fish. Just stuff like that. But like I said, with QAnon, what did they say? There's going to be a shortage on food. You were half right. There's a shortage on restaurant food. But grocery stores didn't run out.
Right. They should have said a shortage on toilet paper.
Oh, well, that was, but even then, see, that was another one. And then back to the whole QAnon thing. This dude just threw out enough shit. Because I remember the first argument I heard that it was made up was somebody said, look, they ran with this theory that, Trump's going to give you this code word, tippy top. Right? Then it was to say, dude, if you watch it, listen to his speeches, he says that sooner or later anyway. But now y'all cling to this, and there it is. He said it. Come on, let's go. QAnon was born. But here's something that he's been saying for like literally 20 years before this.
If you ever watched him on his shows and things,
he said it all the time. That's why. And then when he says this, y'all, and then it just gave rise to the dumbness, and they just got dumber and dumber every day. Then you just run with stupid stuff, and then it's back to the same thing. You got Alex Jones with the whole there's aliens in the White House basement, and Trump's going to expose them. No, he's not. Well, he's going to expose this pedophile ring. No, he's not. Democrats, and then it's okay. So even with that one, let me get this straight. So there's some secret hall where they have an initiation. And you come in and ask you're a pedophile. And if you say yes, it's welcome to the brotherhood. And if you say no, get out. Is that how this works?
That's stupid, man.
But that was QAnon, Alex Jones. God knows how many others, but they were out there. And then the call on, like, this dude comes on here and releases a video of him, like Shadow, and then tells y'all what's getting ready to happen. And y'all run with it and cling, and y'all look stupid.
It looks stupid. It looked like them crazy that guy who took the black people and white people to another country and ended up killing them.
Yeah, Jim Jones. Cult members. That's what they were. Just online. Just, hail Q. He's right all the time.
And they don't even know who he is. They didn't know if it was a man or a woman. Yeah, no shit.
But they ran. And they're still out there.
And they're still out there. And they're online. But do you think there's any black QAnon?
Yes, I'm telling you one now. The dude I'm talking about is black, yeah.
God damn.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, most of
these derive from that 9/11 conspiracy club. They go all the way back, if you can trace. Some of the younger generations, the people that did not have access to the internet during that time, these are some of the ideologies that they were listening to. So Rogan, Alex Jones, and maybe a handful of others were actually around, but everybody else came after that. So
yeah, man.
Once that whole weapons of mass destruction fell apart, and they weren't able to get any traction on what they were saying, then they split up, and everybody was basically clinging on to whatever was generating income. So some people latched on to Obama, other people, went to the pharmaceuticals. It was all over the place. Everybody split up from that.
Do you think us as black people that we like the underdog? We could be siding with somebody who's winning, and right before they win, we'll switch it up and we want the loser to. What's up with that? What's up with wanting the underdog to win? Not just because they lose and we want them to win. Did you see who won? UNC who won Survivor? Did you?
No.
Man. Anyway, and I see, so what you think going on devastating with the black people here on YouTube, the black men in particular, claiming to be Republican? When we know most of them ain't never voted, they probably wouldn't know how to vote.
They just want to be associated with who's ever
winning, you think?
Yeah, winning, looked at as successful, has a possibility of being linked to some sort of financial gold mine or you know, whatever. As long as they can have an affiliation or make you think that they have an affiliation, that's the trick. They don't have to really be connected.
Right.
But as long as they can convince you that they have some sort of a minuscule connection with whatever is in the forefront. That means running with the Trump narrative or whatever's hot.
Did you notice the black men? Because I'm not sure how long you've been here on YouTube. Did you notice the black men running with the Trump narrative? They ain't running with the Trump narrative.
I remember.
Yeah.
You had on we clashed one night over that, but it was to say, dude, come on, man, you serious? Yeah, man, it's two strikes. Strike one is you're a Trump supporter, and strike two is you're a Republican.
Yeah, but right. They were mostly not even Republicans so much as Trump supporters. It's like they started to.
Yeah, they were mostly for the black men that I came in contact with. It primarily was in support of the human being. It really didn't have nothing to do with Republican Party policy.
Right.
I'm just straight up, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said it first. I mean, strike one is you're a Trump supporter. And it's like, hey, black dude, please tell me something Trump did for you individually, let alone black people as a whole. And they can't, right? And that's to tell them, like to point out, back to the same thing. I mean, we were having these arguments before Trump got lost. It's like, okay, what has he done for minorities besides fan y'all up? Yeah, he got y'all pumped up. Make America great again. Who did it stop being great for? White people. Yeah, because y'all, what era was it great for him? In the 50s, when they could just run around and whoop up on black people freely, and then blame you for robbing the liquor store that they did, shit like that. That's what y'all want to make it great again. Yeah, but you want to support him with that, right? And then to call these cats is, yeah, you and your mega hat. Where the hell's that hat made at? I bet you wasn't made here. Yeah. Says, go ahead and check the headband and let me know. I know it wasn't made in China, but I know it wasn't made here. Yeah, see, it was made in Honduras. And the same cat y'all listening to, this used car salesman, say he's gonna bring y'all's jobs back here, didn't give you the fucking work he had to start with.
That's when I thought it was gonna really change. And like before the shutdown, I was trying to get a temperature on, okay, so where are these jobs at? But I think when the shutdown came, there was a whole bunch of other shit. The Kobe Bryant situation,
George Floyd situation.
Yeah, all that shit went out the window.
But see, like the call, like I said, I'm independent, right? So I'm gonna call people out where they are, right? So I'm not giving any government a free pass as far as like losing jobs and stuff. That is all private businesses' decisions.
Right.
Right. So like during the campaign, when there were commercials running all the time. Joe Biden okayed this. Joe Biden okayed that. Joe Biden let these jobs go to China. These cats made it act like all these company decisions came across Joe Biden's desk as the sole decision maker. Right? As if Walmart, who like back in the 90s bragged about, everything's American made, blah, blah, blah. Woke up one day and said, hey, Joe, is it okay if we just start farming shit to China? And Joe said, yeah, do it. Yeah. Somebody in the boardroom decided that. That has always been a company or a private decision. Now, can the federal government do something about it? Absolutely. They can, but Republicans won't let you. Because they're going to say, well, you're just crippling the, Walmart is. Okay. Right. We're crippling Walmart at the expense of working men, working people.
Right.
Yeah. Don't give me that you're all for the American working man, but then you support a company that's got every job they have in China. The only working man you're supporting is you.
Because they grease in your pocket.
Yep. And because you're making money off of them. Because it's to say, hey, look, check yourselves before you start thumping your chest. We're going to stay with Walmart and we're going to hammer that. Go look at the movie called Walmart, The High Cost of Low Prices, and then get back to me. Right. And that's just Walmart. We can keep going.
Amazon.
Yeah, that's a general example. They've been doing that way before Walmart, maybe
way before. Yeah. But then it's to tell them, hey, look, UCAS. Yeah, and when I say UCAS, I mean especially old white people, right? Especially them. They want to make America great and all that. You want to reminisce, like to say, hey, look, you coal miners, I got news for you. Y'all were losing y'all's jobs before Obama put his thing in place.
Way before.
Way before. To say, look, how about this? Let's go back 100 years, right? That coal mine probably had 1,000 men in there with headlamps and pickaxes. 50 years later, there might have been 200 men in there. 20 years later, there might be a dozen. Those dudes in there running robot drills. That company made a decision to let y'all's asses go. That wasn't the federal government. That wasn't even your state or local government. That was that company saying, hey, look, I am sick and tired of paying for these daggone miners with this black lung shit. If that drill can do this shit and won't sue me for black lung, let's do it. And somebody's, well, what about the local working people? They'll be all right. And y'all just got caught holding the bag. You literally, your grandfather was in there, didn't tell his son, don't you get in these mines. It was, get in there, boy. This stuff's gonna last forever. And excuse me while I die of black lung.
Yeah.
And then your grandson is in there. And every generation got caught napping because y'all never thought that they would hang y'all out to dry like they did. And now you want to, and then here's the irony with these Republicans. You didn't want the federal government in your business to start with, but when they take your job, you want the federal government to stand up for you.
Yeah, that workman's compensation ran the fuck out.
So now you're hypocritical. You didn't hold the company accountable that was making these business decisions leading up to you getting shown the door. You were okay with the government staying, keeping their nose out of your business because you were okay. But when you got caught napping, now you want them to come along.
Yeah.
You can't have it both ways. And that's just coal miners. We won't go into the steel workers or any of these other jobs or any kind of manufacturing jobs.
Yeah.
And then to point out to them same old white people that you don't even mow your own grass. You pay some Mexican dude to come cut your grass. Yeah. You cats, that's how y'all see this. And it's to tell them, like, these cats are, these kids, they're lazy. Those are your kids too, Chief. Your kid doesn't watch you cut, your kids watch you not cutting grass. Guess who's not cutting grass? You tell your kid to get a job, guess what? He's not going to work for minimum wage because he sees how much you make. And now your kid who barely can read and spell or start with wants to make the same money you make. You've been on your job for 20 years, and now he wants to walk in the door making what you make.
Yeah.
Because he's watched you. So like I said, when I they're probably gone by now, but when I'm in there, I'm going after.
Oh yeah, I went through that phase. I used to clash with him right around 2012 when it was all the world is going to end. We was back on that page.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't find nobody after December 21st. I was like, where they at? I mean, no accounts, no troll accounts. I mean, it was just crickets, man. I was like, I could not believe that they were not going to even address this issue. They just found something else to bang on.
Yeah, because I work with a dude with the Y2K, like leading up to that. every day this dude would come in and tell me how he laid in 500 gallons of water, 4 or 5 portable toilets, like a 6-month supply of freeze-dried food and all this.
Yeah.
And I was, yo, Mike, for all the stuff you're getting, do you have a gun? He goes, no, why? Oh, okay. He goes, what? Don't worry about it, because I'm just let you know right now, I can get a lot farther with a kind word and a gun than I can with just a kind word. Yeah. So tell him, look, I mean, my kids get hungry enough, I'm just coming to your house and shoot you. You don't have a gun. Funny thing is, I haven't heard from that cat since then. Yeah. I'm convinced he's still hiding in his basement right now. So he laid all this stuff in. He's gonna make this work. When we run out of stuff, then we'll go outside if it's okay.
He swore up and down everything was gonna go down.
Oh yeah, he was convinced. He was. I mean, every day. And we're talking about this was like literally a year before.
Yeah, I remember. I was on Yahoo. I was at the strike of midnight at 11:59. Everybody was like, okay, here we go. And it was like, man, how did y'all not know this was one of the biggest scams since credit cards were invented?
Yep. But every day, I mean, it was something. I mean, to say that, I think he probably had, last time we were talking, he probably had close to 2,000 gallons of water in his basement. Probably a year's supply of food, and at least a dozen of these portable toilets.
Oh man, ugh.
He was laying in heavy. But
the bottled water were in plastic bottles.
Yeah, those 5 gallon jugs.
Hinkley Smith, yeah, those.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. He would say how he bought like 10 or 12 of them with his check, and he's gonna get, next week when I get paid again, I'm gonna get some more. And I bought like another 5 more cases of freeze-dried food. And it's all right, cool. What did you get? I got another 1,000 rounds. What are you gonna do with that? As well, once we run out of food in the house, I'm probably gonna go hunting. And then when I run out of stuff to hunt, I know where you live.
The look on his face, that would have been classic if he would have got a Polaroid of that.
Yeah, because but it was that problem. Look, and I get it. Like with guns, like the last time I saw a survey, right? It was like there's 3 groups. So there's 20% pro-gun,
yeah,
and 20% anti-gun,
yeah,
and there's 60% in the middle. That you got to swing at least 31% of that group your way.
Yeah.
And right now to say that they are probably swinging that 31% anti-gun because, and I get part of the NRA's argument, but you don't have to ban, say the AR-15, because that, to go tell these dudes that is y'all's crown, your flagship motto of angry white men.
Yeah.
You don't see black dudes shooting up places with AR-15s. This is y'all.
Yeah.
Then that's when somebody will, wait a minute. When you mean y'all, what do you mean by that? Hey, what makes you different? It's because I'm black. Y'all the ones. Angry white dudes. Like y'all right here. Which one of y'all's gonna go shoot something up next? Or make some pipe bombs with your kids. Yeah, but that to say, hey, look,
get quiet after these shootings, man.
Huh?
They always seem to get quiet after these shootings. I mean, it's just like,
it's short-lived.
Yeah,
it's short-lived. I mean, that like for them, and it's like you hear it on TV nowadays. I don't want your thoughts and prayers. And it's just that's code for I'm gonna take a step back. We're not gonna beat you're not taking my gun drum today.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and mourn. But when y'all start this up, I'll be right here. And it's to say, like I said, you don't have to people want to take them. Well, there's literally 20 million of them guns out there right now. And how many of them do you think you're just gonna get freely? Because we've already established that the vast majority of them are owned by angry white men. And the last thing they want is some other white guy coming to take their precious AR-15s. It's not happening. The problem is that if they did the assault weapons ban again, don't announce that you're doing it, because all you do is drive up the sales.
Yeah.
Just like gun companies are so happy when a Democratic president gets voted in, because they know that gun owners are going to panic and go buy guns because they're afraid that the Democratic president's going to take their guns away.
Yeah.
So gun companies, yes, thank God Biden was elected, because look at that, sales are through the roof. Yeah.
I heard the ammunition for the AR-15 is even on the more scarce than the uppers and lowers.
But that's because, what is this, June?
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword. So what happens is, like, say Winchester, for example, has federal/military contracts.
Right.
So what they do is, like, like in November, they shut down, right? They stopped making like consumer ammo. And then they switch over and they're just dedicated to filling their military and federal contracts. Right. So what used to carry them over, so they literally do this from like November to March. Right. So they fill all their contracts, because like they get paid for their contracts on, like, say, October 1st. So they got the money to make that ammo, and then they've got to deliver it by April 1st. Yeah. So they shut down and dedicate everything to filling their contracts. So what they'll do is they what used to carry over, because there wasn't that much demand, got exposed with with COVID.
Yeah.
Because you had to, with that, people ran out and they were buying guns like they were going out of style, because there's this deadly virus that we might have to shoot zombies. So they were running out and buying guns and ammo. So there were guns.
Yeah.
There just wasn't any ammo, because what used to work was getting exposed. People were like, gun sales were up like 30%.
Yeah.
Over previous time, that time of year, like previous years.
Yeah.
Ammo sales were up 200%.
Yeah, they really skyrocketed.
Right. So what happened was that what would have carried them over for those 5 months got gobbled up in like a month. And now when those companies that weren't, like companies that didn't have federal contracts, couldn't keep up with the demand either.
Yeah.
Right. So obviously the big ones all had them, like Winchester, Federal, and Remington. They all had federal contracts. Yeah. So there was no ammo from any of them.
Yeah.
So it was smaller companies like, say, Hornady, CCW, Black Hills. Yeah. They were trying to fill the demand, but they can't put out that volume of ammo either.
Hell no, not off the top, off the rip.
Right. Yeah. So when like, say, a bigger store like a chain store like Walmart, puts in a purchase order for, like, say, 8 million rounds.
Yeah.
Somebody like Black Hill says, "Holy shit, we're rich." And then the production manager says, "Well, you better skip the country with that money, because there's no way we're meeting that deadline on that ammo."
Yeah, that has a date on it.
Right. Yeah. Because we give you a check. We expect the delivery of our product in 90 days. They can't make it in 90 days. Right. No. So they can't. So what they would do is they would stay away from them bigger stores. So there was like a steady flow of like smaller gun shops, because no gun shop was going to put in an order for like multi-million rounds.
No.
They cap them and say, "Okay, look, you want 9mm? The best we can do is probably like 20,000 in the next 30 days.
That's it.
And, okay, we'll take it. But now while you taking that order, you're probably multiplying that by 15 or 20 other local stores.
Yeah.
So those guys were cranking out ammo like 24/7, but they couldn't keep up with demand either. Yeah. Now you still had that same problem. And it's back to, like you said, with all the shootings, 223 ammo, which is also 5.56 NATO.
Right.
And you can't keep up with the demand, because of both sides. So like Federal, Winchester. So now you had these smaller companies, they're trying, but for them, they're trying, but where are you getting secondhand brass from? Yeah, nobody, like most rangers that used to police up their brass and send it back to, most people are reloading that.
Yeah.
So you're not getting a lot of secondhand brass. So now you're having trouble getting brass to make cartridges too.
Yeah.
So, but it's all, but like I said, if they did like the assault weapons ban again, just do it quietly. Let these cats know, like literally a week before. And even then, that's being generous.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you say that this goes into effect like October 1st, sales are going to skyrocket.
Yeah. Off the chain, boy.
But and then it's like I said, like with all these, all they keep doing is showing the next one how to do it better.
Yeah, this is the midterm election, so I haven't been really in the loop since the whole January 6th thing, but I heard that they were going to do something tomorrow with that as some sort of hearing. Some information is supposed to be released that like ain't nobody on planet Earth has ever heard before. I mean that's the buildup in the tone that I'm hearing. Is that have you been hearing anything on your end? I mean, you're actually in Bidenville, so I would suspect that you would probably get some whiff of that.
Yeah, I've heard a little.
Yeah.
And I'm like you. I mean, I'm taking a wait and see.
Yeah.
But it's back to the same thing with these dudes that like to say, look, for all y'all's dumbness, if they'd have been black, every one of them would have been arrested. Y'all want to claim this as patriotism, but
oh shit, they would have been.
You
dead.
voted.
Yeah, they would have been dead.
Right.
I'm not going that far. No arrest. Corpse.
Right. Yep. No arrest. All corpses. A helicopter would have swooped in and pepper sprayed everybody. All kinds of shit if it had been a dark crowd. But for them, and then it's like, look, back to you cats being hypocrites. You voted. And the majority spoke. Now you want to cling to these bogus, voter fraud things. And then here's one. If you didn't hear about this one. An email popped up with, campaigning for fake votes in Georgia. So now it's to say, and the fake votes were for Trump, by the way. So now it's to say, so now we know which side was doing the voter fraud, and guess what? You still lost.
You fucked up your own little play.
Yeah. But then it's like the same thing. Like, remember when he first got elected, there were people saying Russia, was in on this and the whole nine. But those cats, when he won, his supporters, there's nothing to see here. Stop crying. You lost fair and square, blah, blah, blah.
That was so confusing to me. I wasn't really following that close, but I wasn't that far out of that damn loop that they flipped their goddamn story before inauguration. Shit. They totally flipped that around. Yeah.
Yep. And even then, see, like, and it's to say, shame on Hillary, right? Shame on Hillary. You should have never listened to the polls, right? Because if you do like a primary and then there's an exit poll, I can sit here and cherry pick as the pollster, or I'm the one coming out and you ask me, excuse me, what side did I vote for? And I look and see you have a Trump pin on you. Oh yeah, I voted for Trump. Yeah. Right. But I can give you what you want to hear. So when she heard a bunch of like, oh yeah, you're gonna win this running away, then she stopped campaigning.
That showed what happened. I specifically remember her being informed that it is going to be probably not a landslide, but you ain't got nothing to worry about.
Yep. And then you stop campaigning.
Yep.
Then on top of that, for her, if I were running for president, besides saying, look, I mean, I'm gonna roll out a crazy ass platform, and I guarantee I won't last a week if I said it, but I'm going everywhere. everywhere, right? If you tell me, oh no, you don't want to go to North Dakota, they're not gonna vote for you. Yeah, they will. I'm gonna go there, and even if they don't want to vote for me, I'm gonna show up and let you know I'm not joking. Yeah, I'm out for every vote I can get. If all y'all don't want to vote for me, some of y'all will. Now, here's my issues. Here's my platform. Let's go. Right? She didn't do that. She didn't campaign in half of Michigan. Yeah, you just gave up on some areas. Yeah. And then when you heard, oh yeah, you're gonna win this. Well, guess what? The crazy orange dude was showing up where you wouldn't show up. Yeah. And then he already knew there was some, and he didn't care. Yeah, that's like for the Republicans as a group, I'm gonna give them credit on two things. These cats will go into the lion's den freely. Right? You tell them, oh, don't go on this show. They're pro this, they're anti that. Nah, well, I'm going. I don't care. And then they stick together. Yeah, it's like they have a chain email that says, we all go down fighting. You get in line behind whatever crazy ass such and such says or does. We're a team.
Yeah, he had carte blanche. It didn't matter what he was campaigning on.
And that's all of them. Yeah. Look at Getz.
Same thing.
Getz is in neck deep in some like sex scandals and stuff, and those cats still support him. Oh, he's one of us. You can't touch him.
They didn't get caught. Shit, they ain't like they upholding moral standards. He just probably fucked up and didn't pay nobody or gave him the wrong credit card or something. So
yeah. Now every now and then they will sacrifice one. So
that's the thing too. That's the overall point. Yeah.
We can't redeem this one. So old Madison with all his craziness, he's a one-termer. Yeah, they already conceded that. So it's just like, well, we're just gonna cross his name off. Next Republican, let's go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it ain't like it's a shortage.
No.
Next man up, hell.
Yep.
Yeah.
And but Democrats, it's like, we have these little groups, and we're not one whole group. We're like little subsets in a group. So if you're not one of these, you're one of them, and we're against those because we're over here, but we're all under the D. And guess what? For the most part, we're just going to campaign in cities. And then you got cats that like here, like it's funny, like Maryland.
Yeah.
Like Western Maryland. Mm. Those cats feel so like left out. And it's to say, look, back to that whole federal government and private business. When those businesses left y'all's asses out there in the middle of nowhere, they didn't care about you. So now you want the government to come along and give a damn about you. And the problem is that the Republicans walk right out there. Yeah, such and such left y'all here. This mining company hung y'all out to dry. Well, if I get elected, I'll fix it. And it's okay. Well, how you gonna fix it? I don't know, but I'm gonna fix it. These people need some representation. No, they need paychecks. But then you'll say you'll fix it, and then quietly, y'all will approve their welfare, and you'll say that'll fix it. And then you'll turn around and yell how black people are suckling at the government's teeth. And it's, dude, it's not just black people. It's those white people out in the middle of nowhere, Alabama and whatnot, that y'all feeding too. But we're the poster boy. And that's the Republican mantra. Yeah. Look at all these black people, on Medicaid, sucking up your tax dollars. Yeah, you see those white people over there sucking up them same tax dollars? No, nothing to see over there. We're focused on y'all. We need their votes. Y'all don't vote.
Boy, they kill me with that. They even go to the extent of paying somebody to look the other way. Shit.
Yeah, that too. That's why I said, like, I'm independent. I mean, the one thing me and a couple of these dudes will agree on is that big businesses want us at each other's throats, because while we're fighting each other, they get to do whatever they want. and they'll agree, but then they'll go right back to their Republican roots. And it's, dude, I mean, you're getting on board. You're okay with it as long as it's working for you.
Yeah.
You can't have it both ways, though.
Anyway, baby, I'm gonna sign off so you can go to sleep because he'll be like talking to you, divesting.
No, he's all good talk. Because he be talking straight. That's all. He don't cut no chase. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So I'll probably be back later tomorrow. You have anything you want to say, man?
Nah, it's good talking to you though.
Oh yeah, same.
It's divesting. It's divesting. Divesting. Who you talk? Oh, I'm sorry. Devastating. I kept saying divesting. He ain't even correct me. God damn.
I was waiting. I ain't gonna jump down your throat. I'm not like these other kids. I know you was talking.
Look, you know, I'm looking on my iPad, and I was looking at the divestors go. Yeah, the divestors going back and forward.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Baller X just dropped something maybe about an hour ago that I was about to watch, and I'm not sure if y'all seen the thumbnail, but he have Empress and Trinity up there. Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
He made Empress. He called the bummy Empress. And he got her looking like a big woman, like 500 plus pounds big.
Oh,
like God damn.
They kill me with that weight. They kill me with that weight. I don't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what they're talking about, but I think it's Trinity versus Empress. What's her first name? God damn, he called the bummy Empress. I gotta see what her name is.
I know what you're talking about. I can't call it right now, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna go and check that out. But anyway, everybody, I'm not going to sleep because I do have to go downstairs and work. But I'll be back tomorrow.
All right, that'll work. It's Friday. It's weekend. Yeah, it's weekend, so everybody be ready.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right.
Talk to you later. Bye, everybody. I had to sign